Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello, and welcome to day 2 of Game Changers EMEA playoffs. We're going to stay in that upper bracket following the success stories of these teams, and we're going to be looking at BBL Queens as well as Ascend Rising for the first time here on the stream. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by Inami and Emily. So welcome to both of you. It's lovely to have you here. Inami, how are you feeling?
I'm so happy, I'm so excited. It's my first time here, so I'm really honored to be part of this project, and I can't wait to see all the improvements of the players we've been following for all these years, but also to maybe bring some storylines about the newer faces we had here. So yeah, this year means a lot to me, so I'm really happy to be here.
It's really lovely to work with you. I know we've known each other for like 8 years at this point, so that's really great. Emily, you've joined us from across the pond, so how's your travel?
It took a while, but I made it across the pond.
Yay.
And I'm very excited to be here. It's my first time here with you all alongside some legends, and I hope I can break down the maps and what we see today so everybody can see how all these amazing teams played.
Lovely. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm loving the energy already. The vibes are in check. So we're going to be starting off with walking you through contenders, because I know yesterday we tried to explain it. Everybody in chat was spamming question marks, so we got you. We're going to do a little bit of a rerun. First of all, right now we're on stage 1 of VCT Game Changers EMEA. We have 5 invited teams and 11 teams qualified through the open qualifier. Now, later on in the month, we're going to have Game Changers EMEA Contenders Series 1. You might be asking, okay, GD, that sounds really great, but what is that? Well, there are regional leagues going on at the moment for Game Changers, and the winners of these regional leagues are then going to be competing in the Game Changers Contenders, and this is where you kind of face off that international competition, as well as 2 teams that have been relegated from stage 1 will be competing there. And then that feeds straight into stage 2 of VCT Game Changers EMEA, and the cycle just repeats itself. We have 22 teams from the open qualifier to be qualifying as well for the contenders. But Inami, I kind of want to throw this one to you, because when we're looking at the regional leagues, especially in MENA, what does that carry? What weight is behind it? How much does it mean to the community?
It means a lot to us, especially since when you see the region, how diverse and how big the region EMEA is, we really need some kind of format where the newer players who are maybe a little more afraid of playing against the bigger names and also who struggle a bit with the ping from, for example, Bahrain to EMEA to EU is really high. So it's really important to give this first step and this first taste of competition to the smaller players so they get to compete. And I think that their last, the MENA regional has been a success. So far, like, we already had one qualified team, and for now we had like over 8 teams in the other NA and Levant qualifier. So it's looking really bright for our region and for the regionals in general.
Oh, I absolutely love that, because you're getting a lot more of opportunities as well, Emily. And as a player yourself, I think from what we've heard a lot over the last 2 days is taking that first step towards competition is usually the most difficult one. So in that regards, this does encourage it in some sorts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the hardest step is just getting in there and doing it and getting the experience that you need, because you never know, you might have an amazing game and get spotted by a team that you've always wanted to join. But getting that experience is super important. Game Changers has been doing a fabulous job on creating pathways, resources and opportunities for so many people who didn't have it before. So I'm very excited to see this, because we have regional qualifiers, open qualifiers. There's so many opportunities that you don't want to miss out on.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of opportunities, it's Devilexa's first appearance on Rising, so make sure you guys check that out. It's happening today, by the way. Don't forget, show her all the support and all the love. But let's talk about yesterday, because when we're looking at the brackets specifically in terms of the teams that have dropped to that lower bracket, Inami, it was CBA alongside GuildX that lost their games. And when we're looking at KC specifically, they had an absolute blast of a start.
Yeah, they had a really amazing start. We were talking about the French derby, and this team is just explosive. We had from both sides some very strong individual players, but in the end, each came to the strat and each came to the preparation, and I think KC were simply on the top there. Whether on the attack or on the defense, and in both maps, we actually seen some great executions from the entire team. And talk to me about like how Nello is just insane with all these skills. For both maps, she was the finisher.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to mention, watching Carmine, that like you mentioned, they had a lot of good attacks and hits. That's something that I think they really shine with. They don't do too many defaults. They like to just hit sites, and it really works for them.
Yeah, we're looking then at the likes of CBA, however, on the other side, you know, I mean, it felt like a little bit, even though it was their map pick, maybe a little lost.
Yeah, they looked very lost, not a little. It seemed like they counted more on their individual skill. Like sometimes they had a plan and it doesn't work out, and like they look lost after that doesn't work out, or after they lose one member every time. So yeah, they looked pretty lost, and I feel like going into the lower brackets with one day off may be the right thing for them. Maybe we will see them, and hopefully we will see them coming up strong for the next best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking down at G2 goes up against GuildX, and Emily, that felt like the Mary Roxy showdown of anything.
It really did. I think Mary is a specialist in terms of gaining the space, getting the ground for her team. She kept getting multi-kills for the entry, and this is super important. That's her role. But you have to remember, her team's setting her up to succeed in that sense. They have the experience needed. They have the resilience. They know what they're doing. They've done the homework and dry runs over and over to succeed as much as they have so far.
Yeah, and that also does impact the brackets. So as we said, BBL Queens as well as Ascend Rising are two teams that we haven't actually seen yet. And today is going to be the first day because they're already one step ahead. And that's what happens when you're on the top of your group. They're going to be heading up against G2 Gozen for Ascend Rising, and BBL Queens up against Carmine Corp Game Changers. Unfortunately for CVA and GuildX, they're going to be dropped to that lower bracket. But as we know, it's a lower bracket. You still have a chance to fight it through and qualify for the grand finals. It's just a matter of really getting it going. Starting off with Group B specifically, as we said it, when we're looking at Ascend Rising, they are already in the top, Inami. They were undefeated. They have the green carpet, you know?
Yeah, they were undefeated. They had a good run, and this is a team that honestly, when we were looking at Group B, we didn't expect them to be on the top. We expected maybe GuildX to be on the top. We expected them to have a harder time in the groups, but it looks like they just dominated the whole group, and this probably comes from all their experience and also the recent changes that they're having. So honestly, I can't wait to finally see them on the stream and see what they're made of, really.
Yeah, absolutely. BBL Queens there, Emily, another team that went undefeated, but this time it was in Group A. They have been on top, and as we said, maybe even defeating a lot of the expectations that we have for that group specifically.
Absolutely. I'm very, very pleased with what I've been seeing from BBL Queens. They went 7-0 in Group A, surprising a lot of people. They were sort of the wild card there. Everybody had expected that to be G2, but I'm very proud of them either way. They play very well together. They have this synergy that just really works for them.
Yeah, and the synergy Inami from BBL Queens is something that we're not only seeing on the server, it seems to also be translating to them offline, and they just look like such a cute bunch.
Yeah, honestly, it's a very wholesome team to follow, whether it's in socials or whether it's in their in the content they create. And in this picture, honestly, it kind of describes the vibe of the entire team. This is a team that's coming in so strong. They're showing an insane synergy. They're so aware of each other in game, and that's coming from how close they are to each other in real life as well. When we saw interviews that they did, it was usually them speaking about their IGL as the one person they'll always trust, their support as like the mom of the group, the person they always know they can count on her.
Aww.
So honestly, love to see it and love to hear it, and I love seeing them play because this is a team that's really showing us the real synergy and how much the synergy can change a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of synergy as well, Emily, the fact that they had two players, Felipa as well as Raika, added to that roster just before the open qualifiers. I mean, time at that point was ticking.
It was, but maybe it was a change that's needed. Change is really hard to do, especially as a team, because you know time is something that you need to put in as a team. But like I said, it's something that I think was needed because look how well they've been playing since the change. Nothing against the players that they ended up swapping, of course, but it just doesn't work out with chemistry-wise, and that's okay. I think Felipa has been doing a beautiful job on the Flash Initiator, setting up her teammates to succeed, and same with Raika. Raika's been doing a really good job holding down the fort on a Sentinel role, but overall as a team, everybody's doing their part, and you know, at the end of the day, that's all you need. Everybody just has to do their job.
And can we speak about Eva, how insane this player has been and her growth in the scene? This is like a team that even with the new changes, honestly, they just make it look so natural. You can't feel that they have been having any like a recent change that cut or like broke their synergy. They've been doing so good, whether it's on playing together, whether it's on like even checking the corners. This is something that I actually like a lot about them. They never get too lazy in checking one corner. They never get too hyped and like go one person alone. There is always someone to trade off that person.
Yeah, that's something important that you mentioned, I think, because you were talking about the team chemistry earlier, and because they're clearing all of their corners, that must mean that they have really good communication. Communication is super important in this game. It's a very team-inspired environment that's needed, and chemistry comes along with that. You want to make sure that your teammates have your back both in-game and out, and it's translating beautifully in the game.
Yeah, that seems to be a little bit of the theme in terms of the teams that we have at Game Changers, and I absolutely love it because it feels more like families, friendship groups competing here on the stage, and it's always a lovely story to see. One of the players that has been around for a while, Inami, has been Eva for BBL Queens, and she has consistently improved and grown in her role as well.
Honestly, that's something we love to see, and that's something that Game Changers is made of. This player has joined in her first ever experience, even if she wasn't like that flashy player or the player that will make the entire difference in the map, but she still stayed in BBL, and we saw her growth within the team. She went from like decent stats to even making bigger impacts in the team, and you see her now also synergizing with her other teammates, and the way even her teammates describe her is like this player that you can always trust, and also like the little person who brings joy to the team. So honestly, that's something you love to see, and I love that BBL Queens stick to this player and love to see all the growth.
Yeah, it feels like all the puzzle pieces for the side of BBL Queens are coming together, Emily, and they have the players, they have the synergy, they have the communication. But another thing that's really going for them is their maps, because you can throw literally anything at them, and it's not a map pool, I'm gonna call it a map ocean, because they can literally play anything.
They can indeed. Looking at the graphic here, look at the 100% win rate. That's for every map except for one, which is Ascent. 50%, which still isn't bad in considering all. I haven't seen 100% win rate on this many maps in quite some time. So that makes me wonder, what are you gonna decide to do when you're playing against them? What map do you wanna choose? I would want to try to pick Ascent when going against them because look, they've been so dominant on all of the other maps so far.
Yeah, absolutely. That would probably be the first thing that I try and pick, but then it comes into question, are they going to ban it? What strategy is Carmine Corp Game Changers going to be bringing into today? Because if you missed it yesterday, we had a little bit of an interview with Nello post their win, and one of the things that really stood out was the fact that when it comes to Carmine Corp specifically, they're very happy to roll the dice and see how they feel on the day. If you forgot, don't worry, we got a little refresher. Let's have a look.
So like sometimes we just feel more confident on some map. Like I don't know, like when we like go to the ban, we are like, okay, what do we feel comfortable to play today? What are we planning to do? It's like sometimes just like a player, like randomly say, I don't feel like playing Fracture. Or I don't like to play this map today. I don't feel like it, so we just ban it. So sometimes it's just like this, like no man game, but also just like player wise, like who we feel the best.
All right, so it's more of on the day. And when we look at this, Emily, from your experience as a player, is this the most conventional way that teams approach it?
No, it's really not. But I mean, whatever works for them at the end of the day works. I'm not really sure what would determine that. Maybe having a difficult warm-up scrim before, and you're like, you know what, maybe let's not play this map. I don't know, but at the end of the day, usually a team will have a preparation either a few days before if you know what team you're playing, or at the very least the night before, which is probably the case for them here because they didn't know who they were playing until yesterday, of what map they want to play and how the gameplay is going to be, because that's why I love Valorant. Every match could be different. It all depends on if you want to have an aggressive play style for the day or if you want to counter, and there's so many different things to put into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Inami, looking back at yesterday, looking at the map specifically, starting off with Haven from the side of Carmine Corp, it felt like A site, it was their best friend, okay? They're buddies.
Yeah, they like to go to A side repetitively. We've seen like them being explosive. Their executes were so on point there, and also it was so very fast. The way they play the game is like really so insane, and it's so beautiful to watch.
It felt like that as well was something that translated into Ascent too, Emily. Like regardless of how Haven went, it was just press W, get going, get onto the side, and CBA kind of struggled to slow them down.
They did, and I'm not sure if that's like a counter to them because they've played each other all the time, or if that's just K-Corp's playstyle, the way that they played. Looking at the heat map here, they didn't make much presence around mid. Knowing them, when I watched them yesterday as well, they're not really a default team. They like hitting sites. I think they hit the B site maybe 5 or 6 times, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked for them, and they just found the weakness and executed it well, beautifully.
Yeah, looking at the Ascent map though, and speaking of weaknesses as well, Emily, the fact that mid is something that KC doesn't really seem to be prioritizing, could that be exploited by other teams? Because it's very obvious they're not comfortable and not really concerned by holding mid, getting that aggression going, or just getting control of it.
Yeah, that's a good point. So if I were watching that, I'd be like, hey, look, they don't really make much mid presence. I, as on the defense, would probably do a little bit more plays in towards mid and seeing where are they, because if they do hit a site, you're already halfway there for a quick flank that they might not be expecting. So that's a good point that you brought up.
It's a scary position to be in, and we're gonna see if that's gonna be the case today. But when we're looking at the lineup, Inami, from the side of Carmine Corp, it's a lovely mix. We have experienced players who've already played together and they've won Game Changers, mixed with Matrix and Mel, the two players that are new to the roster. So all in all, it's looking very promising because they got this far.
Yeah, they already have 3 3 EMEA champions, sorry. So these players have been playing together for over 2 years. They have that experience, they've been so used to play with each other. And on the other hand, you have some players who are newer. Matrix, she has been doing she has showed up before in Game Changers, but Mel is so new, and I think that she's completing the team in a way, even if she's not the flashy player, the first player you will see. But I think that when you have Nelo, when you have Derelia, when you have all these names in your team, you don't need to be that flashy player.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. And watching Carmine play throughout the whole tournament, I feel like they keep getting better and better every match series that they play. And that's something that I saw from them yesterday, is that they felt that way too. They're gaining more and more confidence as they go through, and that's something important because the more experience you get, the better and comfortable you feel in your shoes, and you're just feeling strong and ready to go into whoever you have to be facing.
Yeah, comfortability has been key, and we've seen the debut of a lot of new players yesterday. One of them being Mel, specifically Inami. Yesterday was her debut, so to say, on the VALORANT EMEA Game Changers stream, and she had she's been slowly warming up and she's getting into shape. So expectations, what are we thinking?
Yeah, honestly, there were a lot of question marks on the addition of Mel to this lineup, especially like considering all the experience of all the names that are in there. But this person is coming from a very competitive family. She grew up watching her siblings compete in other games, and also she's a competitive person herself. She has been competing in every other sport. She said she's been enrolled into so many sports as a kid, so that competitiveness is inside her, and ever since the game came out, she has been trying to improve over and over. And I think that maybe her stats aren't the best right now, but I think that just like Eva, we will see her improve within the tournament.
Yeah, something that you mentioned was being competitive. That's very important, and the fact that she came from more traditional sports and transitioned that over into esports, that's going to definitely help her into the long run. And I think that those stats that we just saw don't do her justice. She is going to shine. It's just a matter of time, and we haven't seen her full potential yet.
Speaking of not seeing the full potential and also having that new player join the roster, maybe not as much experience, but they're definitely building on it and they're doing a great job at doing so. Emily, from your perspective as a player, can you talk to us about like your first ever competition? What were the emotions like? I want to get in your head.
My very first competition. So I grew up fortunate enough where I had a lot of LAN tournaments around me, so I had a lot of opportunities, and that's why I really stress on the fact that I love contenders in general from Game Changers, because it's creating a lot of opportunities that people don't have that I had. So I played in a lot of local LAN tournaments, and my very first all-women's tournament was actually international and in France. So that was a lot of fun because you play on a stage, you're playing with a bunch of different countries, which is something that I've never done before personally. And honestly, because I had gone to all of those LAN tournaments before local, and I thought that I got a lot of experience doing that before.
So we were talking about the experience as well then from the side of Mel. As we've seen, Inami, she has also competed a little bit last year, but not too much. Alongside Matrix, similar story, a little bit of competition, but not too much. So now that we're in Game Changers and you're competing against the best of the best, you're given the opportunity to do so. You're good at showing yourself and showing up on the day. What really can we be expecting from them? Because as we see them continuously improve, but also maybe nerves are here at play.
They will be at play, but I think that if you are starting in a team like Carmine Corp with people like Nello who bring a lot of positive energy, I think we've seen it even on Kamento streams when he was doing the watch parties. You always hear it when they win. You always know that they are going to make a play, and Nello brings so much energy to the game and to her team, and I think that that's a very good thing, a positive thing that will help Mel grow.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Carmine Corp as general, as a team, as a collective, we were lucky enough to have a chance to sit down with emash and find out what goes on behind the scenes and what the dynamic is like for Carmine Corp Game Changers. Hello, everyone. We are joined with emash from Carmine Corp Game Changers, and we're going to have a little chat about what we can be expecting from the team today. So first of all, the team was formed in February 2023, and it's a mixed bag of experience. So you have players like Lilia, Nello, as well as Ninu, who have played in Game Changers in a roster before. They've won it as well. And then you have Metrix and Mel, who are building that experience that they currently have and just developing it further. So what was the main factor behind getting this roster together?
We want something Carmine Corp DNA. We want something heterogeneous. I don't know how to say that, but it's just about the mix between former CS players and young player that's really speaks to anyone. And it's I don't know, it's a good deal, between two words, and it seems to be pretty cool for the story we want to tell. So I think it's about just something like the good compromise.
Okay, that's actually really interesting that you bring that up in terms of having two worlds, because that's exactly what it is at the moment when you have that experienced players, but then you also have people who are getting that experience together. So how has it been getting these two worlds just to collide and putting them together?
We need to adapt, obviously, to suit to expectations of all levels, and And it was very hard for us because Lo and me, being noobs, we were rookies as coaches. We'd never coached before, so it was a big expectation for us to try to just give to former CS player and competitor enough, and to give a lot to young player. It was a very, 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 very long road, but I think we did good.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have made it this far, so definitely doing incredible. Not just good, okay? You got to give yourself a little bit of that positivity. But when you're talking about these newer, younger players as well, what goes behind the scenes? How do you select them?
It was a human project before anything. It was a human project, so we need whole girls being happy to play together. It's not about friends, but or about friendship, but it was about human perspective. And as every scheme of PR, we have to really improve all of this girl to be in a good mood to play. So basically, it was our idea with Lo to pick some girls we need to, like Matrix was like Matrix, who is a big duelist and have lots of mechanics yet for a young player, for a rookie player. So we just take some archetype and try to discuss with old players, with Mel too, because we want Mel to be okay with all the people that are around her. So it was a collegial discussion about how can we feel about all the profiles, and it was a unanimous discussion and unanimous decision.
Right. Well, thank you so much for giving us a little bit more of an insight into Carmine Corp Game Changers. I really appreciate it. And good luck with your game today.
Thank you.
Well, it seems that having that team bond, both outside the server and on the server, is a theme across G2 Ghosten. We've heard it from Mary yesterday. We've heard it today from emash about Carmine Corp Game Changers. We've seen it from BBL Queens. So it's going to be exciting to see that translate. But one thing that's really important, Inami, when we're looking at the competition of today is the map picks that we're going to be expecting or seeing specifically, because like we said, BBL Queens, they got that map ocean, and we're looking at Carmine Corp. It's more of what they're expecting to be playing on the day.
Yeah, we spoke about how BBL can play basically everything, how it's hard to probably pick against them or ban against them. Maybe there is only Ascent where they showed some weakness, so maybe we will be going for that. But on the other side, for KC, they showed more weaknesses. So yeah, honestly, I love to see the Ascent pick by Carmine, because that's a pick where we knew the weaknesses of BBL, and I can't wait to see what they prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, Emily, this time Ascent though, like we highlighted earlier in the heat maps, that mid is completely wide open. How comfortable and confident are you feeling for KC with these map picks?
Well, clearly they did their homework, because we were mentioning earlier that if I'm going to be picking a map against them, it would probably be Ascent, and I would love to see them isolate the weakness, which is middle for them. See if you can catch somebody off guard, isolate the one person, the Sentinel that might be by themselves. I think that's going to be their best bet for winning Ascent.
And on Lotus, the other hand, we haven't actually seen it yet from KC yesterday. I mean, we're going to be seeing it from BBL Queens. Inami, we're expecting this to be a comfort pick for them, because again, they have 100% win rate on every single one of their maps. So how are we expecting this to go when we're looking at Lotus, Ascent into Haven? Is this a third map, or is this heavily favored towards BBL Queens?
Honestly, even if BBL showed some weakness on Ascent, this was their pick against G2, I think. So they weren't afraid of picking it, and they were practicing it anyway, even if we saw them lose, even if we didn't see the best or most convincing playstyle. But we know that they went for it, and they are preparing for it. And it's hard to see Carmine picking up one individual or punishing one person, because as I mentioned earlier, this team, they literally walk in stacks. They're always holding hands. So it's very difficult to punish this team.
Yeah, and even though that they have an incredibly insane, strong map pool, like I said, it's kind of a double-edged sword because there's so much content out there of what their game plan is. So if Carmine did their homework, there's a lot that they can counter, despite the fact that they have a really strong high win rate.
Yeah, well, it's looking like Carmine Corp is going to have to fight this one out. We're going to be starting off on Lotus. BBL Queens so far completely undefeated. And Carmine Corp fighting for the chance in this upper bracket. We're going to be heading over to our lovely casters who might have a little surprise for you later. We got Ender as well as Zach on the mic.
A surprise? I want to know what the surprise is. I wasn't informed of any surprise, but we've got a fantastic series on our hands to kick things off here with BBL Queens and Carmine Corp. And we finally get to start off on a map that isn't Haven. We were sort of lulled into that game after game last series yesterday, but now we get to kick it off on Lotus.
Yeah, and it's not just any map, it's Lotus as well. This is a map that I feel like it's the newest one that came into the pool, of course, but it also has, like, in my opinion, the widest diversity when it comes to agent comps on it. So I'm super excited to see what both of these teams are going to be bringing for us for today. But Ender, that's the point of a surprise. It's supposed to be a surprise. We shouldn't know about it.
Okay. We'll wait. I shouldn't have even had the clue because now I'm thinking about what the surprise is. That's okay, though, because Lotus is a map that both these teams got big wins off of. Carmine Corp took down Guild X on this map, and BBL Queens, of course, beat G2 Gozen on this map as well in part of their sort of upset, because I think everyone has to assume G2 looking strong coming in, but we've got Agent Select ready to go, and these teams have been playing similar comps, the main difference being the Sova for Nino and the Sky over on the side of Ava.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be seeing those same picks. And like you brought up, both of these teams so far, they have a perfect record on this map. And today, it's going to be ending for one of them. The question is, which one is it going to be? And remember that this is going to be BBL's pick that they're starting off on. So they're looking to probably get a little bit aggressive. Like you mentioned, the Sova is still going to be a factor on Nino. And apart from that, basically AmeriComp, both teams opting to go in for that controller on the Omen, which makes perfect sense considering the verticality as well as how you can really play around with those smokes as well as the paranoia, the range of the paranoia and the space that it buys you. I'm also interested to see the duelist pick here because yesterday we saw Matrix being able to quite pop up on that Jet time and time again, and she's gotten for a little bit of a change here on the Raze instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be good to see that mirror on both sides, but it is time for Carmine Corp versus BBL Queens. Let's get into it. Here we go. BBL Queens kicking things off over on the attack. And one of the things you're talking about, Zach, was the ability to like make a lot of early aggressive plays. That's one of the things that you're going to see with the Breach and the Omen having sort of that crowd control on a line between the stun of Breach, the paranoia of an Omen. And you can see with the positioning of Liralia on the defense, that's a paranoia line straight up through mid. So I'd not be surprised to see Carmine Corp just break straight out of the gate and look for a pick up mid.
Yeah, they certainly look to be doing that as well. And look who's there with them. It's also going to be the Raze utility available online. So that paranoia slash concussion slash pain shells could potentially find quite a few victims here, especially if BBL look to get a bit aggressive early on. That's not going to be the case, though. In fact, they're going to be taking this super passively, anticipating that very combo to, you know, they just don't want to get in the lines of it. And it seems to be working out for them so far. They're just kind of playing the holding game here, waiting for some aggression.
And the idea is Matrix is holding for contact on that angle. The second she sees someone, it's that paranoia plus fault line coming down and doing a lot. Now, a drone was used from Nino over towards A. It's a more passive hold. It's honestly shocking to see teams playing so slowly, but I have a really bad feeling that BBL are about to walk into this insane setup from KC.
First point of contact is going to be Matrix, kind of holding the cross here. Shellbreakers are going to be invested though, and off the back of that, it is going to be, like you mentioned, that insane combo coming up. Not going to be doing too much damage though, because it seemed like BBL, they were kind of ready for it. They were expecting that kind of play though, perhaps not that exact pattern. And now that they managed to bait quite a bit of utility out of the defenders here, no Joan either for Nino. They're looking to just rotate towards the A side instead, and they are being quite methodical and fast about it at the same time. And KC, they're just going to be going in for a retake.
Yeah, they only had Nino over here at the start, although Nino's going to take that fight, shut that one down. Matrix as well, they're just swarming here on the retake as Nino comes in. Vanya finds a couple, and things aren't over just yet for BBL. 2-on-2, but still 15 seconds to try and plant the spike. Mel with a chance to try and interrupt it, and Matrix has been so good over these last 2 days. Now a 3K kicking off on the pistol round. Vanya with so little HP finds the first, can't finish off the second. Matrix takes us to map, or takes the first round of the map.
Yeah, very clean start for Casey there. Really nice patience coming out of both of these teams, like you mentioned. But towards the end, that's just some really good shooting coming out of Casey. They find 2 kills already before the spike even goes down. And while Vanya is able to find 2 of her own, almost getting that 1v2 clutch into play, there just wasn't enough HP for her to unfortunately work with, and that is going to be Casey taking the pistol.
Yeah, Casey sort of have to pug it out on that retake because they spent so much of that utility up through mid. I think that play they were setting up at the start round would have worked so much better had Ava lazily walked in, but instead she used the dog to clear it out, which meant that Matrix had to worry about shooting the dog and couldn't actually really swing off and fight with that utility, could only send the paint shells. So regardless of that not playing out, Casey still end up winning out in the round, and BBL going to be working up mid a little bit quicker this time around. If they can break this alarm bot, maybe that pulls some rotations and they can look to abuse the switch on that door to work over into C and try to pull around these players of Carmine Corp.
That's another reason I think Killjoy is so good on a map. The fact that you can put most of her util down towards B and play on either C or B, that might be a difference maker here. Alarm bot finally going to be taken down. Turret as well to at least use to contact into the site here. That does seem to be the call, and BBL, they're just going to be full sending it down. And once again, K-Corp, they're kind of happy to let them take the space here. They did use a little bit of utility on that A side for an early push, but now they're happy to just wait it out. Joel already finding so much value, and despite the paint shells being put in, there's only going to be 1 kill coming in. 1-for-1 trade so far. The concussion is immaculate, though still KC, they come out on top here. Second round converted, and while they lose 2 players, I think they can still pick up all the rifles.
Yeah, they're going to be perfectly happy with that one. At the same time, BBL main job is just to get that spike down, so not going to be too unhappy there. One thing I think BBL are going to realize after these first 2 rounds is that there hasn't really been a lot of fighting early on from the side of Carmine Corp. Right on the pistol, they had that funky little setup with the 2 lines, but I think Rebel has gone relatively uncontested, and seeing BBL set up on that side of the map I think is exactly the right call to fight for control over there. Of course, KC are keeping things flexible and now are ready to battle back on that side of the map too.
Power up round indeed, and it seems like BBL, they're ready to take the fight to KC, who have their own plans, it seems like. Already early paint shells, concussion combo, not going to be really finding any value here as BBL have opted to just wait it out. They're taking this super cautiously, in fact using the Trailblazer to clear out any of these corners in case KC get a little bit aggressive. And now that they have that intuition of multiple players being kind of stacked up on that site, it seems like they're going to be booking it over towards that C side instead, where there is still going to be Mel standing strong.
Yeah, it's just going to be Mel. Maybe she can find a kill, stall out long enough. Potential for a big flank from KC. You can see 2 players committing over to that one. Alkia just going to go straight on past those mollies on the ground. And Mel, maybe she looks for a spam through the smoke. The plant is a little bit exposed, but no, she doesn't have a good angle on that, so can't really accomplish anything. BBL now pushing into spawn, and that's where they can try to break this open. As the retake, it's going to be sort of 1-by-1 with KC. Unless they group up, it's actually a really good fault line that sets up Mel to come around the corner. Gorgeous play on that one. And they managed to trade out evenly on that top side of the map.
Oh, now towards Rubble, though. That's going to be a super awkward fight to take. Matrix able to find it on the flank, and now it's a 2v3 scenario. Showstopper on in for Matrix as well already. Doesn't quite clear the corner. Still gets the 1-for-1 trade, though, and now the spike itself. It's just going to be trying to get stuck here. Literally almost managing to pull it through, but Eva will find that final kill. BBL find their first round, but it was so expensive. It was their full buy.
Oh,
and they only have 1 rifle left.
And what a respectable retake on the bonus here. The fault line catches out these players completely, showing you the power of the breach when they try to push into your spawn like that. It's just a very easy fault line to hit multiple different players. Now BBL still going to have a buy coming into this one, so no problems on that front. But we'll continue to see how they test over towards this A site, because last time it was a really hard stack from KC, and then they found a lot of success still. Now there's nothing to really set up Matrix's utility. No breach or whatnot to set that one up, but Alkia are quickly moving on forward here to take control past Rubble.
Yeah, they've already managed to push half the way in, and I have to also comment on how BBL, they're so happy to just take these ult orbs that are offered to them, farm up. Already Seeker's gonna be down there to be able to contact onto site. Nobody really playing here. Casey opting to go in for that retake again. Shock darts trying to find a little bit of damage, not too much, and Alkia taking such an aggressive position here to try and deny the retake. Combination does come in. Paranoia will push them off at least for a few more seconds, but Alkia not quite able to swing off the back of it. This one way though, it is buying so much time here. Casey almost afraid to push in despite the amount of utility they have. Their job's looking so difficult right now, and literally this Paranoia, it might be the difference maker. What is that shot? Matrix not quite able to do the damage, but at least the trade is there from Nino. Still though, the clock has ticked down, and it might just be better for KC to hold on to their guns. They're still trying to go forward, but Vanya on site is going to be that pillar, the bastion that will get BBL to 2.
All right, Vanya, show me what you got. That was nice. Right there in the middle of site, coming around the corner, just lines up those 2 players and then finding the headshot there on Nello as well. I mean, KC got stuck in a really tough position because that one way that you were talking about. And I liked the idea of using Matrix to satchel past it to sort of wide swing, you know, break the crosshair of anyone that was watching the one way while the rest of the team funnels on through. It meant that the initial trades kind of went KC's way. They just lost Matrix, but Vanya from the middle of that site there was not going to let anyone onto that in the retake.
Very clean work. And again, BBL, they're happy to spend like the first 15 seconds waiting for some aggression out of KC, but after that, they're just full sending it down to site, and it's been working out like a charm for them so far. If you play as a pack, you stay as a pack, and it's been working out great for them. Again, Philippa, one off of that Rolling Thunder, but it's going to be the lockdown instead that Rika is going to be getting online. It seems like kind of like a whack-a-mole as to which ult is going to be coming online for this particular round, and at least this time around, Rika will be the one to initiate that lockdown. Gonna be some counter util and ultimates available for KC as well, but I don't know how much they can really do.
Oh, Leah, they go in early. The judges here. That's 2 kills traded out. KC gonna be happy with that one. Still nothing really to fight with on this retake unless Nello commits the Rolling Thunder, which in the 4v3 they may do. Vanya walking through the smoke. It tags one, but Nino's waiting for it. All of a sudden, the round is falling apart for BBL. 2 players stuck in the back of sight, both pinged out by the Sova Dart. Carmine Corp can run them over around the corner. It's just Ava alive, and you only get 2 shots with the shorty. It's not going to happen. Carmine Corp pull off a heroic defense there with Liralia's judge.
Yeah, literally finding 2 on the round is huge, but that's the problem when you don't have a Sova or Fade. You know, you only have that Trailblazer to really clear space with and to use as a drone kind of. And the fact is, once that was used to get that early on space, there was just no other utility that they could have really committed. And a judge at that range, yeah, your chances are pretty much a goner.
And like, let this be a little note. If you are in a bad position, whether you're down numbers, you're on a bad buy, and the enemy is using a Killjoy ult against you, leave one person to fight on that site. Take that little bit of a gamble. It was a great call from Liralia. Now, again, working towards this C site. Just a wide swing with the Spectre going absolutely nuts. Nello finds a really solid trade. Now they're opening the door, trying to pinch on in here, and it's just Carmine Corp ruining BBL. What a little maneuver, opening the door and just shutting down that C hit.
Yeah, 20 seconds I think that round was. It's probably the fastest one we've had yet. Yeah, really quick one. It was a bit of an eco round for BBL. Not too much lost there. They did find a pick, but all things considered, they're finally going to be calling a timeout because K-Corp so far, they have put up a phenomenal defense. They've been able to kind of wait out utility. They've been really good at finding these openings, and just the fact that they're willing to play for the retake and succeed in so many of these rounds, that's a major factor in BBL. They don't seem to know how to quite deal with it yet.
Yeah, BBL, sort of the learnings I think they might be trying to take into this timeout is, okay, we've seen like the heavier, you know, aggressive plays with the 4-stack over towards A main. We've also seen on C a more passive hold, except this last round, they just hit us with a pinch with the door opening up. That might remind them of the pistol round where there were also 3 players set up on B. So whenever they're working onto this C site, they're gonna have to be really mindful of if the enemy team has control over B main where they can open up the switch. So instead of committing all 5 players over towards Mound right off the rip, I think BBL might be smart to maybe use Eva's dog to scout out, or a flash into B main, something to let them know, hey, if there's a player there, we have to really be mindful of that door being opened and sort of that pinch maneuver that Carmine Corp just pulled on them.
Pincer maneuver. That's the key word there. They were just so completely trapped on either side. 2 players through the door, the Sova ult towards Mound, and just the push from C as well. Push through C as well from Nello. Despite losing that first player, they were more than ready for it. And K-Corp, they do a phenomenal job. Once again, early on recon towards that A side, and it seems like K-Corp, they're expecting some pressure towards C here. 3 players stacked up to go in for one of those set plays. Once again, it's the Raze, the Omen, and the Breach. It's like a joke, you know, Raze, Omen, and Breach walk into a bar, and their gamble is right here. They're not able to quite find the kills. Vanya finding 2 already, being able to take down both the Raze as well as the Omen there. So no more smokes. Oh, never mind. Raze as well as the Breach there. Showstopper invested as well. Not finding the kill though. Beautiful TP.
Yeah, literally TPing back 2 times just to get the heck out of dodge. Only 3 players on the retake. Spike will go down. They have no flash to really break out of the smoke. This is not going to be easy, but if Lirelia finds an opener, all of a sudden they've got a chance. 3-on-3, all 3 players of BBL are zoned beyond this smoke, playing for Mount. The spike is planted for them. But Carmine Corp, all they need is a good timing with this paranoia. Catches out Rika over in the corner. The spam is in, but Rika's managed to find the kill. BBL are just slaughtering players inside of the smoke, and no good for Carmine Corp. BBL take the round.
Just demolished, and despite that smoke going down, you do see that KC, they try to go for the push outside, and they're kind of punished for it. BBL, it seems like the reset was perfect, and it starts with Vanya being able to find those 2 first kills there. Showstopper after that to get them onto site, but just a really, really good execute.
Oh, I love the agent's voice lines when it goes into slow motion. Just like the talking like this. I don't know. I think we should cast around like that at some point. Like if we watch a replay and it ever goes slow-mo, we have to also go slow-mo with the voices. That should be mandatory.
I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Good.
Oh, that's gonna be the operator now in Lirelia's hands. Really, really interesting buy, and I love how flexible K-Corp are around who exactly plays that operator, because they all seem to be so good at it.
Yeah.
Once again, BBL for the first 20 seconds, they're just gonna kind of chill around spawn, waiting for some aggression out of K-Corp. But that's the thing, right? K-Corp, they've sort of at this point conditioned BBL into not expecting any kind of push coming through at all.
I think when you are playing the Raze on this map and you have an Omen, Omen is the best operator in that composition. It's more risky than Jett because you don't have the get out of jail free. You have to win your first fight and then D-peak. But the ability to still flex around with the teleports after you take that first shot is a big one. Drone will spot, I think, just 1, maybe 2 players towards spawn. But Carmine Corp are going to be ready with all the setup here. 3 players ready to play off the paint shells and Matrix's Showstopper. They can just destroy them quickly on this hit.
Oh, it is going to be the Rolling Thunder invested. Lirelia, though, still, despite the smoke, able to find a huge kill onto the Raze, and that's going to be a preemptive killjoy will put down as well to prevent this push on to B, and it just because of the fact that Vanya has the from the shadows, she will be able to make her way onto A side instead to get the spike down. However, the rest of her team, they have to play catch up here to try and prevent this retake from really coming through. Smoke goes down as well, and Vanya, completely isolated, has so much work to do here to stay alive, to ensure that KC, they don't get anything done for free. Counter Rolling Thunder as well coming in from the players, and Matrix able to find that first blood. Felipa, though, there for the trade. They push in through door instead, getting a little bit of control towards that side of the map, and the remaining players for KC, they have to make their way towards the spike. I don't know how exactly they're gonna do it. Eva holding the cross, not able to catch them while pushing through though. Still Felipa able to find 3 on the round already, and now it's all down to Lirelia. Operator in hand. I don't know how much he can really do here. The flash and the shorty seems to be the call, but Felipa in the end will be able to come out with 4, and BBL, they equalize.
Felipa is just popping off right there. The Rolling Thunder, as the retake was coming online, was really big to find that first kill. And then while the teammate is trying to break the shot, the dart on the wall, Felipa finds a couple, comes around the corner, gets the 4th one there too. So just kind of smurfing throughout that round in every single fight she was going to be able to take. It ties things up now for BBL, and with the way they've been farming orbs, now that Rika is just 1 off, you can see with some early presence, the A orb and the C orb are just like really easy to take, I think, if you show some early presence on one of those sides of the map.
Yeah, I think BBL have really been maintaining their ult economy quite well. They seem to have at least 1 pivotal ult ready for either round. Like last round, if Vanya didn't have that from the shadows, it would have been very, very difficult for them to be able to close it out. But once again, like you mentioned, they are just 1 off the lockdown. They're perhaps looking to hold on to it, knowing that K-Corp's economy, it's kind of on its last. Like they do have this buy, but after this, it's going to make things super difficult already. You can see Lirelia only having Sheriff to play with. They managed to get their way onto site. We'll get the spike down for free as well, but again, there's still so much utility in the hands of K-Corp here. And
there's a really fast flank coming in too. Two players, literally Leah and Mel, are going to break that alarm bot, so BBL Queens should be aware that a flank is coming in on the opposite side. Yeah, all the utility goes down and through the smoke. Rika's going to be able to find it. Is she ready for a second player coming around the corner, though? I don't think so. Yes, she is. Takes it down on the retake. It's not going to happen. Nello versus the world now in a 1 versus 2. Dodges away from the flash. It's 1-on-1, actually. Breach on breach. The two clutch goddesses, and it's Felipa to secure another round for BBL.
That got too close for comfort. Almost a 1v4 coming out of Nello there. Being able to get those 2 kills on the flank was huge, but nevertheless, BBL, they took up too much space and they managed to buy too much time before the retake could really attempt to come in. And off the back of that K-Corp, they're going to be behind and calling a timeout to boot as well. And this is a very interesting timeout to call because BBL, of course, they have won the last 3 rounds in a row, so perhaps attempting to break that momentum is a good call. But more than that, they also have some interesting ults to work with. That Rolling Thunder and the From the Shadows, it could lead to a bit of a aggressive play here early on if they play their cards right.
Yeah, definitely some options to work with on that, especially because I feel like BBL, they've been relatively committed to where they're going on their side hits. Like, they'll play the early round slow and spread out, but, you know, once their second cycle of utility comes up, they're deciding what side they're hitting, and they're pretty much going into it. They're not really looking to lurk on you or anything like this, so that Rolling Thunder on the defense can catch so many players as they funnel into sight, and you can sort of just instantly shut it down before it comes into play. I like the idea of Carmine Corp looking for, you know, the flank in the previous round, especially knowing that there aren't going to be sort of solo players on the own lurk duty that's going to be able to catch you out that BBL just aren't really throwing their way. But unfortunately for them, it just got spotted out by every single layer of Killjoy utility, and they also lost in the fights.
Yeah, after that round, K-Corp, not much to work with economically, at least. 1 stinger on Nino, it might be the difference maker. And perhaps, again, this A side, it's going to be a little bit of early aggression shown. Nino not able to find any information. That recon dart being instantly broken, whether or not BBL go towards A. And BBL, they seem to have found some confidence off the back of these few successful rounds that they've had so far, looking to get aggressive fast and quick. They do take the site, and once again, the spike, it's just no competition. Ooh, the flank.
Yeah, another double flank coming in on this side. Unlikely Nello commits that Rolling Thunder unless they can find an opener on this flank. This time there's only 1 player. It is just Rika watching that one, and a paranoia is good, so they learn off of that read from the previous round, and now it's a 5-on-4.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder, in fact, gonna be invested here. And off the back of the Nino, able to find a kill with the help of the Stinger. However, Eva and Vanya both able to strike back here. Eva finding 3 on the round already. Almost looking for the 4th here, but Alkia will finally close it out. BBL, despite it being an eco round, it got too close for comfort. Look at the HP on the 2 players.
I mean, honestly, Carmine Corp made a really big learning off of their flank from the previous round, where there were 2 players just sort of playing right outside a baby door on that slant there. So this time they sent a paranoia into that angle. There was also only the 1 player in that spot, so definitely gave themselves a chance to play out in that round. The tough thing for Carmine Corp is I think it's really hard for them to fight over aim main control, because I think they just lose the war of attrition. Personally, I favor Sky over Sova on this map for a lot of different reasons, but the main one is, like, once that Sova dart goes down, that Sova doesn't really offer a lot in terms of controlling that space over Rubble, so it's very easy for BBL to just continue to brute force fight through with a couple of flashes. Speak of brute force, they can just drop that ultimate onto the B site and open it up completely.
Yeah, this time around, they seem to have learned their lesson. Gonna be waiting for the last couple of seconds, investing a boom bot as well to make sure Lilia doesn't have any cringe judge plays.
No ratting
punish
today.
them again. Oh, that aftershock does quite a bit of damage to Vanya, though. And off the back of that, in fact, it's gonna be Matrix finding that first kill. The trades still go in favor of K-Corp until, of course, Matrix gets a pain chill kill to boot. And now these last remaining players, they're gonna be having to make sure that the spike doesn't get defused. The flank as well, not quite in position. BBL Rika able to find one, gets a second as well, on track for the clutch, has a nanoswarm left, but will have to swing out to make sure that Nilo isn't sticking it. And off the back of that, that's going to be K-Corp finding their 5th round here. Almost a 1v3 out of Rika.
That was such a chaotic post plan right there. Rika comes in at the end, and unfortunately, I think her molly misses off this wall, so she realizes the trajectory isn't really on, so she goes for the early swing to try and catch out Nello when she goes for the defuse, but It's just not going to be there. Nello way too ready for that one to come in. And even though BBL slammed that Killjoy lockdown, the retake came in so quickly for Carmine Corp. And now in the final round of the half, it's definitely Matrix with the ult advantage, with access to the showstopper to make the retakes go. Because I think Carmine Corp haven't done a ton of early fighting against BBL, but their retakes have looked really clutch.
Yeah, whenever they do have like those pivotal ultimates available, they're happy to just play for those. But in those kind of lull rounds where they're farming them up, charging them up, it looks a little bit more difficult. 3 ultimates online for K-Corp here to work with. And as for BBL themselves, they are very close to that showstopper, 2 only away.
They just went over to the C side to get Ava her ultimate. Now they can maybe get Alkia 1 or just, you know, get a couple of kills and win out afterwards. But the problem comes that now there's that Hunter's Fury on the opposite side. So as long as Nino doesn't die, there's a lot of chance to stall here or get the tag and look for the ultimate off the back of that one. Nino actually not committing that. And now BBL with the Seekers are going to realize this side is pretty light. It's 3 players all up towards heaven.
Yeah, they once again are able to kind of get this A side for free, but K-Corp, historically, at least on this A side, they've been kind of going in for a retake play so far, and it's been working out in their favor. Matrix still gonna start things off early with a showstopper. Unfortunately, takes herself out. Nello finding a second kill as well. That is not on a teammate. Alkia counters back, and now it's gonna be a 3v4 scenario. However, the HP of some of these players from the side of BBL are so low here. The 2 remaining players kind of closing the net. Nino finding the first, Mel finding the second, and it's going to be coming down to a 1v1 here. Reika versus Nino, Sova versus Killjoy, and Nino, again the clutch player, K-Corp, 6-6.
That just fearless from Nino coming around the corner. I don't think Reika even expected that, because like there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. Any sane person would wait for the player to try and plant and then you kill, but Nino's like, no, she's going to be thinking that's what I'm doing. So Nino takes the fight straight to her and shuts that down immediately. A dead even half. And I mean, I was excited coming into this match because I thought it was going to be close, but I think everyone almost has to give the edge to BBL Queens after taking down G2 Goes. And to see KC holding dead even on a map that BBL beat G2 on is such a good sign of things to come in this BO3.
Yeah, like we talked about, both teams, they haven't lost this map yet. And yet is the operative word. So this is going to be the first one for them, but they're definitely looking neck and neck right now, super strong. And now BBL on the defense, they're looking to get extremely aggressive here, taking up quite a bit of space, in fact, early on. However, the counter utility from the side of KC, it doesn't quite help. Vanya and Eva both able to find 2 kills already. Nello and Meldo strike back on the back of a beautiful concussion, and suddenly it's going to be a 2v2 scenario, except for the HP.
Do they push into spawn here? What a little gamble Carmine Corp could have taken. They decide to split up, actually, allowing Nello to go in on her own. But yeah, BBL are playing together. And now, tough to get this spike down. Knows the 2 players are in spawn, but yeah, planting right on top of the wall. The Aftershock just cancels it. Getting the plant off is so high value for the money it generates your team, and Mel will be able to accomplish it. But now as the swing comes around the corner, Mel taking down just 5 HP.
1 enemy remaining.
Sees the player, finds the first. But no, Felipa comes around the corner and wins the pistol for BBL.
Again, most of these rounds, they just seem to be coming down to the wire here, ultimately to those 1v1s, and you gotta give Mel some credit. Despite being 5 HP in that 1v2, able to find that first kill, almost in position for the second. But this early aggression from BBL, despite leaving them in a 2v2, they find so much advantage. And honestly, K-Corp, they could have found that round. It's just a bit of a misplay, I think, to have Nello go off on the lurk alone there in that kind of a 2v2 scenario.
Yeah, I kind of see what they're trying to say to themselves. It's like, oh, we both kind of got like relatively low, so they're not liking their odds in the straight up 2-on-2. But yeah, I have to say the team that sticks together, BBL, is the one that's favored on that retake. Both players just holding hands the whole way on out. Looks a little bit silly what Matrix is doing, but that's playing anti-flash, making sure you know, if her teammates lose their eyeballs, she's going to be able to swing around and take the fight regardless.
Okay, I've been chain flashed too many times in my ranked game, so I completely understand. Right now, though, it's going to be a very quick push in to this B site here. Nanoswarm's going to buy a little bit more time, cutting Matrix off, who takes extremely aggressive space here. However, BBL, they're expecting this push. Look at this crossfire being held right now, and the lineup is almost there. Vanya and Reika between them just churning things out. That's a meat grinder and a half, and it's all down to Mel, just the sheriff in hand, being hunted down here by the remaining players for BBL, and just just like that, they find 8. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, just a solid protocol there from BBL, expecting sort of the map flip, that spawn push. And you're going to see Carmine Corp do that a lot, I think, on the B and C sites. A site, it's like pretty impossible to actually push up that rope towards heaven, unless you're just one player playing inside of a smoke. But especially on these B holds, it's really important to have control of 2 of the 4 entrances into sites. That means you can have main, you can have the area over towards baby door, or you can push maybe towards spawn like we just saw there, coming through from Carmine Corp. So BBL very aware of how KC want to play the round and are not going to let that one happen easily.
Yeah, now though finally KC able to invest in a buy. No real ultimates online for them, unfortunately, for this particular round though. Mel, if she pops off, they might have that lockdown ready to go. This time around, looking towards that C site instead. Making sure there's nobody playing super aggressive, but they still have to get past the breach and the Killjoy. 2 pivotal players who have quite a bit of stall utility available for the rest of the team to rotate over if necessary.
And the position from backside there, Philip has a really nice concuss angle. That if anyone walks into the Killjoy setup, can slam that concuss and swing on out. A little surprised to see Philip fall off of that. Ceding a little bit of control on the site, but making sure there are now 4 players onto that. Vanya has a very forward position over on Rubble, so her job is realistically to trade at least 1 for 1 and give the information over to the team, but the rotates are going to come in so slow because of how committed they are on C that that spike should go down regardless, unless Vanya can do something ridiculous.
Early recon as well will be forced to get broken, and now Vanya being hit by all the utility. That Paranoia misses though, and immediately off the back of that able to find that first kill. Shadow steps away as well to boot, and now only a couple seconds off the smoke to try and stay alive. It's a battle to see how many that she can really find, and Nello will finally shut it down, but the information has been garnered. 30 seconds left. It's A or bust here for the side of K Corp. And off the back of that, already look at the forward position that Alkia is holding. Joe not able to spawn her out either, so K-Corp, they're just going to have to do this the hard way as they try to make their way onto site. The timing is going to be there, though. Nello able to take down Alkia. Their huge kill. Almost a flag coming in for Eva, but the kill doesn't quite get confirmed. Spike itself will go down, but look at this position.
Lirelia, she hears the dog coming out, playing right inside of this smoke. 2 players around her. Will they step into the smoke? Lirelia waiting to pounce, sees them coming around the corner. 1, 2, 3, lines them up and knocks them down. Lirelia just destroys BBL.
No way. That first this position, the fact that Vanya is able to dodge the Paranoia and get that kill, but secondly, just, you know, you were just talking about how you do not push on this A side when you're trying to hold it down, and Lirelia is like, nope, you're wrong.
Yeah, you're allowed to send 1 person there, and usually it's like, do you get a kill and fall something? No, Lirelia able to accomplish everything, and it comes after, I think Vanya did everything you could have asked for her. Like, the fact she gets the kill, dodges the Paranoia, and then teleports off. It burned extra utility from KC. It allowed BBL to get in position to retake quick and fight them out, but Lirelia just says, nah, doesn't matter. Gets 3 kills and wraps up the round.
Yeah, really great round coming out of them. Once again, BBL looking to get aggressive towards this A side here. With an operator, I believe Alkia is going to be the one to take that first contact if they do come in. Manages to dodge the drone, not quite able to hit the shot, and now going to be caught in the open. Unfortunately, it's going to be a massacre here as Lirelia just guns her down. Once again, the information that it is going to be an early execute towards this A side has been garnered. No drone though, and Eva might be able to do some magic here in this corner, only finding 1 before being shut down. Things back down to a 3v3 here as the trades go through. And now the spike itself, there's plenty of time for it to go down. However, Lirelia on the lurk, this might be the X factor here to watch out for, and Raika shuts him down.
Yeah, Raika's like, you're not going to get a push on us again. Felipa, the crossfire there with Vanya, just wrecks Carmine Corp. Really good understanding that, hey, look, that Omen on the opposite side, Lirelia just pushed our spawn. Or pushed up into that heaven smoke. Yeah, maybe she pushes stairs this time. Yep, it happens. They shut it down, and the retake looks very nice for them. I do think that BBL may they are running into some issues with these delayed rubble takes because of the Sova, giving a lot of good information to clear out the single player. BBL are posting up pretty deep. You know, previously it was Vanya, and it went pretty well for BBL, but that time Alkia just has absolutely nowhere to go. Fight up in mid now, although counter flash forces the 2 players on BBL side back.
still off the boom bot. They do look like they want to put quite a bit of pressure towards this B side. Bit of more of a default play coming out of the side of BBL, of K-Corp here. They're, again, and okay, look at this position being held by Lilia, right? She expects this push towards this A main area. Alkia still in possession of that operator this time around, might be able to do a little bit more damage and finds the kill onto Lilia. Huge frag there, no more smokes for the rest of the round for Casey.
Oh, ultimate opportunity for Nello to come on in. 2 players sort of stuck on site with that. But how do they commit forward? Matrix only has 1 satchel, so it's much harder to actually punish onto these players. Pretty forward positions taken, and now with the op shot, the ultimate comes flying on in. Oh no! Alkia chops up that dash. We'll be able to get out of dodge eventually, and Felipa gets that kill onto Matrix. No one's been able to scale on Carmine Corp. They're stuck and have to pivot back into this lurk from Mel onto B.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. Rolling Thunder finds absolutely 0 value, and now in this 3v5 retake, BBL, they seem to hold all the cards. They might not have the ultimates, but they definitely have the numbers, and it's going to take some kind of miracle work coming out of the remaining players of K-Corp before they can really pull off anything. This quarter, though, Mel, I don't think she was spotted by that Trailblazer, so she might be able to pull off a literally a play of her own, find a couple of kills there. Mel finds the first, but the immediate trade is going to be there, and the remaining players from K-Corp, they're going to be forced to respect this lockdown. It's gonna be, you know, flashed into oblivion, and at this juncture they're just gonna be like, you know what, the defuse comes through, it just gets stuck, never mind.
That's tough. That is tough. The ultimate just sort of funnels every single player on Carmine Corp into the same entryway, right? You have to have 2 angles into the site, otherwise you get perma-stalled out. Sky Flash, Breach Stun, Breach Flash, the paranoia, the smoke too. Like, you have no chance to win out in that post plant, especially when you plant down at the bottom of that pit there. It's actually really hard to get an angle. You have to commit your body more onto the angle than you would, and especially when you're down in numbers, there's just nothing you can do. So solid retake there from BBL using that ultimate, and Carmine Corp just, I don't think there's any way they could have won that round.
Yeah, the moment that lockdown comes down without anything to counter it, right? Especially on that B side, there's just no space that you can safely play in. Even if it is planted for main instead towards that box, it's still gonna be super difficult. And there was no post plan utility that they really had to use either, because Mal was taken down, no more nano swarms. Nino wasn't in position for the shock darts, no aftershock for Nilo either. So off the back of that, there's just nothing that you can really do. And it seemed like K-Corp realized that the moment they were hit with that triple flash kind of bush, they were just like, nope, we're out of here. They pop out through that little door and they try to hold on to their guns. And this timeout, they really have to figure out how exactly they can attack, because BBL so far, they are doing a great job at just preventing K-Corp from really pushing on through or getting any space at all.
I mean, I like a little pace change here. Usually their hits over towards A have come in around the 1:10-second mark on the clock, so instantly playing for that, maybe using their lockdown to quickly take the site, because they have realized, I think by now, that Ava likes to fall back into tree when the hits come in. Using that lockdown can remove that position from consideration, and with the smoke, they can quickly look to scale up here and work their way into the site.
Go get him.
Yeah, no, they have changed the pace a little bit, looking to get aggressive off the back here. Immediately though, Philippa putting down the aftershock is just kind of gonna like deny the push into side, doing quite a bit of damage to Matrix in the process. And now, while they have scaled up at the very least, Matrix is still going to be cut off from the rest of the team here. Finally regrouping back onto site, and K-Corp, they're going to be able to at least get the spike down, but BBL, they're holding everything they have for a full retake. They have a lockdown of their own as well.
Lockdown, so many options now too if Felpa gets a kill. Now the flank from Alkia will be big, but that means no real help from the paint shells to get back onto the site. Going to be tough for BBL to work their way out of heaven over on that side of the map. How many players can Alkia actually pull? No one really for now, and the lockdown comes in so late. It's a trade kill. So Matrix finds the first. Carmine Corp in a good position now as BBL have to force their way into lockdown if they want to do anything. The time is ticking away. Nino has the Hunter's Fury as well. So with all of these players in main, there's no time left on the clock. No chance. All they can do is play for these exits. Remove some rifles from the field of play. And it will be successful. Two do fall, but so does the op. Oh no.
Alkia probably thought she was out of range there, but just on the edge, it's going to be the op taken offline. So KC win the round. That's also going to be a sigh of relief for them that not only did they get their economy a little bit back on track, they also, at least temporarily for a couple of seconds, get the op out of Alkia's hands, though it's still going to be back online for the next round. K-Corp, they finally managed to find their footing after that little bit of an interval, the pause that they had, and now they have 3 ultimates charged up and ready to go.
Yep. If you want a little trick there to dodge out on the spike, it's the same as the footstep ring when you're running on the map. So you can try and track that. Almost a gnarly flick coming out of Alkia there. Not quite, but if they commit into this, Alkia might just kill everyone with the showstopper.
Yeah, showstoppers on either side here. Matrix might be able to find one of her own. I think that's going to be the Ray spotted out as well. 2 players, in fact, detected towards this B side. And, well, Alkia is going to be popping her own showstopper. However, it's immediately going to be respected quite well by these players on K-Corp, falling quite back here. And, again, they got so much information off that drone. They're happy to just reconsider choices, whether they really want to go towards that side as well. Because it's not just the Rays, it's also the Killjoy.
Yeah,
they spotted.
Carmine Corp are a little concerned that maybe someone's pushed up into rubble. You could see they're maybe thinking about going A, but it will end up being a C hit, or a B hit rather, for them. So much power again in the post plants, and just using the shock darts, that removes at least one of those mollies from the ground. Won't lock them into B, but they may try to open up this door, reading the rotations coming in from BBL, but now the clock is winding down against them, and there's a counter ultimate out of that breach. This is getting real uncomfortable as the ultimates are being traded in everywhere. Felippo finds 1 kill before the Hunter's Fury trades her out from that one, but there's now 3 defenders on the site. Ava has to go massive, but Carmine Corp are so solid on the site hit. They only lose a single player.
Spike planted.
Now Vanya in a 1v4 scenario, waiting for perhaps a mistake being made by the K-Corp players, knows that there's going to be at least one on the spike because he's been watching that angle at the hawk the entire time, gets the first, almost gets the second, but Nino, more than ready for the peak here, will convert the kill, and K-Corp, they are just 1 round away from tying things up here. And what an execute it was. They tease out so much utility on both sides, get that showstopper out of the way, and just using this Hunter's Fury to make their way onto site in conjunction with the Raze utility. It was just a work of art.
Yeah, then the 2 versus 2 right there, I think with Mel and Nino coming around the corner was the one that really wrapped it up. Because the counter Hunter's Fury basically traded out that first kill and allowed them to scale up past or not really worry about the rolling thunder that's coming their way. There's going to be a really early fight here. 4 versus 5 as BBL on pistols are trying to accomplish something ridiculous. This the utility coming in though from Carmine Corp is just too good. The concuss in the corner sets up literally up for a 4K on that. Just no shot for BBL.
15 seconds in the round, and it's just gonna be a slaughterhouse towards this A side. It's all just down to Philippa. At least able to get a little bit of charge on that rolling thunder, but aside from that, I don't know how much more she can really achieve in this particular round. Nothing in hand except for a sheriff. Might be able to find a pick or 2, and perhaps that's what she is looking for. On the opposite side, it is going to be literally on track for the ace, so it does seem like the remaining players on K-Corp, they're kind of just playing around, trying to find a location and let her have it, because at this point, she deserves it.
Leah, you're playing on the wrong side. Why is she the furthest back? Probably because she has 40 health. That sounds reasonable, but yeah, I mean, I'm all for clip farming. In a 10-9 match, super close between 2 of what appear to be some of the best teams that we have here in Game Changers. I don't know. I still say farm the clip. I support that.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be happening. And we saw what happens when you try to farm the clip yesterday, Ender.
True.
Acing out.
Oh my god, that Roxy play is still giving me nightmares. I don't know. Unreal.
I think it'll probably give Guild nightmares for a good while as well.
Yeah, actually. It might be a while before they can get their revenge as well. That'll be tough. Anyways, now with things all tied up once again, I doubt we see another super slam over towards the A side of the map, but this is an interesting round because both sides have a full buy, but no one's really even remotely close to ultimates. So this is just a straight up, normal fight. You don't have to worry about too many of those outside factors. I think that Carmine Corp have found continually a lot of success. No matter really when they're hitting over towards the A side of the map, they've run into issues with like an operator in the hands of Alkia perhaps. But whether it's their fast commits over towards Rebel or their delayed ones around 1:10 to 1 minute, I think they've had some really good things going their way. So I actually like the idea of maybe trying to set up, look for an early fight around C or B, pull an early rotate, and then swing back into A like they've been doing in a lot of their rounds.
Yeah, I think the biggest differentiator between K-Corp and BBL is that K-Corp, when they try to retake that A site, they succeeded more often than not. And BBL, they just don't have that same kind of energy going in for them in their half on defense. If they play aggressively and they get a pick or two, yes, they're able to build up off of it. And they're really good at preventing K-Corp from getting into the site at all. But the moment that spike goes down, K-Corp, they have impeccable post-plant positioning. And BBL, they just seem to kind of struggle to break it here. Now K-Corp, they're looking for a little bit of pressure towards that B site instead off the bat. And Alkia actually going in for a push here, looking for a little bit of a fishing expedition with two of her teammates as they go forward. And K-Corp, well, they've already gotten out of it.
K-Corp are in a really uncomfy spot now because they've committed 3 players up into mid, 2 players over towards A lobby. It is really hard on the defensive side to push all the way into spawn. Like, there's a lot of wide angles. You can't really guarantee where anyone is going to be individually. So as the retake now comes in from Carmine Corp, it's actually BBL just farming one by one. And now it is just the one remaining in Lyralia, but she has almost no chance in this round as the BBL swarm comes in. Although Lyralia, if there's anyone to do it, managing to find a couple here. Now the pinch comes on through, and Ava finishes off the round for BBL.
Poor Lyralia, almost able to get the third there. That was very impressive, but just that initial control, that aggression coming out of BBL, we haven't really seen it in this kind of form before. It's true, you've seen Alkia kind of go out with the operator on her own on that A side, but this triple push, it just seemed like K-Corp, they were not ready for it.
Yeah, K-Corp they were uncomfy because like we can get pushed, but you'd much rather take the fight when BBL are the ones running into you. Carmine Corp, the breach flash didn't really connect, I don't think, and then after that, because they're not running a Sky, they just don't have enough utility to make that a really advantageous fight for them, and they weren't using the drone to re-clear either. It ends up going a little bit haywire for them, and now the setup from BBL is again to fight a little bit delayed here over towards Mound. Lyralia is able to find that frag. Great opener from the side of Carmine Corp, but it gets traded out as Ava just Giga Chads it out into the open. Is able to disengage from that as well. Alkia in the corner makes it go relatively even, all things considered. Vanya's already been able to get onto the site too.
Yeah, quite a bit of aggressive space being held here. Now it's down to the remaining players. Vanya in the corner might have been able to find the timing there. Unfortunately, Mel more than ready for it. Reika now, a 1v3 scenario. Almost gets the shot onto Nino, but not quite able to connect. And now, somehow, facing this kind of situation, no ultimate either in hand. It's going to be a super difficult retake if she decides to try at all. The call might be to just hold on to this weapon, despite the team having a decent amount of money, at least. Reika might be able to drop a teammate, but perhaps if she can find a pick or two, it might be what, the economy at least needs a bit of damage done.
Yeah, if you have a little bit of faith in yourself, I think both sides really gonna be unhappy with losing a rifle. Spot. Sees the corner of a person and then runs out of bullets. Uh-oh. Reika has to go for the reload, and we're all tied up 11-11. This has been so close between these two teams, from 6-6 at the half, now 11-11. I don't know. I have a lot of very good feelings about maybe some 3 mappers today with the level of competition we have.
Yeah, yesterday got open relatively quick. It got over relatively quickly, I gotta say. I think we started at 6 and ended by like 10 CEST time. So the way this game is going, I definitely do feel that's going to be the case as well. And again, 100% win record, right? Neither team really wants to let it go, and you can see exactly why. Now the showstopper going to be online for Alkia. Might be really useful in that retake if needed. And K-Corp themselves, they're looking for a pretty fast hit into this B side. In fact, they're not holding back at all. They're just running it down here. So much space being taken by Matrix right off the bat. However, though, Alkia looking to do a little bit of damage through that door. Not quite connecting with the paint shells.
This is awkward. The players on site have been isolated for a bit because of that Killjoy utility. BBL not trying to capitalize and punish. Although Matrix has pushed up towards tower here. Who bites first? Because Vanya can't really move in. There's maybe a dog to walk in behind on this one, and they don't reveal the positioning of Matrix. Gonna be unprepared for this player hiding in the corner. Now the ultimate going into spawn. Vanya somehow finds one. I don't know. That's some shorty ridiculousness.
Wow.
As BBL take down a couple of kills here.
They find 2 rifles as well, and the spike hasn't been committed towards the B side either, so there might still be value on the other side of the map. Eva able to find one, and early on this lurk, the Seekers invested as well, and that's gonna be the last straw here. It's all down to Nello. 1v3 scenario. BBL starting off the round with just Sheriffs and a shorty. Now look to be able to close it out and get to match point. Nello doing the best, hits all 3 with the concuss, but unfortunately not able to isolate the fights. Almost gets the lineup, but finally Eva will clean house here, and BBL, they find 12. Oh, poor Nello.
Yeah, I mean, and Nello's playing right on the edge. They're so close to getting a couple of those kills, but BBL a little bit structured there, working together with the utility to sort of swarm off on Nello, and Carmine Corp just get exploded there. The push into spawn, I don't even know how it failed. They had a rolling thunder and died to 2 players that were fully concussed. One was a shorty at like mid-range. That's ridiculous. Then the second one, maybe just going a little bit too deep. The fact they didn't get the spike plant down as well ends up cooking it. And that was on a half buy from BBL. Like, BBL realistically were playing to tie this map and go into overtime. But then when they get those kills, they go for the ultimate. And now it's KC that have to come back here and force us into OT.
Oh, early aggression move from Alkia going up huge here. The dynamic duo fighting 3 kills between them, and BBL, they want this to be over with. They want to keep their pristine record as clean as possible. And again, the discipline, right? They get aggressive, they get those initial 3 kills, and they just fall back. They know that they have an overwhelming advantage here, wanting to hold on to their players and not lose any in a couple of isolated fights. Really good discipline, and what can Mel and Nello really do here?
We have seen Nello do some ridiculous things. Yesterday, just multiple highlight reels. Now it's the Mellow duo walking into the site. It'll be a 2-on-2 first, going full contact in. Maybe they can catch players with util in hands coming around the corner. Oh, it's gonna happen. They see one. Walking in to take down the second. Now it's a 2-on-3. Carmine Corp, with 37 seconds on the clock, will get the spike down planted. It's planted open for them to play up towards tower. And with the lockdown now active too, they have a real shot to win this.
Counter lockdown comes in, but the position
Mellow
so huge there. You called it, Andrew. She's a walking highlight reel for real, and able to find 3 on the round already. It's gonna all come down to Philippa. Does find a corner where that lockdown at least won't catch her astray, but now from a 5v2, it's gonna be a 1v2 clutch that Philippa has to pull off. Neither player has taken any damage either in the process. Tries to go for the half stick, but Mel and Nello, they do it together. We're going to overtime.
All right, we're Team Mellow here. That was awesome. The patience coming around with the flash, and also Omen canceling out her ultimate. That was so perfect. Then the push, knowing that they're trapped. There's nowhere for them to go but forward into that lockdown. They might have tossed that round previously. BBL were up on map point, but then Carmine Corp come back in just the most ridiculous fashion possible. I am awestruck, and if you ever see Nello in a clutch, you never count her out. You're trolling if you think she doesn't have a shot.
I have learned my lesson. It is the Nello show no matter what, and I think that has to be the most awesome clutch that we've seen over the course of these past 2 days. Just Nello, the audacity to be able to not only get that first kill walk up, have the trigger discipline to let her teammate walk around and kind of pincer their 2 players in on site, but more than that, just the presence of mind to push off the lockdown and get those 2 remaining kills. Huge work there, and completely deserved. Casey deserved to win the map after that. Like, what a play.
That was nuts. Now, BBL, I mean, the fact that we're here into overtime already in map 1 is a little bit wild. Mel, I appreciate going for the light armors, but I really hope someone presses tab and lets Mel know that she can go for heavy armor on this round. You get so into the habit of going for that Fnatic buy strat that you just go light armor every round, and then OT rolls in, and it looks a little bit silly. Will it make a huge difference at the end of the day? Probably not. But will this fight for Mound? I think so. 3 players on the defense ready to fight forward.
Yeah, once again, you know, historically, it seems like BBL like to go aggressive, but K-Corp, they've taken a page from their book, and Matrix already with the paint shows as well as the kill, unable to find the 2 kills there. Raika does trade out, but nevertheless, K-Corp, they walk away with the numbers advantage and better off in that fight, especially considering that one of the players they took down was Vanya, so no more smokes for BBL.
Now, Lilia very low on the opposite side. Raika did manage to get a kill, so they could have maybe played for an orb, then rotated A, tried to stack those up to give themselves a shot, but they're trying to take a play out of the KC book and just maybe contact it in towards this C site. You can see with the numbers advantage, KC playing very non-committal positions. Just look for a quick angle, and then can maybe fall back off of that site. Just rare move for them to step on forward, and Matrix gets 3.
Fortunate that Matrix went down there. No more showstopper on it. They literally has position as well, but despite only having 19 HP on the board, still able to find that kill with that off angle being held. And now Philippa in a 1v3 scenario knows the position of one player at least. Not able to get that first kill though, as Mel more than ready for the swing, able to get K-Corp to 13. And now they're only one round away from stealing away BBL's map pick.
I love that Carmine Corp effectively should have lost the game because of that mound opening gambit the previous round. Then they clutch it up, they win it through, and then just run the same thing against BBL, except this time they don't throw it. They don't leave anything open, and now they're the ones ready to win this out, calling a timeout for themselves. So, this is where you have to almost remind yourself of what was happening on the half when we were back on attack. Because you just have these constant switches back and forth. BBL liked to leave one player sort of, posted up on top of Rebel. And Carmine Corp had so much success when they worked over towards the A side of the map. BBL maybe struggling a bit in those retakes or playing more forward on site. They were losing 2 players on those side hits. They didn't have all the tools at their disposal when they were going for the retake. So Carmine Corp, while maybe they show some early presence towards mid or towards mound, I think they finished towards A this time.
I think that, like you mentioned, historically, A has really worked out well for them on their attacking rounds. In fact, they found the most success there, I gotta say. If we probably drew up a map and be like, yeah, on their attacking rounds, this is where they won, A would be on top. But perhaps they're kind of trying to use that to bait BBL into thinking that, maybe they're gonna go A this time. Let's try somewhere else. And it might work, it might not work. They seem to be stacked up towards C instead. They have been able to rotate quite a bit more than BBL, I would say. That's the biggest difference between these two teams. BBL, they've been happy to kind of take it slow, eventually going for the commit and then sticking to the commit. But K-Corp, they're a bit more fluid around their gameplay, and it served them well on their attacking rounds, honestly.
Very early drone coming through from Nino. Going to be aware of the Killjoy off of the sound as well as the breach going for that jump peak, and BBL going for a triple flank. There's a Killjoy turret that'll eventually catch them out, but effectively Carmine Corp are trapped in. They are boxed. No mollies on the ground to really stall them out when they work into the site, and just stepping on forward, they catch out Felpa and Raika. Matrix is nuts on the take.
2 entries already coming in for the raise, one off that showstopper, and even if that turret didn't give away the information at this point, BBL, they have quite a bit of work to do if they want to make this retake successful. Now they're able to get the spike down, and they know for a fact that it's going to be multiple players coming in on the flank, so they're happy to say, hey guys, you can do an attacker cosplay. We're just going to take the CT spawn instead, holding on for dear life, and once again the spike is going to be planted completely in the open as well. So much utility that the side of BBL really have to fight through here, especially with that clock ticking. I don't know how much more they can really do. Vanya does tap the spike. Recon though, gonna give away the position. Give away the fact that there's gonna be nobody really trying to stick the spike through.
Flawless.
Oh, it's all down to just Vanya, and unfortunately Nello will shut it down. A flawless round for K-Corp to end things on, and it might be on C side, but BBL, they're not gonna be the same.
Look, it might have been a flawless finish to the game for Carmine Corp, but that was down to the absolute wire. It was so close. Tied 6-6 at the half. I think Lilia, the amount of rounds that she clutched up with the judge or with that heaven push over towards the A site we saw on the opposite side, it was just absurd what she managed to accomplish. And it all came down at the end of the day to that singular round on 12-11 where Nello and Mel pull off the impossible 2 versus 5. That somehow won them the map and carries so much momentum now going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the round that's going to keep up BBL at night if they do end up dropping this series, because that was a round that K-Corp generally had no business winning it all. But overall, I gotta say, they looked really, really good. Especially, you know, in the second half, they might have had a bit of a slow start here. But the fact is that they were able to just, even when they were in these unfavorable situations, they were able to kind of use the tools at their disposal to like bounce back in, break things back into their favor, and just do a really, really good job of taking control. And I think that K-Corp, from what we saw yesterday as well as today, they're a team that once they get that momentum, once they get that ball rolling, they're like really able to push it through and see it through. And we just got a hint of that in our first map for the day.
My favorite thing is it's like you'll watch Matrix for the majority of rounds. You're like, oh my god, she's always finding at least 1, 2, 3 sometimes on the attack. But then there's still the backup behind it. It's all the utility to set her up. And then the precise play from Nello in the clutches has been perfection. BBL suffer defeat on this first map in OT. And we will see after the break whether or not they can tie things back up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Carmine Corp closed it out in her team. Is that clean as those last 2 rounds looked? That was not the story of this game because, you know what I mean? It was a back and forth, a tug of war down to the very last person standing.
Honestly, what a game to start the day with, right? Like, we expected Lotus to go more to BBL, but it seems like Carmine Corp did their homework. They knew what to expect, and honestly, I love to see it from this lineup.
Yeah, they were not having any of it, but Emily, it was also down to individual brilliance on both of these rosters that had just kept this game so incredibly close.
It was, and to be honest with you, I really thought that KC was looking super strong in the beginning, but I thought we were going to see a comeback from BBL, but close game, 6-6 in the first half, taking it to OT in the second half. Vanya played a beautiful Omen on this map, getting all the trades that were needed for her team, and so was Matrix. Matrix did a beautiful job as well. Sometimes using the operator, got a lot of first bloods, 27 and 23. That's insane. Very well played from both. Looking at this graphic too is the economy. Wow, look at that.
Yeah. I mean, it's very close in terms of give one, take one. And I think that's the story that we've seen in this game specifically. And I mean, yes, you win a couple of rounds, but that doesn't mean that your opponent is going to let you walk away with it. We've seen a lot of timeouts, which have allowed the teams to get the comeback and then to see another one.
Yeah, every timeout you feel like it gave the team a momentum, but then eventually the other team will take a timeout, or like they find the momentum themselves. And also the rounds, even if it goes either way, every time we've seen that like only one person is left, and it still hurts the economy of both teams every single time, and that explains like this weird graphic that we have now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you know, the stock market at some point, but anyway, that's fine. We're gonna be talking about round number 5 specifically, Emily, because I think that was kind of one of the rounds where we were thinking, oh, some cracks are starting to show.
Yeah, this was a funny round to watch. Well, not funny, but interesting. I liked that Larry Leo is here with the judge. We have a lockdown going on, and she's taking down 2 people with her. I thought this was a really smart play because, you know, if you don't want to be playing retake and you're already in a great position, this is VALORANT. VALORANT is you can play with a judge and get in your face, and that's exactly what she did. I thought this was a really nice round from her.
Yeah, it's a tactical shooter. The kids. That's VALORANT. Absolutely.
Yeah, the kids.
Yeah, round number 8 there, Inami. It's kind of where the BBL comeback started to flower, which we expected to be the BBL comeback.
Honestly, like if you look at the start, it went once again with Lirelia getting a first blood and a first kill on this Omen with an AWP. But then somehow BBL find their way to the A side, find a way to plant, and also like it just BBL playstyle. It was so explosive. We got some kills, we got almost a clutch from Filippo, and this is where we felt that like, oh, maybe BBL will come back strong and they will take us to the BAP 3 maybe, or like they will take the win. We all felt here that this team is strong and they can win it, but yeah, eventually they showed some weaknesses.
Yeah, and I really felt watching this game that KC, they were adapting really nicely. They weren't running into stacks. They knew that they had to find out where the majority of the opponents were going to be. I also felt that, you know, the timeouts were being used really nicely. We were discussing that as we were watching together. Using the timeouts is so important because sometimes you need just a little bit of breather to see what can you counter, how are the opponents playing. This is where the coach really comes into play to get your head thinking outside of the box.
Yeah, and looking at the head-to-head as well, 2 players that we've already highlighted a little bit in these replays were Lirelia as well as Vanya. Both of these players have had a great performance. They were both playing the smokes, and even an operator thrown in the mix here and there.
And even their kills per round are so close. These 2 players were able to like switch the game, switch the round every single time, and whenever we see like it's a time for a clutch, we need Vanya, she stepped up, and it was the same for Lirelia as well on the other side. But eventually it just felt like it was more going through Lirelia team because of how her entire team played around her as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we highlighted coming into this, Emily, was that we were expecting both of these teams to be adapting simply, especially BBL Queens, simply because of the fact that they have won a lot of these maps, well, every single one so far. But now that perfect track record, unfortunately, on Lotus has been... It's no longer there. It's okay. It's only one loss. Still better than my performance on the map, to be completely honest here. But the adaptability from BBL, it came through in round 8. You highlighted it yourself, but it felt like towards the end, towards that overtime, that's where they really struggled to pull it past the finish line.
Yeah, maybe this was the game plan from them of allowing them to pick Lotus. They didn't ban it early on, which is okay. So maybe they had a plan of knowing how to counter versus them. I saw that that Carmine was on the flanks a lot, so that was important. They knew that the flanks was going to be weak because BBL, they were very aggressive early on. They went for packed hits over and over. And it wasn't until round 8 when they started to slow down a little bit and catch up in the rounds. Well,
Lotus was BBL Queens map pick, and it went in favor of Carmine Corp. We're now going to be heading over to the second map of the series, Ascent, which yesterday was explosive from Carmine Corp as well. So let's figure out how this one is going to go. We're going to head over to our lovely casters, Ender and Zach.
Awesome. You caught me with a mouthful of salad, but we're all set and ready to go. It's a nice little like beet, spinach, chickpea type of thing. Am I making you jealous?
You are. I think after the last map that we had, I feel like I certainly need a little bit of a snack here. So I'll probably jump in after this particular map is done. But talking about Ascent, I was going through kind of like the comps for this, and I gotta say, K-Corp, they have a pretty good track record on this. We saw them pull off a great win against CBA yesterday, and they look really, really confident. And I gotta say, the biggest differentiator between these two teams, at least when it comes to comps, has to be the Sentinel.
100%. The Killjoy versus the Cypher, correct? Or am I capping off of a stack? Who knows? Let's see what they end up locking in here. Vanya also likes to play the Astra on this map, which I think when you combine in some like pullback stars, there's a little bit of trickiness you can do up around mid. But it will be Jet versus Jet. A lot of eyes now working on to how that matchup plays out. I think Matrix looked really, really solid on that Jet yesterday. So definitely BBL, especially after how she performed on that first map, are gonna have a task ahead of them to shut her down.
Yeah, BBL, they've swapped around. This is like the completely new Ascent comp that they're running. They usually like to go for the Cypher as well as the Sova, as well as the KO, but now they are bringing in the Breach instead. And I feel like that bodes well for Alkia. If they're able to set Alkia up to really be able to pop off and get those insane impact frags, to be able to find a lot of value on the Jet, it might be what they need to get super aggressive. And that's the playstyle that really serves them well.
Yeah, you know, that Breach is going to offer a lot of power for lockdown, especially like B main, that sort of vertical line. You can throw A main 2, you can throw one from tree, just for like early stall power, so you can always threaten to like walk a player back into wine or something like this, or threaten to creep up a Jet with an operator. That's something they're going to be doing this round. Not the operator part, but maybe a concuss with the Jet walking up behind some kind of Sova dart. Luckily for Carmine Corp, they're just ignoring that entirely, just blitzing over to this A site with just 2 players played over back by Dice.
Yeah, I think they hear the turret though, and the one thing that you really don't want to do unless you get a lucky KO knife in is go towards the site where that Killjoy turret is active. Off the back of that, it's going to be Alkia finding some early value towards this push towards B long. Takes B main control with the help of Eva here, and finds that first blood as well. Now, K-Corp, despite taking this mid control, they're struggling to really make it out to site. Philippa finding 2 huge frags with the Ghost, and still holding on for dear life, and with that spike being dropped as well. Now, it's just going to be a convergence onto the site here, all down to Mel. A late lurk coming in, and a 1v5 that she somehow has to clutch out here. Does find that first headshot, the second, almost the third, an awkward reload before he finally gets the kill. This might be very doable still. The spike is going to still be dropped though towards mid. There's time.
Oh no, it was a 2 versus 5, and guess who the 2 were? It was Mel and Nello. This time Mel, without even a teammate. Vanya going for the wide swing with Rika right on behind. BBL win out the round, but made me really nervous for a second there. I think the entire round kicks off with that big pick, or actually the rotation away from the Killjoy, like you rightly mentioned. And then the combination of Alkia finding the opener with the push out of B, and then also Philippa getting 2 because of the vulnerable applied from Vanya's pull on the Astra, made that just fall apart instantly from Carmine Corp.
Yeah, super nice utility usage coming out of BBL to be able to hold on like that, and it got a little bit dicey towards the end, but hey, wins the win. Wins the win, they confirm it, and they're gonna have quite a bit of firepower to work with off the back of that. Right now though, K-Corp, they are taking the fight down, getting super aggressive here, happy to try and take some control though. Unfortunately, that door closing, it is gonna buy a little bit more time. Alkia being caught in the corner, still able to find that first kill, and hunting for more, gets a second as well. Oh, Alkia seems to be the sheriff here, and the last two players for K-Corp. Nello finds 2. Never count Nello out. Still has a sliver of HP to work with, though. I don't know how much more she'll be able to do here. Felipa still holding down this position. Finally confirms the kill. Nello almost getting a third with the classic, but that heavy armor was just a little bit too much for her to chew through.
Yeah, you know, making sure nothing can catch her off guard on that little second round. Any pesky pistols, the heavy armor going to be helping her out. Hold on a second. Rika has managed to avoid doing anything the last 2 rounds. No kills, no assists, no deaths. She was like right there behind the action, you know, on the pistol round, swinging with Vanya, but unlucky, I guess. Carmine Corp are just avoiding her like the plague. They don't want anything to do with her. And again, leaning towards this B side where BBL have just been looking to activate Alkia with that default concuss. It lets her, you know, push forward, break the Killjoy turret, and then look for anything extra. A little bit of a gamble here, perhaps, on the bonus.
Oh, that recon does catch out Mel, so they know exactly where this one lurking player is. So much utility being committed to get that kill, and Alkia being set up for success will indeed find exactly that. Now though, on the opposite side of the map, it's gonna be a push into this A side, and BBL, they're able to hold strong. Vanya already finding one before finally being shut down. Numbers advantage brought back to an even footing here as the spike goes down.
Will Alkia go for the knives? I think it could be a good call here. Getting the tag on this. Yeah, we go. Bladestorm is out, and that player has nowhere to go. Nino falls. 2-on-2 now is with a wide swing from heaven. Felipa finds a second. Nello underneath finds one. Pulls it down for the spam through the wall. And that'll be a 3K to barely win out in the bonus.
That was a round that BBL, they made it so close. Nello had 18 HP left. That's all that stood between BBL and success there. But nevertheless, again, Mello coming up for the clutch here. 2 huge kills to be able to close it out. And I respect the commitment to that spam. I respect it.
Oh, yeah. Especially like the one thing you have there in the anti-bonus is you have the slightly better rifle for working through the walls. So Nello is going to lock it up. Also means there is going to be that null command. So some options to go for a very fast exec. Was that a little cheeky updraft from Matrix to try and scout out if there was an op down tree? I love that.
Yeah, it does in fact manage to pull Alkia's crosshair up, so even if somebody had peeked, then they might have been able to find the kill, but it's more of like an information peek, like, yeah, there's an
exactly.
op, let's just try and not take a conflict towards the side of the map without some utility. Matrix now though, looking to contact with the operator, gets that first shot. Alkia still staying alive to boot. Nello unfortunately being shut down there. That's gonna mean no more null command available, and just the utility that Astra, Vanya and the Astra is able to bring in time and time again. So good here, does so much damage and finds a kill before being shut down. And the 3 remaining players for the side of K-Corp, they will be able to get the spike down, but it might be a very quick, very easy retake for BBL considering the HP of some of them.
So many players are low here. Felipa though has the concuss ready to set up the team. They're gonna push on through past it. Able to find a couple, but Felipa knocks it down. 1 player alive for Carmine Corp. Nino versus Alkia. So low HP on the Jet. Can play for the time. The shock dart just barely not gonna connect. And now coming around the corner, Nino finishes the job. A 3K on the round, down to the wire again. Every single round is tight.
Yeah, Alkia took quite a bit of damage as well while pulling off this maneuver to desperately stay alive. And without the operator, without that confirmation, like without that easy one-shot kill access, it's just been so difficult on in that kind of situation. And of course, the strategy from K-Corp to just push through the door to try and take their fights head on to, you know, do as much damage as possible, it worked out super well for them, I gotta say.
Absolutely did. And that will be a swing round, so nothing really for BBL to work with too much. And changing things up, now that we've gotten past those early rounds where the conditioning was there's going to be a breach concuss working down B main at the start of the round. See Carmine Corp very hesitant to creep up here. It's a little bit odd. We haven't seen a concuss, and that is not normally. Alkia is actually able to creep all the way up into mid. Not quite finding the kill, though she does survive, so can't be too unhappy, I suppose, with that situation, but I think her teammates are, because they're about to get swarmed as the rotates come in for Carmine Corp towards B.
Yeah, they already found that entry as well onto Felipa. No more pesky breach utility really there to deal with. And despite that, K-Corp, they're playing this so slow. We saw signs of this yesterday as well when they were playing against CBA. Despite finding that first opening, they're not a team that really wants to quickly capitalize on it. They want to make sure there's no poison dart hidden in the trap, or that it might be some kind of trap that they have to really like push past. Now,
that's an elaborate trap. You got poison darts, traps, maybe like a trap door, a tripwire. And what's happened is that BBL have just abandoned their trap. The sort of stack they had towards B, when everything gets quiet, they've now rotated and spread out completely. And now the Killjoy utility shut off in the backside of B. Maybe Alkia can see ahead, peeking out from Market. She does manage to find one, but it's on that slightly resable target. Has divided up the members of Carmine Corp. Rika finds two from the back. Alkia takes down Matrix, and there's so little time. 12 seconds left on the clock. The spike is pushing into spawn. Now it's completely isolated.
Defender spawn.
And even though Mel is alive, there's no hope of recovering the spike. Carmine Corp. Time! It's a sideshow moment.
That's the spike! That's gonna be dropped all the way back there. And yeah, Thrifty, that was K-Corp over. Like, they played themselves at that point. They got that pick. They could have just run onto side, but instead they wait for the last 30 seconds to make a move. And between Mel and Alkia, between Rika and Alkia, there's just no space for them to work with. Sheriff shots ring out, and they just shred their opposition apart.
It was the fact that Alkia got the kill, and the worst person actually ends up being the fact that Nello dies, pulls back two players to revive Nello and then hold for Alkia, which means Rika is able to get so much damage from the backside. Like, just a super unfortunate situation. Carmine Corp carving up BBL to secure that round. Now that Alkia is dead on the opposite side, got a little bit more to work with.
Talking about more to work with, they also managed to get their hands on the Blade Storm to boot. The boot K-Corp, they have something to really try and lead the charge with here. Both teams have a little bit of an awkward buy, I gotta say, though. At least Mel does have that rifle saved from last round and has a lockdown to boot as well. I think that she managed to get that orb on that A side, so they might be able to really make their way onto site off the back of this. That even though there are two players with BBL, if they succeed in trapping them in and confirming those kills, that's gonna be a couple of rifles that they can pick up.
Yeah, Nino can look for a tag, maybe the Hunter's Fury. Everyone going to abandon this site on BBL. 5 versus 4. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Flying on through there. Not quite catching much towards spawn. Just forcing the players slightly back. And now Develop has the chance to use that Rolling Thunder on the retake.
Yeah, that's going to be able to buy so much space, especially considering that most of the players from the side of K-Corp are going to be stuck onto sides. They're really the only one kind of tucked into that cubby there. Flash, but still has the position. Not quite able to get the shots, though, unfortunately. It is going to be BBL fighting the numbers advantage. Matrix, though, still with the Blade Storm, might be the playmaker, might be the force that they really need to work things out. But unfortunately, Nello with the classic will have to do the damage here, bringing things down to a 1v1. Sova versus Sova. Nino armed with only a Sheriff here, doing all that she can to buy time, and will in fact confirm the kill as she picks up the Vandal. 3 for the round on Nino, and K-Corp, they get to 3 as well.
I just don't even know how Carmine Corp carved that win away. They find the opening pick and then invest absolutely everything, somehow weathering the storm of Felipa's Rolling Thunder tearing into the site. And it wasn't even necessarily like Leah playing over towards logs, but there was so much stall. The clock was definitely a concern as it got later into the round. And then as soon as it's Ava sort of stuck down on the bottom site, looking back up towards Nino, it's a really tough spot to try and fight out from. So BBL now forced into a tough buy, looking for 4 players up through mid with 3 rifles only. Counter flash comes on through as Carmine Corp are just on the attack.
Matrix already finds that opener as well. Vanya to boot, so no more Astro utility for the side of BBL to work with. So aggressive, and it finds immense value. It seems like BBL, they just weren't ready for this kind of aggression because they haven't seen it yet coming out of K-Corp. Despite the reveal, Telpa struggling to really get these shots, and as I say, that connects the final one onto Mel, so no more Killjoy available for the post plan either. K-Corp, they've taken control of the site. The spike, it's on its way as well, but the Hunter's Fury, it might be put a stop to it.
Yeah, I'd love to see Ava drop that rifle over to a teammate with more health and use that Hunter's Fury to assist in the retake. Won't be the call just yet. Spike will be planted.
Turrets destroyed.
They're trying to make their way back onto the side here. The door opens and Raika finds the timing. Huge kill there onto Lirelia. Hunter's Fury finally being invested now to try and clear out this under heaven area. Alka able to find a kill as they get pushed offline, but Matrix is still alive, still ticking. Has that Tailwind active as well now. 4th kill and the 5th. Almost the ace coming in, but Nino steals it away. They, BBL, they almost make that retake work, but that crossfire under heaven, it was just too much for them to fight through.
Matrix is so good. 3 before this, and then just holding out wide, full-on confidence from her to secure the 4K and take down the round. Not quite sure what ended up happening with Ava's Hunter's Fury, because it looked like there was one sent down to hell that maybe got a tag on a couple of players, but then ended up trying to hunt down a player that just died right before that bolt came on through. So maybe a wasted shot there that could have had some way to deal with Matrix, because you need a way to deal with Matrix sometimes that isn't just a rifle. Had been quiet previously, but there you have it. Matrix, prior to that round, had been getting shut out just a little bit on these hits, and once again falls early.
I feel like Matrix, while she is insane at finding these kills, it takes a lot of setup. And if you go for a little bit of a dry stroll by yourself towards mid, well, that's just expecting a little bit too much luck. Alka able to find that punish for that play there, and now again KC, they're waiting for a peek towards heaven. If anybody from BBL takes anything apart from a jump peek, they're gonna really regret it.
Carmine Corp are really taking their time. Although if they go for the plant, was that a teleport back from Lirelia actually? A little bit funky. I don't know. This is going to be tough to execute. Carmine Corp, the clock is working against them, and that lockdown can go down early. It's all going to come down to Mel, whether or not she can be able to break the lockdown going into Tree, because I think the door is now being broken. They have a chance to try and pinch on through.
The dark cover goes away as well at the worst time, and literally at Nello, while they try to push forward, they're not able to do too much. Mel on the late lurk tries to find some value, but Vanya more than ready for it, and BBL, they pull off a flawless round to boot. That dark cover going down, the timing was just so bad for KC. I think they were expecting that lockdown retake. They wanted to kind of push in with Mel together, but just the timing so awkward.
Yeah, they're trying to beat it to the punch on that one, but 2 players already holding. Getting a little bit of spam through the wall there too. That means BBL get to hold on to those big ultis there as well. No problem for them in that one. And sort of taking stock here, this is a tough round to know what to do if you're put in Carmine Corp's position, because they can get 2-3 rifles. That's not impossible, and they've done that before. We saw that a couple rounds ago. They went for 3 rifles and then 2 sheriffs and looked for a very early aggressive play. But, or sorry, that was BBL side. I'm getting completely lost in the sauce.
It's okay. Some of these plays they can fry your brain. I think it's already happened to me over that last map. Had to drink half a bottle of water to reset.
See, it's because I didn't get to eat my salad, right? I'm just I need that rush to fuel its brain power,
Ginny loves beetroots, by the way. I saw her mention that somewhere, so.
Huge. I mean, I'm making her jealous. She was jealous I had the matcha latte earlier today. Now I got the beet salad. Oh, it's over for her.
Oh, no.
Do you think that these players had a nice, healthy meal before loading into the game? Because that can be important. I see a lot of, I've seen a lot of pro teams that have nutritionists and stuff like that, and they're you're not allowed to have more than a certain amount of caffeine. It can get crazy. It's a real thing.
I don't know. Personally, I'm a fan of pizza, Red Bull, Monster Energy, mixed up nights. So.
Ah, okay, yeah. That's kind of base though, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I've heard
I'm
legends.
very basic.
Yeah, my sister played on a team with a teammate who had the burger buff beforehand.
Oh,
if she could get a burger before a game, she was gonna pop off.
I don't know what these players have eaten, but I think that's the hallmark of a pro player. You didn't even need to shoot a gun to get a kill. Raika getting the first one off a nano swarm of all things, and the rest of BBL, they're just kind of playing skeet shooter central here as they just pick off players one by one as they try to push into the ace site. K-Corp, they looked a little bit disjointed there after that timeout. I don't know what they were really playing for, but they just got stalled big time. They couldn't even get 3 steps into sight.
Look, I mean, I don't know. They clearly just haven't had what Philippa had for breakfast, because Philippa is smurfing 2K, shutting down that hit right there. and 11 on the round. 3 big ultimates now for BBL's side. KC did go for the force there, so it is starting to get a little bit tougher for them. We'd maybe like to see them challenge up middle a little bit more and go for the B splits that they were doing early on in the half. Those seemed pretty effective for them.
Well, this is a round. Remember, the last time they pushed with the Bladestorm and the Sheriffs, they were able to win it. Nino also has that Hunter's Fury online again, so this might just be a mirror. Not if Valkia has anything to say about it in this corner. Still able to find 2 kills before finally being pushed out by that fragment here. And while all this noise is commotion's going down on B, literally on this A side, on the lurk here, trying to find something, anything, but with the Killjoy setup being there, it's just gonna be the players on BBL playing super passively here. Alkia still trying to find some kills. 3rd on the round, 4th as well. Can someone stop her already? And only Lilia stands in the way.
Now Alkia goes out on the hunt. Lilia has to get over that spike, try to take some kind of a fight. Alkia with a chance to pull off that ace here. Now, realistically, the kill optimally should go to Ava, because she's the only one that can farm up orbs. But I'm also a big proponent of the mental edge, with all the CC lockdown being sent out into mid with the stun. The dart is tagged, and Alika comes around the corner. Alkia, sorry, and finishes off that one for the ace.
Finally we have an ace without somebody stealing away the last kill. Thank you!
We got there in the end. Get real aggro. Hey, look, it's Sheriffs at the end of the day, but it feels good to see that big V, that big Roman numeral at the top of your screen. Also the music. I don't know. I feel like the Valorant music is just sick. It just juices me up. It's like a big energy rush whenever I hear it.
So you don't need your cell, you just need to listen to some Ace soundtracks for
exactly. Look, hey, music can get the job done sometimes. A little pep tune before it. Anyways, Carmine Corp now going to look to go for a little bit of a mid challenge early on. Drone committed, but they haven't taken too much space off of it. And that could easily be a smoke or a pullback. Oh, Alkia over challenges, and the concuss not quite in time for that. Was just going off the contact there. And if she got that first one, that could have been converted into much more off the concuss, but losing that opening fight makes it real tough.
Yeah, and this is Nello again, just being able to find that huge opener to try and find some space off the back of it. It's going to be the double push through, and Matrix finds that second kill. Rolling Thunder no longer a point of contention here, as it does seem like KC, they will just be able to make their way onto the B side for free. Still going to be 2 ultimates left in the pockets of BBL, but unless they get a couple of kills, I don't think we're really going to see them come into action.
Yeah, probably just saving those out for the final round. Especially, I mean, look at how Liralia's playing the lurk. It's very forward positions. Nino's punished for taking that one. Uh-oh. 2 players fall. BBL have now equalized 3-on-3, and this is where the lockdown could come into play.
That's a very interesting lockdown, though. It's gonna be committed all the way towards mid here to at least clear out space towards lane or boathouse, but there's quite a bit of place. There's quite a bit of area that they can play, and Mel already pushing through, able to find that kill before the lockdown goes down, and now it's all down to Raika. 3 on the round already, but Matrix will not be denied. Playing on side, able to get that final kill, and K-Corp, they find 5 here. 1 away, and I think there's a very good chance they can get to 6 as well, looking at how they're doing.
Oh yeah, I mean, really nice play there from Matrix, but the real hero of that round, I think, was Nello, who sent a flash over the top of Switch that allowed, I believe it was Mel that peeked out of B main to get the kill, maybe try to turn that into more. It only ended up being a 1 versus 1, but just removing that second player makes it way harder to retake onto that B site, because you can't really look for that pinch anymore. You want to play a little bit more together, or you're flipping it just a tad. Now Carmine Corp going to this final round. I think mid pressure is going to be the name of the game for them, and this time there's not even a jet there that they're going to be running into. They can use that shock dart to break this alarm up in mid, and then there's going to be a constant pressure of pinching back in towards B main. The question is, do they activate too early? Does Liralia overstep before they could work in the market and realize there's 2 players playing there?
Talking about overstepping though, Mel on the lurk tries to find some value towards his A side, but instead it is going to be that first click going to Alkia once again with the operator. Vanya finding the second as well as K-Corp once again. They get a little bit too big for their boots, a bit too over-eager. Nino as well with the Hunter's Fury trying to equalize, find a huge kill, but that concussion is immediately going to put a little bit of a spanner in the works. Nello finally finds a kill for K-Corp, but the damage might already be done. Yeah,
what is going on here? Pushing into spawn, somehow finding a kill. 2 players just tucked up. Buddy system in the backside. This Paranoid is going to absolutely crush them. Ava down to 43 health, and now as they come in from all sides, it's flipped. KC with a chance, numbers advantage, trying to tie things up at the half.
Planted.
There's still going to be the Blade Storm as well as the Rolling Thunder, though Alkia already punishing Nello, who gets a little bit too over-eager, and the Blades, it's going to be the Blade Storm not finding that final kill. Velva and Alkia, they're more than ready for it. 2v3, the retake works out perfectly in their favor, and just the positioning of that Rolling Thunder to cover absolutely everything. They knew where the players were. All they had to do was take him down, and Philippa does it in style.
I'm going to be honest, I was completely dizzy that round from whatever was happening.
So back and forth.
There was like a wrap from market into B main, but also I think it was Nella was pushing into spawn to find a kill. Then when it turns into the 2-on-2, like Alkia turns around thinking she got the kill, but still managed to convert to the end. I think Filippo was very aware of what was going on though, and managed to lock that up. And it's important. BBL, every single round they can get. Now moving on to the attack, which is generally where I feel like teams struggle a little bit more on this Ascent map, especially when there's a strong opper on the opposite side. I think Matrix a little bit quiet on their own attack, but now with the chance, especially if you win this pistol and look to get an early op in round 3, round 4, you can try to run over right off the rip.
We saw a little bit of that yesterday as well. Once that side switch came through, KC looked almost unstoppable. Now, though, it is going to be BBL trying to make their way into this ace side where there is a 3-stack down. Matrix on top, going to be taken down immediately. The Nello still holding on for dear life before being shut down. And just like that, 3 players on site, all of them go down, only taking 1 in the process. Numbers advantage firmly working out in favor of BBL here. All down to Mel, and unfortunately not quite able to even find that opener. BBL, they win that pistol, and they take a huge, they really increase on their lead.
Oh yeah, I mean, Alkia just with a great opener right there, dashing into her smoke, and then also scouting out, realizing Matrix is playing up on top of that box close on stack, is able to win out in that 1 versus 1, and then the defense just completely collapses from Carmine Corp. And I think that the long-term damage that a round like that does, because now there's no chance of like light buying in round 2 and like getting an op in round 3, which is something you can do on the Jet. For Matrix's side on the defense. At earliest you get it round 4, but Matrix is going to get a rifle in round 3, so we're looking at round 5, round 6 operator potentially, and what should be a simple round for BBL to secure here.
Yeah, the BBL, they do have the much better buy as they look to go into this B site. However, the shock darts as well as the Killjoy utility, it might convince them that, hey, you know what, we made a lot of noise, we've spent a lot of time here, let's just try to cut the noise, maybe reconsider where we want to go. And it seems to be working because K-Corp, they're all going to be going in towards the A stack instead. The quick rotation to be able to try and make things work out there.
3 players playing from tree, interestingly enough. I think their best chance might be to try to pop flash out of the smoke that's going to get thrown tree against them. And then they can try to catch BBL as they're rotating out on the sides. You can see they're playing really up close here. When this Astra smoke comes in, they have the chance to punish the players as they come on out here. No one's stunned off of that breach. They come on swinging through. They only manage to find the one. BBL are way too prepared.
And I like how even after they find when the remaining players are just watching for like hawks to see who's going to be peeking out of heaven. Mel with the frenzy, and the fight that she takes is not exactly in her favor. And just like that, Eva with 4 on the round able to close it out, only losing 1 player in the process. So around that, BBL are going to be very happy about it, especially since she's able to pick up that Spectre as well to boot. Now though, K-Corp, they will be finally having their full buy coming in. No ultimates that are really online for either side to contend with, though K-Corp, with this weapon advantage, they really have to try and bring the momentum back because BBL, you cannot let them run away with the game like this. And now that they're on defense, they have an optimal buy, this is their chance to really swing back.
Yep. Unfortunately for them, I think it's Matrix that's going to be looking for a little fight on Cat. This time, though, as the A-hit comes in real quick. there's no real chance to fight out of that smoke. It's really tough without KO sort of holding your hand in tree. So I think the spike is just going to be planted with relative ease. It's completely off-site play from Carmine Corp. Yeah, the rotates are coming in quickly. Actually, BBL, because that knife connected against them, it stalled out long enough that Casey can look to fight them out.
This recon from Nino might find so much value here if it catches out enough players. It's going to be almost immediately broken though. And now it is going to be a very quick retake attempt coming in. Matrix already able to swing in and find that first. The convergence onto sight is going to be there. Under Heaven, Vanya with the Spectre finds one. Almost gets a second. Does connect in fact before being shut down. And the two remaining players that look to prevent the spike from being diffused, they have such a rough job to do. Already half of it has been stuck. The kills come through and Matrix will find the last one. 6 for Casey.
Yeah, he gets 3 on the round, Matrix. And a lot of that started out, again, the knife was perfect. Otherwise, that's a really easy plant. And then what happened is, I think Vanya had spike. I might be trolling. Call me out if I'm wrong. But what ended up happening was because the Astro Smoke tree went down so early, it was stalled out by the knife later. As she's planting, that's when the smoke goes down. So it left an opening that Matrix is able to peek through, find one early pick, and then the retake came on afterwards. So it was all because of that knife. The timings just got absolutely churned for BBL, and it made that retake look relatively simple. Again, they're looking to work in quickly, but without a knife, I think things simplify a whole lot, and they're not even going to worry about taking backside with this Astro Wall. They're just going to look for a really shallow plant over on that bottom right corner of the site.
Yeah, especially if Eva can get a kill or a little or Lenore, if it's possible, though that doesn't need to be the case. There's gonna be the Hunter Sphere to work with as well. They're gonna be able to get that spike down exactly like you mentioned. And now Casey, they're gonna have to go in for a full 5-on-5 retake against the buy from BBL. Spike gonna be in that awkward corner though, so it's and side control has been relatively quickly taken. All they have to really do is power past it. Alki already being able to find that first kill is huge. Looking for more here though, finally being shut down by that Odin. Mel able to finally get positioning on to be able to get half that spike down before the lurk comes in. And now the numbers, they're swinging in favor of BBL here. All down, and that's a rout.
Yes, it is. BBL with the shallow plant. And that, look, that is not an easy plant to hold in the post. And you could see it there because they're not playing anyone on site. Carmine Corp get full control over it immediately. They're looking to swarm. But it's the 2 players working into mid that make or break the round. The fact that Raika found the kill onto Liralia, working in with Vanya, then they have that pressure with 2 players coming in tree. That's the angle that they can hold the post plant for. The main players are just there to buy as much time as possible. And the timings end up working out for them. And I think they've realized this A site might be a little bit simpler to hit. It's been a lot of off-site play from Carmine Corp the last 2 rounds. This is the first time they've tried to fight forward early.
Yeah, and it's actually very interesting that they haven't done that so far, because just that one way coming in out of Liralia, the advantage of really having an Omen on this map, you haven't seen that come into play as much before, which has been very surprising. Now K-Corp, they have a bit of an awkward buy here, but nevertheless, between the 2 players stacked up here, they might be able to do quite a bit of damage, especially if that drone isn't committed early on. Matrix goes down early, but still, this Bucky, it's gonna be shut down as well. Alkio through the smoke, already finding 3 kills, and it seems like a statement being made, like, hey, if Matrix can do it, I can do it too. As the last 2 players, Literally and Nilo, they just seem to be in a very rough spot.
Oh yeah. Flawless. Alkia is just so drilled, I think, in these hits. Like, not leaving any corners to chance when she's walking in, even after she finds the opening pick onto Matrix with the knives. So still checking close right, realizing, hey, sneak around. Very likely just jump spotting for a teammate and just continuing to sprint out on those attacks. Now Carmine Corp are gonna have a rifle, but their defense has looked so lackluster thus far. And I think a large part of it is because they have never been able to get an op online. I think because they lost the pistol, and then some of the investments for Matrix, perhaps, like on the round you go for knives there, I don't know, it's tough. It's just so tough because they continue losing out over and over. There's no chance for her to get that, and as a result, it's really hard to force BBL away earlier, force them to commit a lot of utility on angles early into a round.
Yeah, also just the fact that BBL, they're able to just almost without any kind of punishment, take so much space up early on. Like last round was the only round where we saw any kind of real aggression coming out of the side of KC as they show signs of wanting to fight for the sites. And once that spike goes down, of course, there's just no real hint as to what exactly they want to do. Like the first couple of rounds, they went into A side, got the spike down, played towards mid, and played on site, sorry. Second round, they played off site, and after that, the third round, there was that late lurk that you talked about. So they're just being super unpredictable here. And KC, they seem to just have no answers for any kind of question that BBL are posing to them.
And I mean, the only question really BBL are posing, I feel like, on the rifle rounds is, can you stop us on A? They just continue running them over. Matrix actually has money for an operator. Someone bought for her. Oh, Mel had enough and dropped the op. This is going to be huge.
You should run.
Might be the difference maker here. Right now, they're locked on. Gotta be invested in the Hunter's Fury to probably break it through to make sure that Matrix can continue holding down that aggressive position. It's very interesting that they just go for the dry peek despite having like a breach to try and flash in with. Matrix finally gonna be detected and pushed out. The Lilia still anchoring down the site. Swings off the Paranoia. Not quite able to get the kill though, and suddenly it is gonna be for Lilia alone on site. Nello pushes in through the door. Does quite a bit of damage before finally falling. And Numbers, they once again get back down to a 2v2.
Nino has the drone to spot 2 players up from heaven, or back in main. They've got the 2 players up in heaven themselves. With how low these players are, the Odin is going to do some serious hurt. Walking straight out into the molly that was thrown up there. Nino just carves him up.
Oh, that was such a nice play. Like, I don't think anybody would expect Nino to just tank all that molly damage to swing through, but the call must have come through. Like, whenever I'm playing ranked, I always have teammates who are like, hey, she's low, go get her. And yeah, it was really the same kind of dynamic happening. But K-Corp, 2 very important things. They managed to recover the op and hold on to the Odin. So, yeah.
100%. And you saw there, again, how Carmine Corp had a different challenge, right? It's the operator that can fight on A. He also had Nello pop flashing out of that Aster smoke in tree. These are the main ideas for them, but it looks like another relatively soft hold. BBL just blitzing on in through main. This time maybe looking for some kind of drone tag into the Hunter's Fury, but this knife will stall it out and allow a 4th player to rotate onto this A site.
Yeah, I think that knife caught almost all of them, so that's quite a bit of information that K-Corp have garnered right now off the back of it. Now BBL, they look to cut a little bit of noise, perhaps make sure that nobody has quite pushed up behind them, because that's the problem with running a Killjoy these days. If you're not letting them lurk around, there's so much control that the map could have taken. And talking about control, Matrix is looking to get a little bit aggressive here. Does manage to find quite a bit of space for free, and it does seem like BBL, they want to go back towards this A site.
Nello has the option to counter with the ultimate there, whenever there's a piece of utility thrown their way. And that could be really big. Yeah, there you have it.
Despite the null commando, it does seem like they're still looking to get it to site. The flash this time around, Nello only able to find one before being shut down. Alkia not only finding Nello, but also that operator kill. And with Nello going down in such an awkward place, it's gonna be almost impossible to really get the revive onto the KO. Now Hunter's Fury being invested to boot to try and find a pick there. Alkia and team able to do so much damage, and it's all down to
one enemy remaining.
15 seconds left. Spike drops in a weird spot. No real time to be able to do anything with them.
Spike is heaven somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
Just absurd. Rika's trying to run over, but with 5 seconds, you can just doom sprint after the solo player. Nino running with the Odin, working out arms and legs there, and secures the round. And I don't think KC had any business winning that round. I think the initial fight attempt out of the smoke was really suspect. Going for the pop flash and then peeking out with the operator, it got shut down, but then a combination of the chaos with the Hunter's Fury and some good fights up from heaven stranded the spike out there with all the time BBL spent chilling in A main, looking to re-hit off of the cooldowns coming back up. They just lost to the clock.
I have no idea how the spike got up there. I saw it in the middle of the round. I was like, wait a minute, that's a spike. But
yeah, I thought it was on the ground being planted. I'm so confused.
We'll go look at replays later, but now in this round, it's going to be a bit of a half-buy situation coming in for the side of BBL here. The beautiful 0 point takes the knives out of contention, so that's going to be one less tool in Alkia's arsenal, at least for a couple of seconds. And in the meantime, Nino with the spam, able to once again get that spike dropped in a really weird spot. A triple stack kind of towards this short area, and with the help of this drone, it is going to be BBL not quite able to find any kind of pick literally as well. On this retake, K-Corp, they're coming in from every single angle. Alkia, the only one really able to do some damage, and that lockdown from the side of KC, it might be everything they need to make this work out. 3v3 situation now. Alkia finally biting off a little bit more than they can chew, and with that turret, it's gonna be impossible to push in. Turret and Odin between them find all the kills, and KC, they find 9.
Carmine Corp are starting to mount a comeback here. They finally got a way of shutting down these hits over towards the A site. BBL maybe need to show off another page of their strat book here, because Carmine Corp are making this dangerously close ever since they got that operator, and more importantly, surprisingly, Nino's operator on the underway on the, what's the word? In play? Yeah, let's go with that. Look, it's been a long week for me. This is my 5th day in a row of casting Valorant.
It's okay, Ender. We've all been there. It's okay.
Yeah, and like, look, as much as I love Valorant, that's a lot of Valorant, guys. I've seen so many maps of Ascent too. It's making me lose my mind. The fact that I just have to keep watching Ascent gameplay over and over. Like, by the time we get, will this be the 9th round in a row of an A slam? I don't know. Let's find out more after this.
Well, BBL, I like that you brought up the A slam part, because BBL, they found a lot of initial success on that A side, but after K-Corp's timeout, they've been able to really hold on to it in spades. And I think the reason why they're able to kind of do that is because Mel is happy to just chill down and anchor down that B side. And even when the chamber meta was in full swing, right, Killjoy was still a favorite on Ascent because of how well she's able to like kind of hold down that mid and B area. And they haven't really tested Mel out so far to see if that's going to be an area perhaps that where they'll have a little bit more success. That might be the call here to really rotate over towards the opposite side, because they have done almost no work at all towards mid and B, and that might be the call here, because K-Corp, they've been heavily investing in this A side holds 3 players to kind of try to shut it down, and they've been finding success, yes, but it might also just be kind of like a nefarious master plan coming out of BBL, like, hey guys, you know, we know that you like to try to stop us on the A side, but we're not even going to try to push there. Watch us go the opposite way.
I will say, like, maybe some of this we've seen just like the full commits onto sites is the difference between having like a KO versus a Breach in your comp. I think Breach offers you a lot of like just more aggressive like stopping power or like setup utility in terms of like the line stun if you need to force an operator off the early angle, or when you're working into the site, similar to how like a Omen would paranoia over towards Generator, Philippa can throw out that concuss in the same way. Whereas like working up into mid, it's a little bit tougher to maybe deal with an operator. You don't have the option of like throwing a knife at her to like stop Matrix from having the option to dash away. A lot of times you throw a knife at a Jet on this map and she'll just fall off the angle. Like she won't even want to deal with it. And going for that sort of like skill fight as opposed to take a shot and dash out of that one. So I think that may be coming into play for them, especially now that they have access to the Rolling Thunder. I think that ultimate does wonders over towards the A site. And as much as we have pause on pause here, I think it will end up being yet another venture over towards this area, but it's not going to catch anyone because Carmine Corp just don't play anyone on A site anymore.
Yeah, I think after the first initial success that they found with Matrix kind of holding down that off angle, they're looking to get a little bit aggressive towards the short area instead, where Matrix still is going to be the one holding it in, but Alkia with that kind of a Ferrari peak, so as to say, finds not 1 but 2 kills already, opening up the side here, and with that Cosmic Divide coming into boot, literally deciding whether or not she wants to really go in for a bit of a dangerous play inside, decides against it, and Alkia still on the hunt for more. Look at this position being held. Spike will go down, but these 3 players on Heaven, while waiting for the Cosmic Divide to go down, Alkia might have the most perfect timing if she decides to go forward here. Now knowing that these players are going to be engaged in a bit of battle, Mel finding the first one already. This lurk from Alkia might be everything here if the timing goes down right. The stun as well to boot, and Alkia with yet another ace. BBL gets to 12, and what a 12 it is.
A second ace on the map. Philippa setting up a triple concuss there to just set up that perfectly around the corner. I mean, and it all starts off with just a huge entry from Alkia, you know, baiting out that early shot down from Tree from Matrix, right? Then Matrix falls, the second player in Tree falls. It allows Alkia to take that forward stance. We're 22 rounds in. This is a 30 bomb for Alkia. 31 kills now. And I don't know what Carmine Corp are meant to do. Now the operator isn't in play for them either. Alkia has just been freakish throughout this map.
Yeah, and I think yesterday we were talking about how I believe it was Mary missing out on the 30 bomb. Well, Alkia, she's managed to say, okay, my turn, and gets it in stock indeed. Off the back of the information from the 0 point, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury invested by KC to at least try to find a pick or two, but BBL, they kind of seem to have expected it as they scatter out really quickly, not even taking a bit of damage in the process. And KC, they not only don't have any real ults to work with here, they're not close to any of them either, so I don't think we're going to be seeing them come into play. And you know, put that against the Rolling Thunder, 2 away from the lockdown as well. There's just so much for BBL to work with in this round.
The ultimate now forcing off into tree. Alkia goes into the shorting. It's blind completely. Alkia cannot be stopped. Coming around the corner, removes the head of Matrix once more. Lines them up. It's a 4K. It's another ace to finish the map.
Get out of my way.
Alkia is not real. She is just her. Oh my god.
She is her indeed. That's a triple ace that we saw coming out of Alkia over the course of this map. And BBL, they're going to be able to push this to Haven here, map number 3. And you got to say, that was a really, really great sense coming out of BBL. Like, I remember that our panelists they were doubtful about it because this is a map that they have struggled on historically before. But they switch up their team comp, they switch up their style. And Alkia, of course, just that X factor, being able to do so much damage, so many rounds.
Yeah, the setup consistently from Felipo was very good. Felipo was fragging out as well in the first half. And then on the defense, just set up all of those aces, right? Whether or not it was the triple concuss towards Heaven in the second ace of the game, or it was that ultimate going towards Tree that Alkia just followed up perfectly to secure that ace in that final round of the map too. Her entries were on point throughout. And yeah, maybe there's some goofy rounds here and there, but it's the ace show. It's the Alkia show at the end of the day.
Yeah, Ascent is Alkia's home ground for good reason, and we saw exactly why a 30 bomb already coming in, but we do have a map 3 as well, which is going to be Haven, which will decide who's going to be moving on in this upper bracket and who is going to be dropping down. So it's not over for either of these teams quite yet.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I feel like jamming to that music, and I know Alkia is going to be jamming to the ace music rolling off time after time after time. Let's not forget that the first map slipped away at the last possible second from BBL Queens. Now this next one, Alkia crushes. She is going to be riding high going into this third and final map, and we're going to get to that right after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
BBL Queens are going to be pushing this to that third map. Or both of these teams now at this point, Inami, have won each other's map picks, which I don't think was expected. But also, you're taking a Turkish team to Ascent. Why?
Yeah, why? I think BBL showed us now that you shouldn't take a Turkish team to Ascent. But honestly, to give them some credit, KC played really good. We saw Mel step up. We saw honestly all the members of the team stepping up. But in the end, Alkia was finding these openings. Alkia was finding 2 aces in a row in this map, and even 3 aces overall. So honestly, like, really well played by the whole squad of BBL.
Yeah, I don't know, we already had a casters ask this, but what are they feeding them? That's the real question here. But Emily, when we're looking at the side of KC, it felt like BBL was shutting them down from that explosive gameplay that CBA has allowed them to play yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a different team today. They're not playing how I was expecting. I was expecting them to do site hits because that's what really excelled for them. And today they're slowing down a little bit. They are a little bit careful in terms of going into traps. I did see them work the map a little bit more that we can look into later. But I'm very happy with how they played. It just seemed like a lot of things didn't go their way in terms of getting picks and stuff like that. But they did have good ideas.
Yeah, well, one of the times where it didn't really go their way, Inami, was round 10 specifically. It's one of the rounds where BBL kind of just once again turned it around.
Honestly, at that point, it just felt like it's Alkia's map, right? We've just seen her, like, her position was insane here. Like, you can see her getting a pick on a pick, and then later on, her entire team working on to give her that ace that she earned. And honestly, very well played by her, but we expected them to win this map. I mean, this round. But in the other hand, there were some rounds where we expected KC to go like more explosive, like they did in the round 10, but they were so slow that BBL always had the time to get the answer, and that's something you shouldn't give BBL the time for.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it reflected as well in the economy, because even the rounds, Emily, that KC was allowed to win or able to, they would hold on to one rifle on a good day.
Yeah, that really did hurt them a little bit because, I mean, yesterday when we saw them, they had 9 rounds on the attacking side, KC I'm talking about, but they lost both pistols. BBL won both of the pistols, so that already right there really advances their economy system. And then in the first 6-7 rounds, it went back and forth a little bit, so that hurt them. Really weird buys, and ultimately it resulted in not as many rounds as they could have gotten.
Yeah, and something that we highlighted coming into this game chat, if you were paying attention, you would have noticed, if not, why, was the heat map for KC on Ascent yesterday. It was such a heavy focus on the sites, whether it was a B execute or an A execute Inami, they were loving it. But what we highlighted, the crucial point here, was the fact that mid was completely left unattended.
Yeah, mid was always open, and it seems like BBL did their homework, right? Because we've seen them punish them on the mid every single time, and that's what ended up giving the 2 aces to the Alkia on later on. So honestly, that explosiveness didn't pay as much here for KC because they were slow, but in the other hand, BBL were also able to adapt and be there when where they needed to be.
Yeah, and again, I really feel like looking at this heat map, KC did work mid more, but they just didn't have the contacts. They didn't have the picks that were needed for them. Again, they had the right ideas and the right plans, but at the end of the day, it matters about getting the pick, which unfortunately wasn't coming into their favor. But I don't want to take anything away from BBL because they also played counter to what they were expecting KC to do, and ultimately resulting in a map win for them.
Yeah, and absolutely. The heat map that you're seeing below right now, like that was actually as well the heat map for today. So as Emily just highlighted yourself, there was some contact in mid, but not much. And when we're looking at round 21 specifically, that's when the pain shows of the lack of having that control, Emily.
It does, and that's super important because, I mean, we can see a lot of controls on the opposite side of A, and they did a really good job. Again, it's really unfortunate because they just couldn't get their picks, and sometimes that happens, but we're professionals here. They're gonna have to be able to overcome that, go into the last and third map with a good mindset, knowing that they still have a chance. Both teams have a really good chance So far, this series has been incredible to watch. Both teams are showing really good resilience and resistance versus each other.
Yeah, because it did start one way in terms of it heavily favoring BBL. KC did manage to close it out and make it a little bit more of a fair affair in that regards. But we're now going to be heading on to Haven, and we're looking at the stats and the strats from both of these teams. Yesterday, specifically, when it was from the side of KC on Haven, it was just go, go, go. They were very heavily playing the retake when they were on the defensive side, Inami, and on the attacking side, I mean, explosive. That's all we got. But you're going up against a team like BBL, who's clearly already done their homework on you on Ascent. So Haven, we're not expecting it to be any different, are we?
Honestly, I'm expecting Haven to be even closer than all the last maps we had, especially since, funny enough, they both had the same score against CBA in this map. So I expect them to come with, of course, their different play styles. We will see again Eva on Fade, and we will see on the other hand Sova and other picks. So each have their own play style. So it's going to be explosive, but in the end, it will be about who will stick to their own gameplay, because I feel like BBL lost because they didn't stick to theirs, and in the other hand, on the second map, KC also didn't play the same way they usually play, and they ended up losing. So I hope we see both teams showing up in this third map, because it really matters for them.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Alkia on Ascent specifically, rolling the clips is an absolute spectacle in terms of gunplay. Emily, we're going to be heading on to Haven next. Do we think that she's allowed to pull this out again? Because how do we stop her?
Maybe. I don't know. Is this stoppable? Because she seemed very confident going into the second ace, which, by the way, was back-to-back. Very nice flank that we saw, and she took her time. That's important, because we all know sometimes you could whiff a shot when somebody's not looking at you. Sometimes those are the hardest ones to hit. So I think that's important to highlight, that she did take her sweet time, allowing her to fully get the kills that were needed for her team. She's seeming very unstoppable right now, and we're gonna have to find a way how to counter her if Carmine's gonna want a chance against them.
Yeah, absolutely. BBL Queens have found that momentum. They found the secret sauce, the recipe to be dealing with Carmine Corp on Ascent. Looking to translate that into Haven, but Carmine Corp looking to take this one back. It's a close series. We're going to be heading over to our casters to walk us through the final map. Haven is where the fate is going to be decided.
Yeah, you know, you couldn't have asked for a better way to start off this series. Such a close map 1, then a map 2 that was just action-packed with 3 aces. Now Haven to close things out. Zach, what's the history looking like between these two teams heading into Haven?
I did look it up, and actually these teams have recently faced off on Haven versus each other, and last time around it did not go super well for K-Corp. That's the nicest way I can say it. BBL 13-3'd, and that time around, though, in that best of 3, they did pull off a 2-0 as well, and K-Corp, they've already said, yeah, that's not gonna happen. So we might be looking at a little bit of a closer performance coming into this one, but at least historically, BBL, they have a really good record on Haven, 100%, and they also have a really good record against KC on Haven, which is a 13-3. So yeah.
All right, well, BBL are going to be rocking the Raze Fade here. So starting off on attack, a lot of damaging utility, but on defense, I love this combination for looking for those early trap plays. So we'll see what they can pull off for us in that regard. Matrix is going to be back on the Jet, and I have to say, my eyes are really on Matrix on this defensive half to step up in a big way after a somewhat, middling performance on that last map. I definitely think she's gonna have to get a strong opening out of the gates here to build back that confidence going up against Alkia, who dropped a massive 30 bomb on Ascent just now.
Yeah, like Inami brought up as well, on this map, this is basically the playground of Alkia and Eva. They both like to play together. They both like to get super aggressive, at least looking at how they played in the past. And if K-Corp, they're not able to really find a counter to that, it might lead to a lot of trouble here. This is a map that BBL, whatever side they're on, attack or defense, they know they like to get super fast and aggressive about it. And already look at this positioning here. Alkia being shut down. Nilo finding that first kill. The trade, though, comes through from Philippa immediately. And this flank around, it finds so much value here. This mid push already kind of hunting down these last remaining players on site. At least the spike will go down, but in this kind of 3v3 scenario, it might be super difficult for this retake to work out, especially looking at the positions that are being held by these players on BBL. They don't even check this corner here. Philippa and the team between them are able to churn things out, and BBL find a strong pistol here.
Yeah, Carmine Corp went for the exact same pistol round that they played just yesterday. I'm a little surprised, looking for the 2 players garage, 2 players out of B, and then wrapping around on the players going into grass. And maybe BBL were aware of that, trying to like work that utility in very quickly. I'm a little surprised that it wasn't as successful as for Carmine Corp because they had that wrap coming around, just traded evenly 2 and 2. And then on that take going into that B site, yeah, they're just funneling all in through garage. It was a really nice post plant setup for BBL with the positioning that Carmine Corp were going to have on the retake.
Now BBL they're just looking to take it very straightforward, very easy. Go into the C side here. Shorty. Oh my. Literally I'm fighting 2 already. Nello with the classic to boot, and just like that, it is gonna be the attack shredded apart for BBL here. They lose so much already, and it's gonna be a 2v2 scenario. They do have the C side at least, should be able to get that spike down, but the remaining players, they might be even able to pick up a couple of upgrades here if BBL aren't careful about it. Never mind, Eva is careful about it. Eva swings out, gets a 4K on the round. The last 2 kills to boot, and BBL, they confirm it, but nevertheless, K-Corp, they make it quite expensive.
Yeah, let me just say this. I feel like Leah, when she plays like the rat stuff inside smokes and like goes for the risky plays, she's always coming up big. Remember back on Lotus when she went up the rope in heaven and got the 3K? When she has like a judge in hand, she's always getting the job done. I don't know. I feel like I want to see her play that way a little bit more because it's been so successful, especially on these, you know, thrifty buys where she's just been finding ridiculous kills that no one has any business getting.
Yeah, we should write that in the notes. Literally, please continue to be a rat because it's
more
like
shorty, more judge.
More shorty, more judge. I completely concur. Nothing like some cringe weapons to really make things work out. But talking about executes, BBL, perhaps expecting how much K-Corp like to play it for the retake on this A side. They are looking to do that. Nino, unfortunately, not quite able to find the timing, caught with the shock dart instead in hand. And this crossfire setup between the Killjoy and the Raze, it buys so much time here. The trade's quickly going in favor of BBL, and now things are down to a 2v2. The sheriff shots, though, go wide, and Lirlia is there for the clutch. It's like Lirlia heard us. I'm not only good as a rat, I'm also good with the rifle. Watch this.
No, I honestly, for Lirlia, because we didn't really talk about it, but she had a very poor map there on Ascent. Just couldn't really find, you know, kills on the first half. The second half, a lot of the time was just like fodder, you know, cannon fodder, like the first or second one in on the retake towards Heaven, and fell a lot. So the fact that she's finding 2 kills on the retake there, had a solid showing with the shorty and found a couple there too. It's just going to be good for the mental of her bouncing back into this game. Also, just winning out in the anti-bonus will be important for KC as they are subscribers to the Light Armor School of Thought. And if they get some kills on Nello here, potential to swing this on out. Again, it's that 2-2 setup looking to pinch around on mid if BBL were to go there, which they may work into later in the round. They don't have to fully commit down short, especially now that they know the Killjoy setup is on that A side.
Yeah, they're opting to just fall back a little bit instead. But now that they made some noise towards that A side, it is going to kind of dismantle this 4-player setup that they had towards mid. Still going to be 3 players lurking around there, but it's a little bit more of a normal split up that you'd expect to see on the defender's side. BBL themselves, they're looking to rush into this B side. The drone catches all of the action here, and there is going to be 1 player towards the backside, though instead Aokia pushes forward off the back of that paranoia, finds a clean kill onto Nino. The concussion, despite that, Aokia still finds a second one to boot. And now the remaining players for KC, they're just desperately trying to draw things back. Nello, of course, always being that X factor, being able to kind of draw the fights towards in their favor and get a couple of kills. And now we're back down to a 2v2. Rolling Thunder online for Nilo, and expecting that perhaps that positioning from Vanya is huge.
Vanya making up in Heaven. I don't think anyone heard the teleport. They're not going to be ready for that whatsoever. A perfect angle looking down onto the smoke with mollies from long to stall. Vanya going to take her time before coming around the corner. Jet Smoke doesn't see it. She lines him up. Takes a what? No, that second kill is completely illegal. Vanya had the positioning and guarantee won the round, but my word, how does she get the second?
We said it yesterday, I'm just gonna say it again. Precise gunplay. But yeah, really good round coming out of BBL. That was a very nice adaptation.
Oh yeah,
well.
just like that.
Just like that. That was a really nice adaptation to be able to swing back into the A side, and the setup, of course, the post plant. They expected that Rolling Thunder. They were ready for it. Wow.
Yeah, don't try that at home, kids. I don't think that will work for you.
What do you mean? I do it all the time. just running around with a Phantom or a Spectre or a Stinger.
Yeah, sure. Might as well. Right. Carmine Corp doing a little bit of funky business here on the Thrifty, but it's not going to go too well for them. Alkia always finding those openers. There's still 2 players down short. They've got to clear. Wow, really using the ultimate here just to guarantee. Oh, it's another ace. Oh, it's another ace. The classic comes out. Alkia with 4 aces
in one day.
Huh? She's crazy.
Oh, she is her. I think she has demonstrated that amply, and she doesn't seem to be done quite yet. Huge kills again for Alkia. Just being able to. I know it's an eco round. I know it's against sheriffs and stuff, and she had a showstopper to help. But at this point, I'm just a huge fan of Alkia. Like whatever. It's just gonna be pristine and precise. And I heard today. I think I saw a message in chat saying that she's 17 years old. So, wow.
Crazy. Absolutely correct. Early, oh wow, spawn teleport from Vanya, committing to it as well. Counter's good, Reika falls.
Just Fury finds that kill here. Opener finally going in favor of K-Corp, though it took an ultimate to do it. And this position from Vanya, it still hasn't been quite cleared out here off the back of the Hunter's Fury. In fact, might just walk into her. Oh no, the timing there for Vanya as the drone gonna be caught mid-air. Unfortunately, being taken down. Off the back of that, it's gonna be the C-side open for business here, and the spike should eventually go down. Numbers advantage, so not quite in favor of BBL here. And perhaps off the back of that fake plant, they try to bait some kind of play out of KC, though nobody's gonna quite take the bait here. Now Vanya in the smoke trying to emulate Lilia, find a bit of value off of the back of that. Instead, though, it might just be the 1v1 fights that are gonna be taken here and not found.
Paranoid comes through on the opposite side. Vanya playing close, but Mel and Lilia coming on in, swinging out from CT, make quick work of BBL and secure that round with the retake. Nicely done from them to work as a team with the numbers advantage, just swarm out over the site, backed up by the Paranoia.
Matrix got a really insane kill as well towards Garage. I don't know if it was through the smoke or just some timing being found, but I think that being able to shut down not just Raika on the Killjoy, but also getting that second kill as well. Matrix found I think that was what really made things difficult for BBL Queens there.
Oh yeah. Especially, I mean, it looked like it was a great start too, because Vanya had the ultimate into spawn, and the way KC were playing, either maybe they thought it was canceled or they thought it was like a fake ult that really just didn't go anywhere. Because like Nina was droning from C-Link, and then Vanya's like, wait a second, why is no one looking at me? That's kind of weird, and just takes the free kill. A little bit surprising there. BBL are going to end up calling this timeout for themselves, and I'm trying to think, because they've run into the A setup a couple of times now, and I think they can run it over. I'll be honest, like even if there are rifles in play, I think they don't have to be so concerned about it. Of course, they do plant over near A. Lockdown is going to be definitely available, and that might force them to play a little bit far off site, which isn't super ideal. So maybe this is a round where they could try to activate some kind of lurker up through B to try and challenge that Killjoy ult and break it at the final seconds.
Yeah, so far we're not seeing any kind of really split plays coming out of BBL. They're kind of just charging through, powering through with that numbers advantage. But, the way that K-Corp are playing this defensive setup here, like you mentioned, they're able to find the sites pretty relatively easy. Like BBL so far, I think they've gotten a plant in almost every single round so far. They've been able to every single round, in fact, they managed to get that spike down. Not only does it boost the economy, it also it's a testament to how much they're able to really do with whatever they have on board. And the comp that they have is so aggressive that KC, they're kind of forced to play for the retake here. Hope that that BBL burns out enough util to make it easy for them.
Petition to rename BBL Queens to the full exec Queens, because that's all they're doing, just fully sprinting into the site. There is going to be the late lurk this time around, though. Raika is playing in mid, but they're quickly coming in. No lockdown necessary. Nino is just carving them up with a couple down in hell. Mel follows in as well, and Raika is nowhere to be found.
Oh, I love that expectation, just subversion here. Now 1v3 for Raika. Spike is going to be planted at least in an angle for her to find some kills, but not going to be able to connect anything. And yeah, like I was saying, right, BBL, they were kind of conditioned to believe like, okay, KC has the lockdown, they're going to kind of play for it, they're going to take it a little bit slow, and instead Nino just does a leap of faith out of heaven and like shoot, pew, pew, pew. And between Mel and Nino, they just clean house.
Yeah, the pew-pews were paying off there. And it's also because, too, like, no one played on site, which makes them, like, even more convinced it is going to be that full retake. I really like that little pivot from Carmine Corp. I think that's something... I want to see more IGLs work into their play, because usually I'm all aboard, like, if you get an ult, just use it the next round. Like, use it as soon as you possibly can, but... That was very, very nice. And this round, it's a similar setup, you know, very light, just Killjoy info on A, but this time it will be that quick lockdown, I feel.
Yeah, this time at least it's gonna be almost a preemptive one, like you managed to point out. The moment that spike sound hits, it's gonna be this lockdown being invested to put things to a stop here. Yeah, that's gonna be coming down, and just while the spike.
And they're wary of the lurk too, right? Definitely hard holding for that one. All 5 members of Carmine Corp, or BBL rather, forced off of the site, which is tough. And then you can send the C4 out from heaven into that corner they're playing down long. Yeah, the Molly's trying to catch the player, but Philippa just barely living.
Oh, Nightfall gonna be invested though. That's gonna cut quite a bit of noise here. Now it's just gonna be the kills coming through for K-Corp. Huge kills with the spike itself. It's gonna be stuck down already. Nino finding half the defuse through. Paranoia to boot, and now the lurk is gonna be all that's a factor. Raika finds 2, but it's gonna brings it down to a 1v1 here. Nilo still having to somehow stick the spike. The clock itself is gonna be ticking. Nilo desperately trying to get half here and gets that final kill to boot, and will get the defuse on top of it. That lurk had so much value from Raika, but at the end of it, it's just Nello keeping calm, ice veins under pressure.
Oh yeah, Nello always gets it done, and Raika, that was a really delayed lurk, right? Because of that, the enemy lockdown this time trying to go in afterwards. Different pivot, and I really like the way that both teams have been calling this half. From Casey with the fast retake the previous round to now slamming that lockdown the second the plant comes in. I think that if Carmine Corp's utility had been slightly better to flush out that player tucked away down long, that retake would have been even simpler. But at the end of the day, they can just ask Nello to clutch it up, and she gets the job done for the squad.
Yeah, Nello can 1v5, it feels like some of the times, but right now at least it's gonna be the Odin towards long. Alkia gets the ult, also gets away with her life here, and look at the buy coming in out of BBL, right? They don't really have the best to work with. 4 Stingers across the board, a hero Vandal on Vanya, but aside from that, they're just probably looking to get into this B side. Showstopper gonna be invested to boot as they charge forward here. Once again, that paranoia is gonna be able to hit Nello and let Alkia get that free kill and that weapon upgrade to boot. Numbers advantage swings back in favor of BBL here.
Carmine Corp players just completely pushed back with utility, running into a Killjoy turret in mid, running into the kitchen sink over here in A-Link, although Matrix takes out Alkia. She's been the main performer over on the side of BBL, but yeah, the second players, the reinforcements are coming in from behind. Well, Nino gets some kills, and actually Mel accomplishes some on her own as well. BBL are going to get the job done at the end.
Yeah, I have to talk about this B hit that they have going. It's like the two times that they hit it so far, it's been the same thing, right? Like they get that paranoia down towards B link, A link on the B side, and it's just Alkia charging forward here. Last time that was a Vandal. Oh my god, you sounded exactly like that.
Sorry, continue. You're making a great point.
I've lost my I can't.
It kills me every time. Like, that's not Raze. Why does she sound like that?
Oh no.
I love it. I love it. More slow-mo replays, please. Thank you.
Please don't. I need to actually think about the round and not die laughing here. But yeah, it's gonna be BBL taking very quick garage control here now that they managed to get that into play, put down the lockdown as well, and that's gonna get them quite a bit of space onto C side. In fact, onto B as well if they choose to go there, go there, and that seems to be the call. Does push all these KC players into a very awkward corner, and once again, it is gonna be the stun hitting.
Oh my! Oh, how did she get out?
What? No way! No way! Fakes the TP and jumps back in, does get caught out by Nino. Unfortunate.
I am so confused. I have no idea what's happening this round. I don't think anyone in the server knows what's happening this round, and I love it. I am here for it, but no smokes with a site take makes it so hard. They have to commit the Lear up towards heaven. But Nello waits it out and now can look to late swing in with the Hunter's Fury coming at the same time. Nello swings heaven, finds the pick. Now BBL completely scattered. as Carmine Corp win every single 1v1 they take across the map.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Philippa in a 1v4 does dodge the concussion, gets that first kill, but now somehow trying to isolate these fights here. Mel goes for the light swing and gets that final kill as well. And KC, they find 5. Already a much better performance than the last time that they faced BBL on this map, and it's clear that they definitely put in the work in the last month here.
Oh, the breach cancels the teleport back in spawn. I didn't even realize that Nello was able to catch, because I was wondering, like, why do you cancel the teleport there? It doesn't make sense. Maybe she was flashed something. No, that was Nello spotting the Omen ult, hearing it first probably. They'd be like, what is she doing back here? Sends her straight back home onto the B site and finds that kill.
Even though I think Nino was blinded as well, but the call must have come in. Like, the Omen's back, and Nino's just able to kind of swing and get that final kill here, despite being fully flashed and blinded, I gotta say. Now though, again, like KC, BBL, they seem to love this B side here. They have some kind of particular affinity for it, and the adaptation is there. Oh my god, unfortunate timing for Lirelia trying to put down the smoke, but Alkia's not going to be stopped by the smoke.
Nello!
Instead, Nilo standing in the way here. 3 kills on the round already, sprays them down with the Phantom. No mercy being shown at all. And just like that, what was a very successful attempt at a push towards this B side. Instead, it's going to be stalled out. Last player spotted out to boot, and with only a sheriff in hand, there's going to be nothing that Raiko can do here. Mel shutting it down, and BBL, they just fall apart.
I am just like the #1 Nello stan. I don't know what to say. Like, every time I think it's impossible, she makes it happen. A concuss she sends for herself to fight into. Takes the 3K. Mel comes in to finish off the player top site and give her that little assist. What a hold, and it comes after a really unfortunate situation where Lirelia, gets caught with the smoke out in hand. Alkia has the perfect entry into sight with 2 kills, but Nello just gets the job done, stops that immediately, and actually Carmine Corp going quick up mid with the concuss and C4 to set up Matrix, also swinging out of Garage. Nello falling behind too. And Matrix just in spawn somehow, has to fall back off the angle, waiting for the teammate to come around the corner, because yeah, now she's here with Lirelia. The shots just aren't quite connecting. This is so awkward.
Yeah, that was a fight that I think neither side had a bit of fun taking. Finally, Lirelia puts both sides out of their misery by putting down that smoke, and BBL themselves, they're going to be looking it towards this B side instead. Vanya does spot out 1 player, and off the back of this, they are looking to probably push in through the Rolling Thunder coming in as well. Huge commitment there, and Vanya already finds the kill off the back of it. Now though, it's going to be Nino trying to clear out this angle. Does get that first kill, but the trade is immediate there as Philippa swings through. And now, in this situation, numbers advantage still in favor of the players of BBL here. They clean house, and they get themselves to 6-2.
What is happening in this game? I mean, the mid push on the final round of the half, just saying, yeah, we're going to full send it up mid. Absolutely ridiculous. Ends up not paying off the most at the end. Yeah, why not just inject a little bit of chaos right before you get to take a breather at halftime? But, this is making me remember the first map of the game where it was tied 6-6 at the start. And let's not forget, this series so easily could have been a 2-0 for BBL, and people would just write Carmine Corp off. It's like, oh yeah, they lost a close map of Lotus, but then got styled on by Alkia. It's over, right? But the fact that Nello and Mel won that 2 versus 5 in the 24th round on Lotus to send it into overtime, then they sweep in OT, make that done easy. They're now in a situation where this is the only half of the entire series that matters.
Yeah, they managed to bring it down to this map 3. Talking about map 3, this is what I was talking about in the beginning. The aggression that BBL had trademarked with the kind of comp that they've run. They just pushed through on this A side. K-Corp were not ready for it. Between Alkia, Eva, and Philippa, they just shut things down. They didn't even, I think they lost Alkia in the process. Just 1 kill. That's all K-Corp got.
But that's the beauty of the raise fade, like just bird trap that you can try to do on this side of the map. Just overwhelming amounts of utility you can send that way. Weren't even using the breach because they had the paranoia to catch the same line. And Vanya takes the 3K. And this becomes really tough because basically what it means for KC on the attack is they're not allowed, like legally, they are not allowed to fight for lobby in the first 10 seconds. You have to kind of wait that out, not allow that to go your way. But it allows BBL to take so much space. You can see Eva pushing down A long for the time being, while Matrix is just deep on B. The rest of the team is trying to move over onto C.
Paranoia does connect. The counter Paranoia
Where'd
comes
she
through. This is
go?
quite a play from Literally. Unfortunately, runs out of bullets at the worst time possible. Vania once again with the 3K, looking for the fourth here. It's gonna all come down to Mel and how much he can find with just a ghost in hand. Here's the push through Garage. Unfortunately, Eva with that weapon advantage will be able to clean things up. And you know, I gotta appreciate Literally there. That was a very, very nice play. It's just unfortunate that the Frenzy kind of ran out of bullets.
Yeah, only 13 there. Couldn't quite connect on those. So here, I mean, BBL have been like really committed to like the full-on bonus rounds on this third. It's really just Alkia with a rifle and 4,800 in the bank. I think there's options where maybe if she wanted to, she could buy for a teammate, or, you know, there could be an operator coming online very early with that kind of cash in the bank for BBL. So we'll see if they go for that a little bit later. For now, they just have to avoid this A lobby area, which means they can't get in front of this smoke. So they just lose full control. It's been a while. We saw it yesterday, but it's not really been in meta across VCT to see Raze fade on this map in a while, but you can get really aggro, and you're seeing it right here, blitzing out of that smoke, peeking into spawn, but it's a bit ambitious for my tastes.
Yeah, Alkia at that range, literally, it's just gonna be easy pickings, like you know, when you're shooting clay pickings out of the sky. That's exactly probably how literally I felt. And just like that, K-Corp, they managed to make their way onto B side, get the spike down, and it's going to be a very, very awkward retake for BBL because most of them, they seem to want to go in for this kind of a flank play here, but expecting that perhaps K-Corp, they've kind of taken over the opposite side of the map and they're trying to converge on these players, but it's just not going to be working out. Never mind, I take it back. Between them, Vania and Philippa, they find 2 huge kills here. Vania, in fact, looking for more, does have that Vandal upgrade before finally being shut down, and it's going to come down to a 1v2. Eva versus the 2 remaining players of K-Corp. Mel already having repositioned. Never mind, Eva finds that last kill to boot, and that's just going to be the defuse. I think there's enough time for it as well, and BBL, they convert their bonus. That was a round they had no business winning.
Wow, that is insane. I mean, the pinch, you know, you're talking about with the A-long push going into window at the same time. I believe it was Philippa sort of jumping out of garage doors and getting 1 kill, almost getting a second too. I think that Mel kind of tossed it a little bit there, going for the early fight. You know, there's maybe an option where you can fall back off of grass completely, loop back to window, and then look for a later swing and play that clock on your side. But she just wanted to take the fight right then and there. Ends up losing it. Not sure if she had mollies or anything like that to play with, but that's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker. Good news for Carmine Corp, though, is because they're light armor enthusiasts, they still get another buy. Now this becomes the swing round, although this is a round that Alkia has that op online.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a difference maker here. K-Corp looking to get really hot and heavy onto this garage area. Gonna be immediately deterred though by that well-placed nano swarm. Not doing too much in the means of damage, but definitely does slow them down, cause them to think, all right, well, if we can't get that space early on, let's just try to play for picks instead. That does seem to be the call as they regroup and go towards into the op.
Do they have drone? They do. Nino's gonna use that and make sure that this op can't have value. It's tough for Alkia to get out of here. We'll have to use the satchel just to clear across the corner, but she wants more. She's hanging out there. Is she holding with the shorty on that angle? Maybe not. Switches over for the operator to look in later, but BBL are here ready to fight.
Yeah, after Vania's insane frags over the last 3 rounds, it does have the From the Shadows, and that's going to be some very appreciated reinforcement that's ready to go. Casey, they have kind of cut noise here, but they're still probably looking to hit the side, and BBL seem to be prepared for it.
They're probably waiting for a fault line. That would be my guess out of Nello, but the clock is going to be working against them, and that's probably coming up around 30 to 20 seconds. That's not going to leave them a lot of room, especially with 4 players on site.
This 30 seconds very, very dicey here. Already is short as well. It's being held quite well by Alkia. Matrix dashes into sight, but with that paranoia hitting, it does so much damage here. Vania TPs causes a little bit of distraction. Nello takes her down, but that buys enough time for the rest of the team to come in. And now it's all down to just Nino here. A 1v5 scenario, 1v4 scenario. Spike gonna be dropped. Spike gonna be in her possession actually, but no time really to do anything with it apart from just run and hold on to this gun. At least just pick up a Vandal on the way out, so it's not an entire loss. But BBL, they're gonna get to 10 here without too much trouble, and it's kind of like, Casey, they're staring down a barrel of a gun here. They're still hunting. Look at them.
Nino is able to escape with that rifle, but yeah, losing on time there just stings. And I wonder, like, if you play a little bit more aggressively with a lurker, you have more options to pivot late in a round like that. But the fact that Carmine Corp had every single player leaning hard over towards that A side, you just can't really abandon that. Like, there's too many things you have to clear. You have to worry about players pushing up into your spawn. They'd already used the drone from Nino, right? They had that mid-round pivot towards A. They can't really then pivot back towards the opposite side of the map. And through all of that, they never actually had control over A short. They were going in almost entirely through A main, with maybe using Mel as a late player in towards short. But I think because Alkia never full gave up that angle, which so many op players in that position would do, it allowed BBL to get on site in very forward positions, so that Carmine Corp were just going to get shredded the second they tried to run out of the up that ramp from A long, and that's exactly what happened. They really weren't able to get any traction on the site.
Yeah, I think that also just I had to highlight Vanya here. Like, so far I have to say, like, Alkia has been the star for sure on Ascent, and she's been highly impactful on this map as well. But especially on this defensive half, Vanya has been so phenomenal with the utility and the repositions to boot. Like, so many rounds, she's just able to find these multi-frags and make things work out.
It is now do or die Matrix show. Knives coming in. That was a swing round. Nino also having that rifle. But Matrix gonna quickly try to break the crosshair. There's still an operator here on this side though, and not the best util to clear it out. They're going in dry without the drone to finish that one off. So it will all be down to Matrix coming up and above to try and find that operator. But Velipa is down from backside. That's a 3K for her. Carmine Corp have no chance to get into the site.
Yeah, they're just shut down. Immediate rotation doing so much damage, and with just a sheriff in hand, literally are not able to do too much. BBL, they get to 11, recover the operator as well, and I don't know, if you have... I understand that it's an eco round, but if you want to like dry peek A-long without a flash or a concussion, that just seems to be a very, very bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, also, like, BBL aren't really changing up their setup. The race has always been leaning over towards A. The only difference is now that she has an op, she doesn't need teammates over there, right? She's just like hard holding that angle. They can commit like maybe a smoke towards lobby at the start of the round, and because the conditioning BBL had done previously, Carmine Corp not on the eco, I think might be a little bit less inclined to quickly try and cover some space. I think Lilia just sent the teleport there to threaten some kind of lurk, but no one was actually in range to hear it. Although BBL have eaten up that rotation. Look at that, fast swinging back towards the opposite side of the map to gather up on A.
Yeah, it seems like KC have done a little bit of conditioning on of their own now off the back of those A hits. The moment they hear the teleport coming in, they assume that it's going to be a full-on hit, and the rotation has been quick. It's just going to be Killjoy on the side, trying to anchor down. A very, very brave play here, but unfortunately Matrix ready for it. Still finds one though, exactly. Lilia goes down, and that's going to mean no more smokes to try and let them play a bit aggressive. Nilo though, off the plant, does have the Rolling Thunder to work with, and this might be the difference maker here when it comes to ultimates.
I don't know about playing full off-site here. That makes it so much harder. It's not planted great for them either. They have to swing out really wide. They've got the Rolling Thunder they're going to try to push back into the site with, but this is not going to be easy. Mel has to find a good timing on this lurk into garage.
Rolling Thunder crept in, ready to go here. The moment that Spike Tap hits, it's going to be coming down, and Eva tries to get half the stick, but unfortunately not going to be working out. The Recon Bolt is going to make things even more rough here. Despite that, it's going to be Eva finding a kill here. Trades come through, though, in favor of KC, and they stay alive for another round. Not opting to pick up the operator either, and honestly, that was a pretty well played round. Like, despite them going for long, I agree that they could have probably played a little bit more aggressive. Just the fact that all three of them were able to kind of push together at the same time and set up like this firing squad kind of thing. Yeah.
It made me nervous, right? Whenever you're walking into one area of the site by itself, and I think a pivot option, I mean, with the smoke on the spike, that was going to be really tough if they weren't finding those opening kills. Important that they did, and they even secured the round without that lurk coming back into play. But now the problem for Carmine Corp is the retake ultimates out of BBL this round are absolutely ridiculous. They're going to have to play a little bit more off-site, I think, and I suppose they have the Hunter's Fury. Maybe they can actually get the lockdown online, and that could be a way to fighting back here. But I see it being really, really tough for them to deal with those ultimates coming on through.
Yeah, both the Nightfall will also be extra dangerous if players do decide to take the risk of playing on site. Even if they manage to find a kill into Philippa, taking the Rolling Thunder out of play, that Nightfall, it's gonna leave a little bit of trail if you get marked, and Alkia
it just
with
tells
the
Alkia where to send the ultimate.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're saying it. I don't even know why I'm cutting you off, because you know exactly what's up. I mean, this'll be something. Now, Alkia doesn't have the operator. You can see BBL are switching things up with how they're playing. It's the Rays playing around mid. And I think Carmine Corp's idea was probably to go relatively swiftly over towards the C side and just start ignoring this raise. But the ult is coming out. What?
Oh my god.
So the concuss went down C long. They're trying to pretend like the raise is going down C long and hoping they would walk back into the raise while also pushing out of A long. This round is ridiculous. Felipe is going with the ultimate on site as well. In a 1 versus 4, she doesn't give a damn, but she'll fall into the smoke while the rest of BBL try to flood out of garage. And they're not going to stop anytime soon. Nello is in the corner. BBL find a couple of kills. It's absolute pandemonium on the C site.
No way.
Bullet hell as BBL out of nowhere to secure that round. That lasted 15 seconds.
And it was the most action-packed 15 seconds we've probably seen. You know, K-Corp, they make that quick decision to go over towards this C area instead, where they do find an opener. But just the fact that the moment that Spike touches the site, the moment they hear that sound from BBL, they start fighting and they start taking these fights one by one. This call to sort of run back and go around, I don't know. It was a 2v2 scenario. They probably knew the positioning of these players. They thought they had the time to get around the bend, but just that missed timing, it's gonna let BBL get that round in for free, and they get to match and series point 1 away from locking it down. And for a round that could be your last one, that is the most awful buy that you can probably think of. At least they have those stingers. That's why they're probably rushing towards the B side instead of the
Matrix. Matrix could be everything for Carmine Corp, right? The C side is completely open. They have locked down Hunter's Fury for the post plant, and now numbers advantage as well as a rifle in the hands of Matrix. If anyone can do it, it's her.
Yeah, they also managed to pick up an upgrade on the way now that Matrix managed to get the opener. Now Alkia looking to clear out this garage area. Very awkward weapon with which to do it here. The operator having to methodically clear out these angles line by line. I think does expect the players to be there though, and that paint shows it's going to definitely push them out of that corner. Vanya finds one, not able to get the second quite yet, though Eva does indeed do the job, and that numbers advantage has been equalized here. The lockdown will have to be respected though, and that's going to be some time at least that these players from KC might be able to buy. That might be all the time they need. In fact,
look at Alkia. She's trying to hunt down the Hunter's Fury. If the Hunter's Fury stays alive, they just win the round. And Alkia is able to find that kill. Nello still in the back of sight though. And she can stall out for all the time that is necessary. Nello clutches up on the site. And without Alkia in range to find the defuse, Carmine Corp just barely squeak by on a force with their backs against the wall.
It was such an awkward buy, and they think about how much they invested in it, right? They had to use the lockdown. I think that they will still be able to at least carry the Hunter's Fury into the next round as they keep on. But still, the economy is going to be in such a rough spot here. That lockdown, it was probably their ticket onto a site if they really needed it, and now they no longer have that into play.
But they had to use it. They have to use everything they can just to barely win out these rounds. BBL are not making it easy for them, and now BBL have this operator back online to hold off the cross. Actually, Matrix has knives once again.
Yeah, that might help to like kind of reset the bit of economy damage that they've taken as KC. They look to get a little bit forward onto this A side. Matrix in the meantime going for a push in through Link here. This might be a really, really good play if they can converge in. The dual push, in fact, with the help of that teleport, it might be what they need to kind of lock these players on site down. Already the pressure, it hits Alkia. She finds one. This position being held by Vanya. So nasty here. Between Eva and Vanya, they managed to find so many kills, and now, just like that, despite finding the first blood, it's all down to Mel. Gets that first, gets the spray transfer onto the second, and has to close out a 1v2 with 5 HP and a dream to keep Cape Corp into this Spike not in her position either. Gonna be dropped in that awkward angle towards long, and that's gonna be all Felipe needs. She had to hit one bullet, and she does it. BBL Queens, they win and move on in that upper bracket.
BBL bounce map back after losing a tough map 1. So tight between them. But then Ascent, they dominate. And here on Haven 2 looking so strong. Alkia continuing to perform. But I think you highlighted her a few times, but Vanya throughout this map was so good. Even that round, like Carmine Corp were giving them hell, like pinching through B and A to hit them from both front and backside, but Vanya boosted up, is able to deal with both of those two angles, sort of swinging on a dime there, a full 180. She finds the kills that are completely necessary to close away the round and secure this series for BBL.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, we saw moments of brilliance from K-Corp as well, like that spray down that we saw from Nello. They seem to have the right idea. It was just that in a lot of these cases, when it came down to the 1v1 fights, they just couldn't hold their own against the firepower that BBL seemed to bring to the board here. Still though, I think that compared to the 13-3 loss that they had, they definitely improved quite a bit. The final score was 13-8 if I'm not wrong, so it's not an entire loss, and they do have that lower bracket to pick themselves back up from in. But you know, BBL Queens, they have been phenomenal. I can completely understand how they beat G2 goes in, and I think that's what we have coming up next. G2 are going to be playing, and if they can punch their ticket in as well, we might be seeing a rematch between these two teams, and I am so stoked for that.
That would be an absolute banger. I think the top end of Game Changers is looking so competitive. In fact, they beat G2. Now Carmine Corp are challenging, and the analyst desk is going to walk us through exactly how BBL secured that victory.
Thank you guys for that one. Hello, we're the analyst desk. I'm Ginny. We have Inami as well as Emily on here, and I think this one so far, Inami, was probably the most one-sided map we've seen throughout the entirety of the series.
Yeah, it was very one-sided, even if we saw Nello shine here and there, Nino as well, but it was a total domination from BBL, and Vanya, Alkia, Eva, Felipa, Raika, honestly, all of them showed up in this map. And yeah, it was just a very well deserved win overall. Like you see the first kills even by an Omen. We saw teleport, we saw some very interesting new plays that BBL adopted in this game that we didn't expect from them, and for sure that led them to win against KC.
Yeah, we're looking at KC, however, Emily, and I felt like they did genuinely put forward such a great performance. They have tried so hard with the retakes on the A side being the key, but still BBL found a way around it.
They did. I think, again, I'm going to be talking about the money. It was unfortunate for them that they couldn't build up a strong ecosystem to keep them stronger and winning more rounds that they could have. They lost 5 out of 6 pistols, Carmine I'm talking about, so that right there is already really tough for them. And even losing a bonus also, they were playing how we wanted to see them play with hitting the sites. Both teams have a fairly strong Haven, to be honest. And yeah, both teams played really well, but I was really impressed with how BBL had their setups and utility that they were playing off of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at this round 9 here, Inami, which was the B take. It felt like when BBL Queens decided to go for B side for that plant, it was much more difficult for KC to actually find an answer and go for the retake.
Yeah, it looked like they didn't really have many answers. Like all the time, whenever BBL are pushing, we just give them the site and try to play after plant, but it wasn't always the best idea because you're pushed into taking these duels and these fights, and there was at times Reika lurking, taking a good lurk and taking a kill and punishing, and every time, yeah, BBL were able to find a way to punish and take kills, and the retake was never happening from them.
Yeah, one thing that we mentioned as well, Emily, before on Ascent was the fact that Elirka was giving a couple of chances to go for those flanks, and KC continuously not really finding an answer for that. That seemed to be a theme going into Haven as well, which kind of brings me to the fact that maybe some adaptability between map 2 and map 3 wasn't as solid as we might wanted it to be.
Yeah, it wasn't as strong as we had hoped for. You could tell that both teams did their homework though, and they were very prepared for this entire series. I think having Haven as the last map was a good choice for both teams. It was just more so who was feeling it more in terms, and again, it was much more in favor of BBL. It was, you know, more of their sided map. I did see floods that happened from Carmine when they did retake. There was one round where they just flooded and made BBL feel super uncomfortable, not getting into positions that they needed, and I would have liked to see more of that on the defense side from them.
Yeah, speaking about flooding and sites that both of these teams are very comfortable on, we have a heat map ready now. I seen you guys in chat go, we're just looking at dots. No, you're not. If there's a dot, that means that there has been contact, which means action is happening where the dots are. So technically, the more dots, the better. So looking at this map specifically, keep your eyes on C and A because that's where the most dots are happening. B was a little bit of a hit here and there, Inami, but very obvious wish to sides. Both of these teams very heavily favored.
And we had some kills also on like the entrance because we were able to know that Alkia is going to always try to be aggressive even on defense and always looking for kills. So KC were trying to punish that. Sometimes it works, but sometimes it didn't. So yeah, it was almost all over the place. And yeah, BBL came on the top because their aggressiveness paid off, and also the fact that they're always next to each other. So even if you kill one person, there is always someone to trade off.
Yeah, some of the aggression, Emily, that we might have been expecting for Carmine Corp didn't really come out to play this time around. Yesterday on Haven, it was go, go, go. They're very comfortable pushing out. They're very comfortable just playing in the faces of CBA, but that wasn't the case today, which makes me wonder, is that momentum that BBL Queens gathered on Ascent just completely translated over into Haven?
Yeah, I think both of these teams have very similar play styles. They're both very explosive, straight to the point. BBL wasn't allowing Carmine to do what they needed to do, and hats off to them because that's a difficult thing to do when another team has the exact same play style as you.
Yeah.
They even won a thrifty round that I wanted to highlight on round 9 with a showstopper. They not a thrifty round, they half bot essentially, and then they went straight into a B plant, pushed with the showstopper, got a pick. There was lots of first bloods that were happening for BBL.
Yep, and the first bloods for BBL were great, but one of the players specifically that was making sure that these were coming through Inami was Alkia. Over the past 3 maps in total, she has had an absolute day of her life. Not even the game of her life, it's like the day of her life. Like she just showed up today and she said, I'm gonna show you guys exactly why BBL Queens has gone undefeated.
Honestly, just look at the ATS on the second game. Like, what is that? This player has been showing up. And honestly, like, if you didn't know BBL Queens, well, welcome to the fun club, I guess. She's really here to show off that the Turkish players are really strong. She got, I think, 3 aces on map 2, another one on map 4, and this player has been just unstoppable. She was so good at playing off the utility of her teammates, and yeah, look at these aces.
She was just an absolute force, and I think coming into this for Carmine Corp as well, they had some expectations in terms of how BBL was going to be playing. Emily, they have played them in the past in the open qualifiers and they lost, so this is that revenge arc for Carmine Corp, unfortunately, that didn't go in their favor. But it brings the question, in those open qualifiers, was Alkia playing this way? Because how do you come up with a solution to this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's why I really like the idea of playing in close qualifier and encounter of getting invited, because you have a lot more matches, a lot more games, experience. You're getting more comfortable in your shoes and you know your game plan. And also you have a lot of VODs to review. That's important as a team. You know, your coaches were recording all of the games, and then you can go back during the night and see what was the mistakes, what can you fix, and they have all of this resources that they can utilize because they played so many different games.
That is I actually didn't know that that was how it worked. So thank you for a little bit of an insider information in terms of how some of this works. We're going to be heading over to a little break, and we're going to be back with the second game of today. G2 goes in up against Ascend Rising.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
I hope you had a little break after that one because another banger is on the way. G2 goes in up against Ascent Rising, the undefeated team in Group B, up against, well, the winners of Game Changers 2023 on the international stage. So, Inami, we're gonna jump right into this. Feelings, thoughts, emotions. Thank you, Tess.
Honestly, I am like very, very, very excited to see this game. As you said, it's like the old champions against the undefeated new team, and it feels like we've been sleeping on some changes that Ascent came with. So I'm excited to see these changes and see how they translate in the game.
Yeah, both Ascent and G2 Gozen have made changes to their roster, Emily. And G2 Gozen, we kind of already touched upon that yesterday in terms of the changes made in terms of getting Roxy on board. But when we're looking at Ascent, I mean, 2 changes so close to open qualifiers. Again, a little concerning.
Yeah, and a new coach as well. And, you know, time is the only thing that we can't get back in the world. So, time's of the tongue twister. Time is of the essence, and I'm sure they were trying to crunch as much time as they could together. They officially got announced in March, I believe, the 2 new members and the coach. So they got close to almost 3 months together. Who knows how long they were practicing with before. I think that's plenty of time personally as a player to group up and have a game plan, because you know you can isolate maps that work for you and don't work for you. And it shows. I mean, look how well they have been playing so far. They've only lost, I think, 3 maps out of 17 played.
Wow, that's a really great track record to be on. I mean, they're undefeated in their group, so it does make sense. But when we're looking at the changes that they've made in terms of the roster, but also, as you said it yourself, Emily, the new coach, we actually had an opportunity to sit down with Asuka, well, we being Ginny, and we asked a couple of questions on how everything is going behind the scenes. Would you be able to describe Game Changers in one word?
Hard work, I will say. I think that's 2 words, actually.
We can pretend like it's one word. It's fine. I think that's all good. Okay, we're going to be talking in the interview now, so it's going to be interview questions. First of all, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. We have Asuka, the coach for Ascent Rising. You guys have a green carpet. You have not lost a single series. You've lost 2 maps in total, 1 to Kase, 1 to Gildex. So what is the secret sauce that you have going on?
I think overall the team is like working really hard to get better, and we have been working for 4 or 5 months, and I feel like everyone is in the same page, so that's really important, and everyone is super confident that we are a really good team. So even when we are not in advantage, like or we have like more pressure, the team is still performing really well, or even better than when we are maybe without that pressure, like we just saw against the case.
Okay, well, this is really interesting to know that the team is kind of working hard and has a good dynamic going on, because you do have 2 members that have joined a little bit more recently. It is March, so it's been a couple of months. But how have both Lateo and Schnell had the dynamic of the team, and how was their adaptation joining?
Honestly, it's really easy to work with them because they are always like in a really good mood, and they are like they really want to improve, and they are like really like they are hardworking, and also they really like to talk about the game, watch games together. So it makes super easy to just get everyone in the same page, because like when we started in January, like my feeling was that it was so different how the 3 players that were already in the team were understanding the game, and the 2 Turkish players were understanding the game.
Okay.
Like the playstyle or the culture was different, but I feel like now we are more in the same page. We still have to work, but I feel like we are in a really good spot, and I think we are showing that.
Okay, and when you talk about the difference in terms of the game understanding, you as a coach coming in, it's kind of like your job, so to say, to make everybody going on that same page. What were you able to do individually to make it easier for everyone to just kind of glue together better?
I think overall, my job is like more to make them understand that we are a team. We need to see like the game in the same way. So for me, it's just make them understand that sometimes you have to, or you should give up your ideas, like the ideas you have from other experience or other teams, and just focus on what's best for the team, you know? So I feel like, I would say like individually, I'm trying to tell them pretty much, okay, we want you to play in this way because this is going to make this player play like in a better way, or this other player to be more comfortable, and it's going to also make you like, I don't know what, like exactly how to say it, because I feel like it's a really complex thing to explain. It could take a long time to explain it, but overall, I feel like I wouldn't say that I am working that much individually. Maybe I think like we are always working together. We are watching both together. We are doing everything together. So everyone is understanding in a better way. Okay, how my role works, how my role works also related with other roles. You know, with the other with my other teammates. So that's the most important thing. I feel like, as I said, we are probably in a really good spot. I feel like we are a really strong team right now. Like, I don't want to say it, but I will say we are better than G2 right now. So they should be scared.
Okay, thank you so much for saying. I mean, you know, we're going to see how this is going to be playing out, but you guys have absolutely not lost a series just yet. So I'm really looking forward to see the teamwork and just the synergy playing out on the server today. Good luck with your games, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. Great interview. Good job, Ginny. But let's talk about what Asuka actually had to say, because there were some pretty great insights in terms of how long the team has been competing already, what's going on behind the scenes, how they actually managed to just gel together so well. And that's showing now in their gameplay on the server as well, Emily.
Absolutely. Like I had predicted before we saw that interview, I had guessed that they were playing a little bit before that they got announced. So 4 to 5 months. Plenty of time to do what they got to do and figure out a game plan to win the tournament if that's their goal. But one thing that Asuka said that stuck out to me was working together. Working together is incredibly crucial as a team, because one player cannot do all the work. It's not all on the coach. All 5 players have to put an equal amount of work if they want to win. So the fact that Asuka's saying that specifically about the team, it makes sense, because look how well that they have all been doing so far.
Absolutely. Looking at the lineup as well, and just how we've seen them perform over the last couple of play days, Inami, this is a force to be reckoned with. BBL Queens topped their group. They went up against KC earlier today. They went in favor of BBL Queens. So why would this not be any different?
There is no reason for this to not be any different, because this team has been coming so consistent and playing together so well. We've seen like the fakes they've been doing, the way they've been playing or moving in the map as a team, the way, unlike BBL before, they were always having one person to lurk to make sure that everything is going well. They were playing the map overall so well. So honestly, we're expecting the same level from them again, and I'm so excited to see what they can come up with against a team as strong as G2.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the players as well that we've been highlighting, well, we are gonna be highlighting, will be Amy, and specifically in terms of the agents that she's very comfortable playing. And if you're looking at this replay and you're thinking, Jeannie, you're saying agents, but all I've seen so far is Killjoy, you're absolutely correct. You have a really good eye. Emily, Killjoy seems to be the signature champ for Amy, but also when we're looking at Game Changers EMEA, it's a champ that a lot of players are very comfortable and confident on.
Yeah, looking at this graphic, look at Amy up on top there. Amy the GOAT on Killjoy. Never won Killjoy so far in the Game Changers, and second in line is Vens from BBL. This is a strong rate from her. 1.29 rating as a Killjoy with an ACS of 245. KD of 1. Whoa, as I keep going further and further, it's getting more and more intense. She's playing incredibly well on the Killjoy, and Killjoy's playing a Sentinel in general is a difficult role. You have to pre-plan ahead, you have to run around, you have to know your timings. Timings are super crucial if you're going to be flanking or pushing forward, so she's doing a really good job on the Killjoy.
A lot of thoughts going into the Killjoy play, but also the maps in EMEA are going to be quite important in terms of dictating the pace of the game and dictating how you want to play your Killjoy. So the Ascent map so far, I mean, as we said it, they've only lost 2, 1 to Kase, 1 to Gildex. So are we going to see like 100% win rate on everything again?
We're not, because they choose to not play Pearl. That's the reason why. But we're almost seeing a very good win rate on everything else. And honestly, even that 89% on Ascent, it's not so scary because they only lost 1 map. And that's actually like very good stat. And that also comes from them being on the top of their group. But that wasn't an easy group. We showed it earlier. It was a group where we had Gildex, where they had also Navi and IP. So we expected some of these teams to come on the top or to probably qualify, but Ascent was able to just stop all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's speaking volumes to regards of how well they've been gelling together, to the 4 to 5 months of practice that they've had, to the time and just the teamwork in general. But another team that has a lot of time and teamwork in general is G2 Gozen. And this is the first time that they're going to be competing against each other because they were in opposite groups. And when we're looking at G2 Gozen, they also have a very strong, dominant performance, Emily, on every map.
They do. It's almost head-to-head, I could say, in terms of how well each team plays each map. We haven't seen them play against each other because Ascent went #1 in their groups and G2 went #2. But because of that very reason, I'm really expecting this to be a really good map. If I'm Ascent, and if G2 doesn't ban Fracture, because they usually don't play it, I'm going to pick that first because that's probably one of their weaker maps.
Well, we're having a little bit of a tactic leak. I do love that, but we're looking at an incredibly strong lineup from the side of G2 Gozen in EMEA. We said it yesterday as well. Roxy felt like that missing puzzle piece that has now been added to the puzzle, and it's completed.
It feels so completed because we don't even feel that they are missing or like that they just lost their IGL. This team is coming in so strong. We've seen the consistency still from Glance. Roxy also brings so much of the consistency. You see that Petra and Mimi are always on the same page. And also we saw in the interview, Mary spoke about how she's close to the players, like the players in general outside of the game are close, and that makes them also play and sync together so well inside the server.
Yeah, I've known a lot of these players on G2 for a very long time, and I know how strong of a mindset that they have. So for them to still be really close with each other with 2 new additions is crucial because you have to bring everybody along with your family, even if they're newcomers. And it's showing. They have a really good time together. We were talking about chemistry earlier on in the day in the first series. Chemistry is so important as a team. You want to make sure that your teammates have your back both in-game and out. You want to be able to go to them for anything. Being criticized as a player is incredibly difficult, but if you have a good relationship with your team, it makes it 10 times easier.
Having the support system within G2 Gozen shows, and it's translating onto the play on the server as well, especially what we've seen yesterday in EMEA. A lot of these players very comfortable and confident to go in based off of the fact that they are aware that their teammates have their back.
Yeah, they also have so much confidence in their individual skill. Like they're never afraid of taking any duel because they know they have the ability to win. And that's something so special about G2 that I like so much. They're not, like, if you're coming to their sides, most of the teams will go out, try to go for the retake, but not G2. They're going in and they're going to fight and they're going to win these duels.
And confidence is something as well that's built over time, and we've seen a lot of confidence on Mary yesterday on the duelist role. She was just in your face, W key, just shooting everybody up, and that's something that when we're going to be looking at the video kind of makes a lot of sense because her parents have been very supportive from quite a young age. So let's have a look.
I'm just kind of curious because obviously you guys didn't come through flawless in your group. You did in fact drop one game to BBL. So I was kind of wondering, like, what happened there? What was the big surprise? I know that they're kind of unknown quantities, but I mean, you're G2.
I mean, yeah, we're G2, but there's nothing wrong with losing, right? As long as we learn from our losses, that's what matters to us. And nothing is perfect. We might have won the championship, but you know, we all have our flaws, I'd say, and it's all about like reflecting and understanding how to fix things. So I think that loss personally for us was a great thing. We learned a lot.
بعدين حسيت انه خلاص يا الوقت انه رحت اسال اهلي عشان يشتروا لي بلاي ستيشن عشان يكون شيء عندي انا وانا اقدر اشتغل على نفسي في اللعب. بعد فتره اخيرا ابوي شرى لي البلاي ستيشن وجاب لي اياه في الغرفه لحد هاليوم اتذكر وشريت اللعبه اللي انا ابي العبها وتميت ساعات بس العب هاللعبه.
مريم طفولتها كانت مختلفه عن اي طفوله اي بنات صغار في سنها يعني.
كانت من أحد هواياتها الألعاب الإلكترونية وإحنا ما كنا على دراية على هاي الشيء.
بدايتها كانت في الألعاب الأونلاين جيمينج. كثير شفتها حسيت أن عندها المهارة، حسيت أنها تتعلم بسرعة فشجعتها، أعطيتها كل السبورت والحمد لله رب العالمين وصلت مستوى يعني مشرف إلى مستوى عالمي.
طبعاً إحنا دائماً كنا نشجع مريم أنا وأبوها بشيء اللي هي تحبه من هواياتها، شنو ما كان في حياتها تبي تصير وما كنا نجبرها على شيء هي ما تبيه، والحمد لله وقدرت إن هي توصل للشيء اللي هي كانت تحلم فيه من يوم هي كانت.
Well, the strong mental is something that wasn't just developed overnight from her situation with her parents up into getting into G2, being aware that losing is okay and that's where you learn the most. And that confidence, Emily, yesterday translated so incredibly heavily on the server. Look at the ACS.
Yeah, you could tell how wise Mary is for her age. The way she was speaking in that interview, I'm absolutely shocked. That mindset is a championship mindset. It's okay to lose, and she said, in fact, it's better that they did because they ended up learning from those mistakes. She had it. Look at the ACS. It's over 300 ACS. When I was watching her playing yesterday, she did an incredible job on gaining space for her team. Keep in mind that her teammates set her up beautifully with the utility from Petra and Glance. Everybody was doing their job to set her up because you can trust Mary. She's going to go in there and get those entries and those first bloods that are needed.
Absolutely. The maps that we've seen yesterday might, again, are we expecting those today, Inami? Because this is a different team. You're playing up against Ascent Rising. So in terms of predictions or expecting bans and picks.
We know Ascent will never pick Pearl. They've been perma-banning it, and of course they'll keep doing that. They were always focusing on the other maps, and in the other hand, of course, G2 are avoiding Fracture. We don't want to see that. And that's an interesting first pick. Bind and like also Lotus. Honestly, excited to see all what these teams are bringing. Gini, you're a little too happy for that Bind pick.
A little too happy? You don't like Bind?
I do. Honestly, I was waiting for Bind to be picked for a while. We didn't see it in the VCT EMEA as much. So I'm happy to see these teams bringing it and showing us if there were enough changes to change their comps in it, or if they will still keep going on what was basic for them before.
Yeah, we're looking at Bind specifically here, Emily, and that's a map that we haven't seen from G2 Gozen yesterday. It was more the Haven, the Ascent, the Split. So seeing Bind, how are we feeling? Because Mary on the Raze yesterday, scary.
I know, and Bind is definitely a Raze map, so yikes. I don't know how I'm feeling about that versus Mary. But they obviously picked it for a reason. Maybe they have a game plan. Maybe they're going to bring us a different comp or something. Both teams have played Bind before. So we've seen it from them before, and they both did well on it. So this will be a really fun match to watch because Bind's still fresh and new because the meta is constantly changing for Valorant. So I'm curious to see what they cook up for us today.
Well, I guess I'm gonna, well, not me, but our casters are gonna be able to answer that question because we're gonna be heading into our first map of the series, Bind, coming your way with Ender and Zach.
Thank you very much. Sorry, caught me by surprise there. I'm ready to get into the game. It's been an exciting day. We had all 3 matches coming on through all of that. And now we have a chance to see these teams rock it out on Bind. And we're going to be diving straight into... actually, wait, what is going on here? Are we already in game?
Bring them down.
I'm so confused. I believe we're already in game and we just missed agent select. We are just full sending it into the server. I think that's what's happening. I hope Jade is going instantly inside of 2, but Mimi and Mary are just holding hands and finding the kills. I think Ascend were as surprised as we were to find themselves on that site.
Yeah, they get so many picks as well. Very, very crucial here. And now it's just going to come down to Amy. Has been a phenomenal player. And I think one of the things that was highlighted was the impact that she has on the Killjoy. But having switched roles here in a 1v4 against the likes of G2 Gozen, it's going to be a very, very tough fight for her to take, especially with Spike being dropped in that particular awkward angle. Mimi caught looking at the wall. A very rare miss from her. And Amy will at least be able to get that first fight done with. Grabs the Spike as well. Looks to get a little bit more here. But unfortunately, it is going to be Roxy saying Viper diff right there as G2 get their first pistol in the way. When did we start?
We just hot dropped into the server. I thought we were playing Valorant, but that seemed more akin to Apex or something like that. Like literally just went flying on it. Yeah, we got the battle bus on in. Okay. Whew. All right, let's take a breather. We're pressing pause now. I guess the game is paused. Look, we're gonna uncover the mystery of what happened in a minute. I believe we are having a small technical pause while we work through that, but all things considered, we have G2 winning the pistol, and now we can talk a little bit about the comps, I think, because G2 have made some changes. Previously, when they were playing this map, they were still playing the Killjoy, which I'm not really a huge fan of anymore, but it seems like they've moved over to the double smoke setup and are even running the Harbor plus the Viper as opposed to the Viper plus Brimstone that we sometimes think. I believe this is actually the NRG comp, if I'm not mistaken, which if you saw some of the NA casters playing Premier last night, you would know is exceptionally hard to execute on the attack. There's not a lot of utility to work with to force plays.
Yeah, there's also not much available in the vein of post plants either, but when you're a team like Gozen that likes to take up space in that post plant, I think that it's a comp that really makes sense for them. I like that I do kind of miss the Killjoy plays coming in, but on this map in particular, ever since people started playing it and like a couple of weeks after, the Viper has been that pseudo sentinel pick that has found like really great impact. Her walls on defense are super good for in case your Harbor or Brimstone's Brimstone's utility is recharging there. And I think that there's just so much control that G2 Gozen really have in their back pocket here once they switch sides over. Once they on this half on defense. Yeah, they're on defense.
Yeah, I mean, and they also have a lot of good things. I think that having like multiple smokes and plus Sage, it gives you a lot of like orb control, especially on the defense, depending if you want to like slam your Sage walls like very early into a round to guarantee that, or if you save it until around like the 110-minute mark, you know, right before that second phase of cooldowns on the attacking side are going to be coming up, you can use it to lock off areas. I do think though, and this kind of reminds me of like old G2 comps, like when they would play like old Pearl with, I think they were playing like the Reyna plus Sage plus Smokes plus a Killjoy or plus a Chamber, I think actually at that time. And basically G2 have gotten away with playing comps that just like don't have a ton of like forcing utility in the past. And like when you look at it, playing double smokes and all that, like you have a lot of like coverage and like obstruction of vision, and especially like the Harbor cascades you can look to scale up with as well. But when they move over to the attack, it makes it somewhat difficult to like hard execute into a site because you're more looking to like default early into rounds and like sort of set up individual players to take fights and then capitalize on the space that those players have taken. But overall, I think that is going to be a tough one, and we'll see how G2 execute on their attacking side. But for now, we get to big chill back here.
Yeah, after being tossed in at the deep end, the least we can do is dry off a little bit, I gotta say. Anyway, though, after that little bit of a breather, I like those points that you really brought up about the difficulty that G2 might have on attack. But I think that if Petra can find enough info with her utility, it might be what they really need to change things around here.
I have some breaking news. Breaking news. We're restarting the game.
What?
Apparently, Ascend was not ready for the game. So I don't know all the full details.
Well, it wasn't just us. Good.
Yeah, it was not just us. So I think that's what we're doing now. We're just doing the pistol again. Okay.
Yeah.
No UI, we're chilling. Look, we're still staying with the bare minimum here, but it looks like Ascend want to move over towards that B site once again.
Yeah, we don't need a UI. We can just look at the map. All good. Early wall does come through from the Sage here, Mimi, I believe, to block up this access here. And well, it seems like I said they're gonna be happy to just settle for the orb as they still a little bit backwards.
I wish G2 did the same thing and just were sitting 2 players inside tube again, and like we just saw them play the exact same round and just see if anything changes.
Just like, wait a minute, I've seen this somewhere before. They're not opting to really do that though. Instead, it's gonna be them looking to kind of get a bit more space towards A, or at least sell the impression that it's gonna be a bit more space towards A with Jade using that Prowler there. So G2, they're not quite buying the bait.
No, they are not. A lot of stall power here with just 40 seconds, and as you can see it, HM just gets flatlined. They're both inside of the tube. Mimi is here again, but this time, Ascend are winning. They got a second lease on life, except Petra says no to that. Comes in the Executioner along with Mary. And that's a 3K, and all things considered, the same exact round.
Yeah, this time around the players in Tube didn't quite live to talk about it, but yeah, basically same exact round. Perpetua decides to get the Seekers back on, get the Seekers online a little bit sooner than expected as well. But yeah, nice try out of Ascend. They did a little bit more damage.
I've got more context, because the last time we got the context, it wasn't a lot. Now, this is the official TLDR. Ascend was not ready or notified that the game was unpausing and resuming, so we had to restart the game. I'm not sure if someone just accidentally set that one off or what happened, but we're chilling now, and things are back to normal as G2 are going for the FPX buy, just 3 rifles and double pistols. And Mary actually takes a big old hunk of damage right there.
Yeah, those wallbang sheriffs can be very, very pesky to deal with, and just like off the back of that, Mary still though able to get a little bit of space off the back of this Trailblazer. Not pushing too far ahead, not overextending, but hoping that perhaps might find the angle or the kill here. Takes a little bit more damage, and I noticed that there's no overkill available either for Petra, unfortunately, this time around. Overgrowth, so no nifty healing coming in to get Mary back into full fighting shape.
Yeah, definitely not. Ascend working slowly into B now, just scouting out towards Hookah. I believe the Sage wall down long has broken, so it makes it a little bit more of a threat that Ascend could be splitting into B. You can see that Petra is actually called over as well as Mary. I like this movement from Ascend, sort of playing around the timings here now, catching G2 potentially in rotation. And Glance is really just here with the jump peek. Oh no, sees a lot of people, and now she's going to run away to backside.
Yeah, paint shows from Mary, not quite able to really find anything, though that Bulldog does manage to sing, finds that first kill already, taking down Amy, huge there. Despite only having 42 HP, Mary's still willing to get like up close and personal, it seems like. Finally, the heal does come through. Mimi rotating over will get that done, and Roxy in the meantime on the flank here takes the teleporter, does have the knowledge here, connects the kill nevertheless, though huge kill onto Leto there, and now the remaining players for Ascend, what can they really find? They're in such split positions, no chance of a trade either, and with that Cove coming down, it just might be the defuse being stuck, whether or not Mimi gets the kill. G2 fight 2.
Fantastic stuff. Going to be able to have 5 rifles going to the next with a couple of eyes right here. So G2 exceptionally happy with how things have panned off. You might be confused. Shouldn't G2 be 3-0? No, we replayed that first round, so it's just the 2-0 for them for the time being. But we'll see how Ascend sort of get pulled around the map. I think that, or can try to pull G2 around the map, because one of the weaknesses, again, I think about this G2 comp is that you only have one form of information utility in the sky, and she's one of the most unreliable piece of information you get, because like the flashes tell you that someone is there, but they don't tell you how much. So really the only time you have perfect info with a sky flash is if it doesn't ping anything, and you know the area is clear. So yeah, they send it out early on. And I think that basically every time this Viper util cycles up, you're probably going to see after this, like Petra throw a flash on through it to try and figure out what's going on. But Ascend can try to play the slow creep up game before executing onto sites and avoiding a lot of the scout util.
Talking about said scout here, so they're just going to detect some presence outside hookah, but again, this is going to be quite uncertain. They don't know exactly how many players are here. It does merit enough, though, that Petra does go in for a little bit of a rotation. You do see that C's Paint Shells combo being used all the way in hookah in case somebody was crouching in that corner with a cute little judge there.
That's a really nice wall, though, because it comes down at 1 minute, so it'll only break at 20 seconds into the round. This almost forced Ascend to split over towards the A site, and with Amy finding 2 opening kills on the lurk, that's everything you could have asked for.
Nasty shots coming out. Being able to take down Mary on that angle is one thing. Expecting her to be there on that angle is one thing. But that second one, that was just something that Amy had no business getting. Has been the pop-off player multiple times for this team, and this is exactly why. Now towards the backside,
30
Petra,
seconds left.
all alone, goes a little bit too far. And once again, there's just no potential for a trade as that spike goes down. Mimi and Roxy, they do have a rifle, but there's so much work to do. Yeah.
HTM knows exactly what's happening. Heard that player sprinting around in through spawn. So G2, even though trying to win out in this round with 5 rifles, get absolutely cooked up by this Amy lurk. And that is what we need to keep seeing from Ascend to challenge G2 here. Trying to catch G2 during windows where Petra doesn't have the flashes to scout out, or after she's used a dog. Amy is always going to look to push up behind her wall. And we saw that put on to a perfect effect right there. Because I think the way that Petra used her flash in the round was the first one went outside of showers at round start. Then her second one spotted outside hookah. So she was peeking A short, not expecting anyone to be there. And Amy rather, knew that there could be no more flashes or nothing else that was just going to scout her out easily, and she finds that kill with it.
My ultimate is ready. Ooh, interesting wall committed towards this long area to probably try to get Roxy that Viper's pit. That could be a very valuable ultimate to shut down one particular part of the map, whether it's this round or the next. But Ascend, again, they're just playing the waiting game. They know that G2 have like limited amount of utility, like exactly like you mentioned. And with that Trailblazer kind of being scouted out here, it's gonna make things even more difficult for G2 if they're not careful about it. Mimi, though, holding this nasty angle here with the help of the Guardian, will be able to get a crucial kill, taking down Schnell. That's gonna be the raise offline, and just like that, with the amount of poison orb slash walls that G2 have on this B side, it's enough for Mimi and Roxy to hold on together.
And it's really hard to get out of hookah without the raise to sort of satchel her way in, so they're going mainly through Octagon now. 3 players ready, and Mimi underneath hookah. This is a tough spot to clear away as they come around the corner. No one's ready for it. It's just a 1-for-1 though. And 2 players now pushing out of the back site. Roxy finds hers. HTM isolated here as Glance finds yet another kill. And Roxy finishes the job. G2 get their 3rd round.
What a nice little bait and switch. And also, I like that wall coming out of Harbor. You know, sometimes you see it going in through the hookah and then getting out, but that leaves a little bit of space that if you don't do it perfectly, it can lead to the peaks coming through in favor of the attackers. But this wall, it forces them to jump down. I'm just gonna tune you out, Ender, when you do that, because it makes me laugh too hard.
you keep going along. Don't mind me. I'm just, I saw one person laugh when I did it before, so I'm gonna, just keep overusing it until it's no longer funny.
Oh my god.
That's the strat, if you don't know. That's comedy. Here we go. Fast. Whoa, look at that. Schnell going, sending it on down there. I think they had an Astra pole trying to set up with that Sky Flash as well. So nice little attempt with the Nightfall 2 here. And G2 are sort of pushed back all the way deep on site. They're going to have to fight for U-Haul control. And 1-for-1 might not be good enough if Jade finds more success pushing through this. I don't know why she'd go that deep. That's just too much.
Yeah, talking about too much. Yeah, it seems like every single player on the side of Ascend is intent on getting more space than necessary. Oh, that is such a nice push coming out. And G2, they bounce back in style here. They punish Ascend for their mistakes as they try to get a little bit too much space. And G2, they get 4 here. They look so strong on this defense. Like, the only round that they lost, it was the round where they were significantly economically challenged.
Yeah, it's tough. And it was also Amy finding 2 kills just by herself working into the A site. I do think Ascend are going to find more success if they work quickly. I think changing the pace every once in a while is important just to keep G2 on their toes a bit. But mainly because this Sage wall, I think 4 of 5 rounds, Mimi has just thrown it down immediately. And we're going to see it again going down long very... Actually, they probably... Oh, they do place it. I thought with Sky playing here, maybe they don't. And they look to challenge a little bit more, but... You can look to just time that out and gain space in other areas of the map and play the second cycle of abilities. Amy's really activating on this look quickly, though.
Glance again gonna be this anchor towards this A side.
Huge.
Jade finding a first kill though with a Guardian. Really nice shot onto Mary. Glance finds a trade, although still it's gonna be Glance kind of stuck alone on this side since Roxy is trapped within her own Viper's pit. Still gonna be able to hold down though with the help of the Cascade, trying to scale back up, and now that's gonna force Petra into committing these Seekers. An ult that you really ideally don't want to use. In fact, multiple ults from G2 being baited out in this round. That's arguably an eco for the side of Ascend, and now that they have the rescue coming in, they know that this B side is weak. They're gonna be willing to hit it heavy. However, that's why you gotta check your corners. Petra finds 2 already, and just like that, Ascend, once again, they slow down. Never mind.
Jade? Okay, Jade. A 3K on the round, upgrades into the Vandal now. As the smoke falls, they're aware of a player trapped with that seize. But are they aware of Roxy on the flank? Roxy went for the spam. They're just going to hit the teleport. 25 seconds on the clock. They have the time, especially with the moved teleporters. After the map rework, it makes it so much faster on this rotation. Very easy plant to come in now from Ascend. But still, that split pressure from Roxy coming down short.
I like that they gave Astra the spike, because that's going to give her the Cosmic Divide, especially after she got that kill. And now the positioning being held by Ascend here, it's going to be so difficult for G2 to really predict. Glance will have to do a lot of the heavy lifting coming out of heaven if she decides to jump down. The spawn push is slow from Jade, not quite able to find the timing, unfortunately. That's going to be a huge kill there. However, Leto is able to find the first one, though Glance is there for the trade, and that's just the difference, right? Ascend gave them free 1v1s, and G2, they just go for the 2v1 retake, and it's just going to be the defuse coming in.
I mean, Jade did everything in her power to give her team a chance to win it out in that round. Even goes to a little bit of a gamble, pushing back through pipes to try and get into heaven. If she gets that kill, wrap up the round. She's done everything to make it happen, but unfortunately loses out on that. Leteu also not able to challenge in the 1 versus 1. Oh wait, challenge I'm seeing. What does that mean?
I don't know. Is it like yeah? That's
no. It's a timeout. All right. I was like, I wasn't aware that challenge was an option. Oh, we lost the round. I will challenge it. Maybe there was a bug. I don't know. No, this is a legit timeout, I believe.
I would make some jokes, but we probably get into like some kind of a copywriting issue here. But anyway, timeout it is. And you know, looking at how G2 have been playing so far, they look like, while their comp does have the weaknesses that you pointed out, they look to be playing quite well, especially when it comes around managing those ultimates. Like, every single round, I have so much respect for Mimi to be able to put down that wall and help their teammates get their ults up one by one. First it was Roxy, we saw Petra get hers, and despite how many ults G2 had to use in that previous round, right, despite it being an eco for Ascend, they still have the next cycle ready for this particular round, and I wouldn't be surprised if Petra has her Seekers back in the next 2.
Yeah, I mean, she has just been carving up Ascend so far in this game. We'll see if Ascend can find some success with these lurks on the rifle rounds, because we saw it the one time, and then after that, like last round, that was just going in with pistols and a Guardian. But yeah, early challenge for this wall. I mean, they can play just like dash over and break it so that the orb can't go over for free. But it's so kind of hard to work past that wall, just the way it changes the geometry around that angle. You still usually want to time that out. Mary has an operator, and that makes life exceptionally hard for the lurker.
Yeah, unfortunately, catches the edge on Mary. But if you come for the queen, you better not miss. And Mary does not miss if you give her an opportunity like that. Huge kill there. Amy being taken down. That's the lurk potential taken out of play. No Viper utility available for post plant either. And now Petra with the flash does sense people scaling up. Mimi with this nasty angle, especially when that wall breaks, will be able to just reposition and hold down, trying to get that headshot in. Ascend, they regroup to try and hit this B site, looking at where they are.
Yeah, and I mean, even if Ascend weren't...
Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, Mimi just slaughters them, yeah. It's just so tough at this point in the game. 3 versus 5, 40 seconds. You're walking into the utility. Now they're aware of that angle close on the side. HTM finds that one. Still no control over Hookah, though. And also Petra backside doing everything to stop this hit from happening. Leteu has no option to try and get back in the site, apart from players peeking her one by one.
Just get the first kill onto Roxy. Aware of this, where Petra is exactly. The paint shells as well to boot. It is gonna let her run away and possibly get a spike down onto this A side. But a 1v3 scenario that she will have to somehow clutch out. Already has a Hunter behind her as well. And now spike planted in a super open angle. Not many areas that she could really have gone off to after getting it down. And it's gonna be to insult to injury. It's gonna be the Trailblazer to clear her out there. Glance will be able to get the kill quite easily off the back of that. And G2, they find 6. They look completely dominant. And remember, this is a sense pick because it doesn't feel like it.
Well, when Mary just shuts down A short, like, look, that's all they have to deal with now at this point. Is if G2 could shut off that lurk attempt, I don't know what Ascender meant to do. I feel like I'm hearing a replay, but not seeing a replay right now. It's the Roxy fan cam. Throwing down all the util, which I respect. I know there are so many Roxy stands, and also shout out to her emote game on Twitch. I had a lovely chatter gift me a sub, Nampuki, and then Roxy just has the cutest emotes on Twitch. I'm sorry, it's just a fact. As Snow goes dive bombing into the site, Mimi is there, and there's no way you're getting past that. Oh man, Mary into the teleport as well. The showstopper, the operator. Ridiculous.
Doesn't even take any damage while pulling off that high stakes maneuver. Well, it just seemed like yet again, despite that little bit of a breather that we had, Ascend, they haven't found anywhere close to piecing the puzzle that G2 has set up for them, and they're just struggling to really find impact. Despite having quite a bit of utility in their pocket, it seems like they are favoring to kind of go in for these dry peaks, hoping to catch the timing on G2 here. But G2, they're just not biting. They're just so good at playing off of each other, and Ascend, they just seem to lack the same synergy on this map. Now though, at least Jade able to find that first opener. The Mimi's there for the trade, all down to Jade. We'll have to ace it out to clutch here with Glance and Mary remaining alive, and with 5 HP and a Dream, I don't know how much more you can really do. Glance is gonna get all this information as well.
Yeah, Glance hears the rotate back over towards A. Mary completely prepared for it with the operator posted back triple.
30 seconds left.
Jade has looked really impressive even in these lost rounds, but it's just not going to be good enough to get past Mary's operator. Still, I think from a couple of the rounds she has had and very nearly pulled off for Ascent here, my eyes are going to be trained on her throughout the rest of this map. If Ascent are going to make it close, I think it's off the back of Jade.
Yeah, they have been struggling really so far, and I think that the answer for them, at least, they just seem to have no synergy on their executes. Like, of course, Amy, I can understand kind of doing your own thing, that's your lurk player, all right. But if you have 4 players trying to take a site, instead of peeking one by one, please guys, use some utility, please.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing is the 2 players you can't really afford to lose, in my opinion, are Schnell and Amy. Because if Amy dies, you no longer have the lurk option because you can't throw up that wall on A short. And if Schnell dies, you no longer have your entry into the site, so you can't get past all of these walls, everything that's stuck in your way. And Ascend seem to really just not appreciate or want to go for takes out of Hookah. I think that with the teleport changes, playing for long did get a little bit better, you know, with the timings you can make to rotate, to hit that teleport and get a quick plant over on A, but I still think you need Hookah control before you can commit onto site, and G2 a lot of the time have still had a player up here when Ascend do decide to commit in.
Yeah, it's a question of how much control you have, right? Okay, you can avoid Hookah, but in that case, you should be trying to be able to get control of CT or elbow, and Petra has just been completely denying that by herself. Even if Roxy or Mimi go down, Petra has been that last resort ironclad that has been completely stopping G2. Now though, Ascend get ready to go for a fast, aggressive push here off the back of the flash. Beautiful kill coming out of HTM. Mimi dodges the flash, able to get that first kill, and now Mimi, it's the Mimi show all day here. Gets 3 before finally being shut down. Jade counters as well. But off the back of that ultimate, it is gonna be that last kill that Petra will confirm. Mimi anchors down side, the rock that cannot be moved. 3 kills.
I'm just watching montages, right? Like Mimi finds 3, trying to half dodge away from that flash, comes back into the fight for that, but then Jade, after all of this, has to deal with so much. The tracking there pulls on almost immediately. And if she gets Petra, that's just the round. But G2 always are going to have a second player ready to go right on behind it. And they take it up to 8 now. It doesn't matter how many ults Ascend have to throw their way. Ascend have no cash to make it happen. It's just Jade's heroic Guardian that almost won them a Thrifty earlier, but not quite at the end of the day.
Yeah, their economy is going to be reset as well, and still while Ascend is trying to break that wall, that last round, right? The way that Harbor ult came in, even when Mimi died, she knew exactly where the remaining players were off the back of that ultimate. So it was just like, oh,
Mary?
Okay, pretty much free. Oh no, that's a kill that Jade could have had for free, but yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate whiff there. Mary.
That was a Zoomer attention span moment right there. Mimi holding the angle for 40 seconds is like. Oh, someone's on my screen. Hold on a second. That's crazy. As Amy with this forward position finds 2 kills.
The last time that Ascend went around, it was off of Amy getting 2 kills on the Lurk, and she already has that as well. And that's going to be some rifles that can be picked up to boot. Viper Spit also online, and look at where it's being put down. Not only will it cover the spike, it's also going to get quite a bit of control towards CT, and let Schnell play inside it. It is going to be the Seekers invested as well. It seems like Ascend, despite this being an eco for them, they're investing everything they have to try and make it work. And it's working.
Yeah, Jade takes it down to 2 versus 4 on the retake. Amy just playing inside of her pit. Nothing you can do there. That's a large showstopper to commit with Mateo coming in from behind. But Ascend are able to put a second round on the board here, and it's all about exposing A short. They need to do this more. That's exactly the right idea. And the best part is, Amy had lurked up into U-Haul, right? And the reason why Petra and Glance have no idea this is possible is because Mary just took the fight against the player down short, right, when Jade peeks. But because Amy had gotten up past the Viper Wall beforehand, Mary says, oh, there's one player A short. The Viper Wall didn't go up again, and they're trying to retake with utility. That's a really nice way of playing short, just confusing G2 completely and allowing Amy to get those easy kills.
And Ascend, they also adapted a little bit. They know that this orb farm comes in every round for free. It still happens this time around, but they're willing to kind of invest a little bit of aggression here. And you see the Satchels as well as the Trailblazers being used to kind of clear this out, try and punish them for going for the orb. But Roxy still gets away with it.
No lurk attempt this time around for Ascend, but G2 are going to have to be very wary of it. They are walking into a 3-stack. Petra likes to fight really aggressively out of hookah. This is something she was calling for a lot in their match yesterday, just taking these fights on a weird timing. And they've never run into a fight this far forward. Amy is prepared for it, ready, coming around the corner. And Jade caught with util in hand. Petra manages to find 2 kills.
Really impactful ones as well because it retains hookah control, and now the 3 players coming in from long, they're gonna have to make this awkward push into the side here. They're surrounded by enemies on every single side of the map. Finally though, H-Team is able to get that crucial kill onto Petra, bringing things back down to a 3v3 as they get the spike down. Now it's gonna be a retake attempt. No real ultimates available for either side. The Resurrection Mimi can't really use it considering where the bodies are. Schnell finds a huge pick onto Glance as well to boot, and if Mimi can find this kill onto Schnell though, it might be the difference maker. Gets Glance up, but Schnell more than ready for it, gets the kill as well, and now it's down to Mary, a 1v2 to close out, finds the first very, very clean shots. The H-Team has gone the long way around, done the round here, but again, if you shoot at Mary, you better not miss, because Mary will get you right back, and G2, they find a 9th round that they had no business winning.
Mary just full-on tanks the bullets through the wall. Once you tell her where you are, she hones in. Perfection out of Mary to secure that round, and Schnell gave it one hell of a fight. But right around that corner, it's actually such a nice angle for Mary on the small box. Can see the head coming around the small box behind tube. I don't even know what you call that, but that was unreal that Mary is able to spin around there and return fire to take it up. I mean, that should have been Ascend's 3rd round. It is slipping away from them.
Oh my god, it's falling apart. That's the best way to say it. And now that their attempts on B have been met with almost no success, they're going back to what has worked for them. The only 2 rounds they won the A side, and they're looking to be super fast about it. Mary already on this off angle, able to find 2 kills, has a showstopper to boot to find the 3rd. 2 HP won't stop her, a 4th, and now we might have our other ace coming in. The ace for Mary, unreal. G2 have such a dominant half, and Mary, nothing can stop her today.
Clutches the last round on 2 health. Wins out on this. I mean, just watch this, the spray transfer on these 2 players. Zooming on through, pulls down easily off of that one. Pops into the showstopper to take down Jade. And from there, on 2 HP the entire time. But her reaction speed, lightning quick. corrects the spray on that final kill to Amy, takes the ace, and takes all hope away from Ascend.
10-2. Well, Ascend, if they want to start a comeback, it has to be with this pistol round win. But G2, so far, they have been extreme. They've been playing this to perfection here. Apart from the 1 or 2 times that they got timings and Amy was able to find those frags, they have not given up an inch or a mile. And on attack here, again, they're happy to be a little bit patient to start off with, not wanting to give away too much information or get caught off guard. But Ascend, they're not doing any of the set plays you'd expect when you have a Fade and a Raze on the team comp.
Just holding on to it for now. Maybe they can use it when the plant is attempted or something over towards U-Haul. Mary has taken that space very, very quickly. And they're taking their time, going for the plant, bringing down the wall first. Going to use the Cove to guarantee that. That's the added safety net to make sure this is simple, but that won't avoid the C's and the nade. And that's exactly what Roxy had waiting for. It's a double kill off of the set piece.
That was, I remember I was asking why they were playing so slow. Well, now that's clear. Mary taking quite a bit of damage off that second paint shell as well, though still able to anchor down onto this position. And when you don't have a Cypher or Killjoy, you're going to be constantly worrying about this flank. Mimi has to find the perfect timing here. Now that the spike is chopped, you can almost see her looking around. Where exactly do I want to look? Does still find the kill on the flanker, though that is going to be huge. And this wraparound for Petra, it might be the difference maker here. The last 2 remaining players trying to stick the spike down, but G2, despite losing out initially, they're still able to do so much damage here. Half the defuse has gone through, and Jade has to at least try to stick it. Petra, though, playing it, doesn't take the bait, and that's going to be G2 fighting the pistol once again.
Petra, ice cold there, not swinging around the corner, knowing Jade's going to pull off a bit of a gamble, but one she is more than happy to take. Jade, she's winning that fight if she has a chance, but no, it is not afforded to her. G2, oh, that just hurts, because Ascend had everything go right. You said it, the combo between the C's and the paint shells finds 2 kills, but then the lurk doesn't pay off. Mimi was ready for it. All the kills come in, and Petra's there, so now Ascend have to force light armor stingers, a couple of specters as well. And utility on Jade is there, so the kills were enough to make sure there is a C's ready to go. They can still try to combo down with Schnell.
And perhaps because of the fact the score is 11-2, Ascend, they've invested quite a bit into this. They have to try and make things work out here on this defense. They've gone for a very heavy A stack, and unfortunately, G2, they seem to have read it right, or Ascend perhaps they gambled wrong, because G2, they're just going to be able to walk up onto long for free. Jade, the only person to really try and stand in their way. A stinger in hand, that's going to be all that they have, and Mary, pinpoint, precise aim, able to find a huge opener just like that. They have sight for completely free, though they're still going to be able to cross their T's and dot their I's as they get into sight itself. A lovely wall as well for Mimi to block off Hookah. Doesn't quite do much, though. Nevertheless, the spike itself will go down, and this is going to be a super awkward retake.
Roxy coming on in. Amy removes her from play, but it's just a ghost on the ground. Nothing that can be taken back. Look how slow Lateo is playing into spawn, really trying to lurk even through her own spawn. It's crazy. As I said, now get out of Hookah. Mimi finds the first kill, walking down into tube. Schnell showing up in a big way, pushing into back sight, but Mimi's there for the 2K. It comes down to Lateo to stab them in the back. She finds the first, turns around, but it's Mimi to take the kill. And back on out of there. Glance finishes, and G2 onto map point.
That was such a nice molly slash combo to try and push these players playing inside the tube. It did manage to find a kill, but Mimi more than ready to be able to trade things out here. Just 3 on the round for her, and precise shooting towards the back of the side, especially when you're going up against stingers in that close range. It can be so dangerous, but look at that. 3rd round in, and she already has a res ready to go. What?
It's just brutal. Ascend
That's
have
an
to just
8-point ult.
Go back, force, see what they can. Now that they have like some abilities to fight on longer range, with the Bulldogs, I'm slightly more hopeful for them. I do think that G2 lucked out a bit in the last round with just 1 player hard holding onto the site. Now they'll be walking into something a little bit more substantial with 3 players. And this is where G2 kind of have to out-aim a little bit on those attacks. Unless the flashes are there and ready to go, which they might into U-Haul. Amy has to D-peek, and yeah, I mean, they're just spacing is perfect. Spacing is so important with this comp, and they're not letting Ascend get any kills for free.
Yeah, they have managed to once again get that spike down to the code through the code. This time gonna be no C Spaintos combo available. Roxy as well, more than ready for that second kill as Amy bites off a little bit more than she can chew all alone. Hated the most on the flank here. 3 players remaining for Ascent to try and keep themselves alive. Stay
That's rude.
That's just so sad. Hated the most on the flank, tries to come forward, but the timing is perfect for Mimi as she gets the wall in. Little bit of a distraction play, and it is gonna be Ladu fighting 2 somehow, but that's gonna be all that happens. G2, a dominating win for them, 13-2 on map number 1. And remember, this was chosen by Ascent. That's a statement.
Yeah, they just absolutely got smashed. G2 with a big old comp change, something that looked very different for them. They had been playing a comp that was like super well-rounded in terms of like role distribution, now playing the double smokes plus the sage, and they made it work out completely for themselves.
Yeah, and of course, G2, you know, usually with a comp like this, you tend to see them playing a little bit more aggressively, but they were so measured. I like that you brought up the spacing aspect because they were always ready to trade each other. And on the rare rounds that things didn't go their way, when, for example, Mary was put in that position to have to try and clutch things out, like this particular round, it was just such clean work coming out, so precise. And this is exactly why Mary, you know, has been that standout player for G2 ever since she was signed. So cracked.
All right, well, G2 make quick work of that map number 1. We are going to be sending it over to a break before we see if Ascend have a chance to fight back on map 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
13-2 is the score line for G2 on Ascend's map pick, Inami. What an incredible performance to start off your day in the upper bracket.
What a game, right? We didn't expect G2 to come in this strong. We expected like this is their map. We will see Mari on Raze. We will see some good plays. We will have a good show too, but we didn't expect it to go like this bad. And here we wanted to highlight like the anchoring of Mimi too in this side. Like you can't enter B. It's so hard to enter A because there is also Mary there. So it's just how can you play against this lineup? And how can you play against as Ascend against G2 when literally there is Mimi in B side and then there is the demon, like this insane machine in the A side.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get on the side here, but also when we're looking at Ascend, Emily, just felt impossible for them to get anything going their way.
It did. Unfortunately, I didn't think this is the result that we were going to see. Absolutely thought that they had something more cooking for us, especially because Bind was Ascend's map pick. The only 2 rounds that they ended up winning on attacking was 1, the bonus round, and 2, there was an eco round where we had some insane shots from Amy. So nothing was going their way. Like Inami was saying, you know, we had angles that were being held and then they were repositioning and then getting another pick. It just wasn't going in favor of Ascend for this map.
Yeah, we had individual players like Jade coming out on top as the MVP, as well as Amy, particularly 2 of the players that really stood out in terms of their performances. We have round 10 as well, Emily, to further highlight the players because that was a thrifty.
It was. Amy had a sheriff kill, 2 sheriff kills right in the beginning, as you can see over here, and that's what opened up the round for them. That's something that they needed because we could have brought it to a 9-3 curse. We love a 9-3 curse, but they didn't end up getting the 3rd round. Here's the 2 picks from Amy, and the rest of the team were able to get the rest of the kills. I wish they would have played this way when they had weapons, but that's not what happened for them. And ultimately, I just feel like they could have brought more to the table. Maybe they weren't quite warmed up. I'm not sure, but they're gonna have to be able to brush it off to go to the next map.
Even though round 10 was a thrifty, Inami, so many ultimates were expensed from the side of Ascend to be able to get onto the site, to be able to secure that plant. And that does bring to question in terms of, we're going to be going on to Lotus, like, how likely are they to get even further? Because with all the ultimates available, even though it's an eco, you still get the round, but after timeouts, you're not able to get rounds. You have full buys, you're not able to get rounds. You cannot continuously throw everything in the kitchen sink at your opponent to get a round on the board because you're not always going to have everything in a kitchen sink. You need to build that up over time.
Yeah, it was a hard map to watch overall, but you can imagine it was even more hard for them to play because at some point, like to win that 1 round, they needed to use so many things, and then it didn't end up paying later on because the economy from G2 was just too high. Like you took their weapons, you took the it's okay, they can still buy again and they're coming again stronger. And again, it was a Mary show in this game, so it was hard for them to come back. And yeah, a mental reset is very needed here if you want to go to the map Lotus, because that's a map where this team has been performing well overall.
Yeah, speaking of a Mary show, I mean, Emily, the Mary highlights are playing, and if, you know, someone in chat for a reason blinked for even a second, you might have missed some of these kills.
Yeah, this was a really good round for her in particular. She got an ace. Look at the way that she's using all of her abilities. She's got the showstopper, then she's got the pain shells, she's moving around. The problem, I think, after watching this is it seems like Ascend is picking her 1 by 1. They're not doing it together and overwhelming her. So that's a problem that I thought. I also thought that they could have brought it back from the 10-2 potentially if they won the pistol. The pistol was a 3v5 and all they had to do was isolate. They threw the paint shells in towards lamps, but nobody utilized those. Nobody grabbed the angles that were being isolated, and they took way too long, and they essentially ended up picking 1 by 1. So they lost the 3v5 pistol, which was ending the dream for potentially bringing a comeback there.
Yeah, well, Lotus is the map if Ascent wants to make a comeback that they need to secure and win out. But unfortunately, it's also G2 Gozen's map pick. The mental resets needs to hit place, and we're going to be heading over to our casters, Anders and Zach, to see what exactly is going to unfold and if we can catch Ender off guard again.
Oh my. Look here. It's important to stay hydrated, everyone. I think that may have been a weakness of Ascend on the last map, Bind. It's a very dry map, and they looked deflated, I think. I like the water bottle. I think that's very important. Everyone, take a swig, get a little stretch going in the chat room, because we are about to load into our second map here, Zach.
Yeah, I just took your advice. I started off with this bottle full today, by the way, and it's already down to like the last quarter. But yeah, anyway, G2, that first map seemed to be an attempt at an any percentage speedrun where they just run through the map, and that was Ascend's pick, like our lovely analyst panel said. Now we're gonna be heading into G2's home ground here, Lotus, and this is a map where they have been super strong so far over the course of the qualifier. In fact, I think they have a 100% win rate on this particular one.
Yeah, they have been really, really strong. And I mean, Ascend, I think the player I need to like request more from in this game after the last one is Schnell, right? I think we had moments from Amy and Jade on the lurks that looked good, but when it came to actually executing onto their attacks, Schnell often was the first person in, and with the insane anchoring of what Mimi and Petra and Roxy were doing, no matter which site they were going to, Schnell was just always getting shut down. So Ascend, especially with putting Schnell on the Jet, a huge task ahead of her to find the opening picks, and for the team, for Jade to set her up with that utility accordingly.
Yeah, it's basically a mirror comp here. Mary versus Schnell, that's what I have my eyes on as well. And if you look at how G2 are starting off this round, they have 4 players positioned towards this ace side, probably looking for a little bit of aggressive early control.
Definitely so. I mean, maybe, do they have Paranoia? They do have Paranoia, so they could send that just out on the line right off the bat. More than likely, though, it just ends up being Petra's flash initially. They can also bust down Baby Door and hold control for the fast rotates through B if they want it. Yeah, just a flash sent down there right along the way. But Ascend taking things sort of calm here, waiting to see if there's going to be any early pushes, which, of course, we know there aren't.
Yeah, G2, they use a little bit of utility, spend it towards that A side, and now that Amy has that information, having seen it, it's going to be Ascend trying to go towards the C side instead, but Roxy has not only her Poison Orb to block off the view, also has backup in the form of Mary, and who has already rotated over from that A side. Very, very quick movements there, and now once this orb goes down, it does seem like Ascend is getting ready to exit onto the site, but there's so much utility in their way, and look at this, it's going to be...
there we go, Schnell!
Oh, okay.
That's the opener we needed to see from Schnell, finding those 2. Now backside turns it into a 3rd. G2 get pulverized on the snipe by the Jet, and that'll be the plant down for Ascend. Petra should have a flash coming off cooldown relatively soon. A second one to fight in with, but it's really just her and Glance to see if they can find some ones here to get any sort of room back into the site.
Yeah, really super entries there coming out. Now Petra, though, off the back of that Paranoia, able to find the second to boot. Schnell no longer on track for the ace, and suddenly a 4v2 becomes a 2v2 here. The spike itself, although, is going to be planted for this long area. This 1v1 will decide quite a bit, and Glance is able to find success there. The smoke goes down to boot, and this Nano Swarm, it might deter just a little bit of time. Amy has to try and close out the
It didn't hit, it's a full stack, what?
No! Amy still gets the spam though. Heroic plays coming out, and Amy back on the kill joint. That's exactly what we need to see.
That was the most panicked, like, spam through smoke I've ever seen, with a ghost there too. Like, she realized, I'm not hitting. I don't have time to actually push. It's just random flicks and gets that shot. Respect to Petra on this retake, because that was insane. But then look at this in slow-mo. The reload, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, sure. We'll take that. Easy, simple round for Ascend, never in doubt. Schnell had the great entries. There was never a world where they lose that, right? Right?
Probably not. Probably not. It didn't happen. They're gonna win either way. And now, armed with that, they're gonna have quite a bit of money to work with on this particular round. Roxy investing in a ghost. Mary has a frenzy, but that's gonna be it. That in G2's pockets. In fact, Petra, though, looking to get a little bit aggressive, possibly find some timing here if she can. Timing, or at least information, if she can get a little bit of more heavy presence. Now, though, Jade is going to be investing this Trailblazer to try and clear out rubble area.
That is fake info. She just did ring around the rosy. How is she this close? Doesn't matter. Jade was a star for Ascend back on the first map and is not going to let that cheesy kill go over.
Really, really nice headshot. And despite getting this pick, right, they're still taking it slow. They don't know if it's going to be a bit of a stack coming through. In fact, G2 does have a gamble stack. It's just going to be on the opposite side of the map. That Omen smoke as well to make things worse. And with 45 seconds left of Ascent, they're going to have to decide, do they really want to commit onto this A site or hold on for a little bit? And the answer, it seems to be yes.
Yeah, they've got no time to rotate back over to C. The only option would be to bust down Baby Door and move to B, but when they have no info off of the Sky Flash, it's like, okay, wait a second. We open door to tree, no one's actually there. It's very easy to sort of suss out what's going on in the site. The real question is, how does the post plant happen? Because Amy's going to set up that more shallow turret now so she can stay in range of it while she's playing on the site with the rest of the team. Looks like Schnell's taking a bit more of a gamble, playing towards back site, and she's going to be completely left on her own if she were to stay forward. Looks like G2 are just going to end up dying to Spike at the end, so they don't give over any extra money or ult orbs.
Yeah, and if any player from Ascent decides to push into this, they're gonna be met with quite an unpleasant surprise. G2 though, they haven't invested much into the round, and like you mentioned, denying that additional bit of ult economy for the side of Ascent is gonna be quite a bit of a huge play. No time, unfortunately, for a Ninja Diffuse, even if they wanted to try. But all things considered, Ascent, that's a very nice second round that they have to boot. They might even be able to force up a rifle on Jade if they so choose to do so.
I think they should. I'll be honest, I think bonus rounds are a thing of the past. Light armor is here to stay. Jade agrees with me. Thank you, Jade. You're validating my opinions, and I appreciate you for that. Now, it looks like G2 are going to set up a similar sort of aggressive play over towards Rubble area, and I think that they're going to do this a lot of the time. Heavy leans over towards this A side of the map to play out with the util. It's just really hard, I think, for Ascent to breach past this at the start with the raised paint shells involved as well.
Yeah, I think on this map though, ooh, Glance with the aggressive position, able to find the first kill, deciding whether she wants to fall back or not, but might be excited and getting a little bit more prey into consideration. Amy goes for the peek, immediately says, nope, I'm not falling into the same clutches that my teammate did. That's not going to be happening.
Yeah.
And now it is going to be probably a pivot, or at least an attempt to bait some kind of rotation out of G2 as they open that door there.
Yeah, you know, Paranoia comes out. They can get onto the site. Not really with the Molly. Schnell isolated, but there will be a teleport in from Lateu. This fight backside could decide everything. Roxy gets a couple of chip shots. Won't be expecting Schnell to have pushed all the way back into the corner. Mimi finds the first, but Schnell is good on the opener. Mary falls as well to the hands of Jade. And now the site belongs to Ascend for the time being. Tough to get the plant off without control over Mound or over Waterfall. And now with the Seekers, they're completely noted. The position's on site. There's nowhere for them to hide.
Oh, it's unfortunate that Jade couldn't break that Seeker there. Now though, Jade looking for the position of round, tries to wrap around, but Glance more than ready for it. Just the discipline to tuck herself into that corner. And G2, they find their first round. Very clean retake coming out of them. Had to invest the Seekers, but all things considered, I think that's something that Petra wouldn't mind.
Yeah, Seekers with 3 or fewer people alive, unless it's like 5 versus 2 or 5 versus 1, you pop those. It's such high value because it gives you perfect info once you have enough Seekers to track down all the players on the enemy team. Now, one thing I really liked that I saw out of G2 that round was Mary, the sort of setup piece they had towards Rubble. Mary sent the paint shells and then instantly sprinted over towards C. And the reason why I really like a play like this is because when Ascend see 3 different people using utility over towards A, they might think, oh, we can accelerate into C. But it's almost like G2 are playing with like 6 players on the map because all Mary is doing is throwing the paint shells. And then she's over on the C side before that hit comes in, already ready for the force to come on through on the Ascend side. So I think we'll continue to see that a lot on those A pushes.
Yeah, this again, just the fact that G2 they don't have the same problem as last map. They're willing to play a little bit more aggressively. Lotus really lets them take that kind of space, considering how the map is built. In the first 30 seconds of the round, the defenders, they can really make those gamble plays and push up and try to find a pick, then just safely fall back, like we saw Glance do during that last round. Now though, both sides are going to be having rifles online. Petra looking to go in for a possible flank, does see the alarm bot, so knows that the killjoy is probably going to be in the vicinity, probably towards that B side. And in the meantime, the rest of the team, they're willing to get onto this A side, have the Seekers themselves as they try to push forward. They should be able to get it.
Great dog up into mid, though, is going to spot out Amy on the lurk. She's trying to play anti-flash. Will be able to fake flash. Trading 1 for 1, though, may be enough. And the pivot from Ascend, after seeing 2 players on A with the Seekers, allows the spike to be planted. They have to push a little bit aggressively towards CT, but HTM falls to Mary's crosshair.
Ooh. Still, though, these positions, this crossfire being held between the Omen and the Jet finds so much value. Mary attempting to get the defuse here, a 1v2 scenario. Schnell has to do so much work, and unfortunately, just not going to be able to get even that first shot. Mary will be able to continue the defuse here, and just that wrap around from C here, the fake flash, and the fact that Mary was able to get into that B site so fast. It seemed like Ascend, they had almost no time to really set up their post plants at all.
Yeah, it was a really difficult situation because they lost Amy, and that'll happen a lot on this map. If you're playing sort of a 1-4 setup where your lurker is the first one that ends up dying, it doesn't matter that Amy traded 1 for 1. Like, numbers-wise, that's fine, but the pressure you lose towards your own spawn makes it really tough. And yeah, there's a way that they can win that by pushing up into the enemy spawn, controlling the area by Baby Door, but Mary coming in with a backstab just absolutely ruined it, and Mary might continue to do damage here. The Paranoia 2 allows a safe escape for Mary. Now she has the Showstopper, but Amy finds that pick, and that opens up plays, opens up options for Ascend now to pivot back into Mound and always threaten either B or C. Because of the door, it creates so much pressure onto G2, and the ultimate means they have the site completely unguarded.
Yeah, they make their way on, and Amy being able to find those 2 kills there, absolutely huge. However, G2, they still have the Showstopper in their presence, so this retake isn't entirely out of their hands. Not any ultimates left for Ascend either on this post plan. It's all gonna have to come down to gunplay here, and Mary already probably expecting someone to have pushed up. In fact, there is gonna be a push, but it's gonna be towards the spawn instead, and it might be a very late lurk coming around. Mimi on the Killjoy opens the door, draws a little bit of attention towards herself, and in the meantime, Mary goes forward into sight, manages to make her way all the way forward, in fact, and this pincer might be enough here. If Glance can get that first kill, not gonna be happening though, and it's all down to Mary here. We've seen her work some miracles before, but with that clock being where it is gonna run out eventually, and Ascend, they take the lead back.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that Jade was able to, push into enemy spawn there sort of singles down the areas that G2 can actually push back into the site. There weren't really any targets for Mary to try and hit with the Showstopper because Ascend were playing so far off the site, and with Mound in the way of ulting out into C main there, yeah, really tough for Mary to have a good angle to find some kills on that one. So well played in the post plant for Ascend, and we just saw a tale of 2 rounds with the lurking from Amy, and it was Amy's lurks that, when they worked on bind, guaranteed Ascend round wins, and when they failed, shut them out completely. That last round, it worked, and in a big way, they were able to swing all their pressure back into the C site, and they may need to find some similar moves again, although G2 don't have too much of a buy, so it's a little bit less enticing to overextend with those lurks. Usually play a little bit more passive angles on the anti-eco as opposed to flipping it completely, and they're not even trailing up behind the Skydog. That may end up costing them a little bit because that's their only real tool of scouting besides these flashes. And now it makes it much more risky to walk into what could potentially be shorties around any of these tight corners.
Yeah, I think we saw enough of that in our first best of 3. G2, they opted to go in for that C stack once again. Ascend, meanwhile, they managed to get onto B site here. They look to go forward through the jet smoke. Schnell able to once again dash in. Playing it very slow though, not really getting super aggressive here. Never mind, as I said, looking for a little bit more presence. Doesn't check the corner, and Glass with the off angle gets a perfect kill there. Looking for a little bit more as well. Rocky doing quite a bit of damage in the process to HTM. Showstopper invested by Mary. G2 are full sending it down, and that's going to be 2 kills. Mary, that is absolutely legal. What looked like a round that Ascend had a sure shot of suddenly falls apart here, as between Glance and Mary, they didn't even get them a chance to put the spike down.
Have you ever played that game? I think it's for a Switch. It's called Overcooked.
I played it on PC.
Yeah, because that's what I think Ascend were playing in this round. They had the plant on B, and yeah, they knew the rotates were coming in, and they have control to open the switch and rotate over. but there was still a Viper on the site. They had it. Now they're forced with very little time to get the plant down with a showstopper online. It just all slips away from them. It's a heartbreaking loss there because that's the anti-eco that they end up losing just to a great ultimate from Mary. But there's just nowhere to hide on that C site versus the showstopper, and all the stall util coming out of Roxy ruined any chance Ascend had in the round.
Yeah, it was just like a pincer maneuver between Glance's Bulldog and the showstopper coming out of Mary. There was just no chance. And, you know, if G2, they were equal that round. If they had lost the round as expected, they would have still had a full buy. But now that they won it, it's going to let Mary get that operator online ASAP. It's going to be there for this next round. And Mary without the operator is scary. Mary with the operator is unstoppable from what we've seen on Bind.
And she was so good at shutting down a lot of the lurk options too. Remember when Amy was trying to creep up down A short, no matter if Mary was playing back triple or in U-Haul or top truck, she was finding kills. So we saw Amy previously try to find, I mean, last round, it was Amy sort of solo playing over towards Mound looking for that. That's exactly where Mary's going to be. Glance can also set up a one-way for her, sort of past Mound, so it makes it that much harder for Ascend to come around the corner, forces them to commit pieces of utility if they're ever going to be reclearing that angle. And that's basically G2's main job, right? Because Ascend are playing just the sky in terms of information, by taking early space in G2 or threatening to take early space with smokes, the one way in that case, or by throwing a sky flash and paint shells down rubble. It makes it so that it's very risky for Ascend once they've committed that scout utility to one area of the map. It makes it very risky to ever abandon that area and move back through their spawn into another, because they are not going to have that Skydog once they use it to sort of push their way back in. And that's why they rely so much on the space that Amy can take on the lurks and whether or not she can find kills to accelerate them and allow them to ping pong back and forth around the map.
Yeah, the way that G2 have set up their defense, there's just no way that Ascend can really... I mean, even if they try to fast execute, right, like the few times that we saw them try to attempt it on C, the utility that G2 have in their pocket to stall them is just so dangerous. Like, I think I saw a player from Ascended being melted from 150 to like 25 HP just off the Nano Swarm and Snakebite combo. Like, there's just so much that they have to get through if they even want to get onto site. And they spend quite a bit of util in the beginning of the round to get some information, try to get some control, and for the once that retake comes in from G2, if Ascend doesn't have that numbers advantage, it's just so difficult for them to really retake or do anything at all.
Yay, we're allowed to play the game again. This is generally something that is looked highly upon in the Valorant community, is playing Valorant and watching Valorant, as opposed to the deadly tech pause screen. We now get to load back into the game. It's all tied up 3-3 after G2 smoked on Bind. Now Jade is playing first contact around the corners. I mean, I get it. Oh, actually, they only have the 2 rifles. That's why it's happening. I was a bit confused. And actually, in a situation like this, I think there's a lot of value in giving the rifle over to the Jet, especially in the early round, because should be the one taking that first swing with the option to dash on out. Then later she can look for other options. But it's a whole fake with this Viper's Pit trying to pull a player off of A, but Glance isn't activating too quickly. She's so ready for this, but so is Jade. She opens up the A site.
Yeah, that was a very nice bait coming out of HTM that keeps the rotation from really focusing towards this A side. And of course, just the fact that Glance went down there, that's gonna be no more smokes available for the retake, considering all the Viper utility has been committed towards the C side. There's gonna be one wall to work with, but aside from that, not much else. Now Petra trying to make this a little bit more expensive, a little bit heavy here. Mimi also won off the lockdown, so if she can get a kill, it might be the difference maker. Petra also so aware, ready for these lurks coming in, expects the second as well. Might not be able to find the timing here, and never mind, does find the timing, but Amy still gets the kill with that weapon advantage. Now though, this flank is kicking in. Roxy and Mary pushing in hard here, and Amy, almost expected here by Mimi, gets the kill. And now these last players, they have so much work to do. Chanel finding that first one, Mary there for the trade, and unfortunately HTM not gonna be able to stop anything at all. Mary retrieves the operator, and G2, they get their next round on board.
That was a really big gamble from Ascend, trying to send 2 players upstairs to get the wraparound to fight in heaven, while they were also sending, I believe it was HTM on a lurk up through B. So they only actually had 2 players on the site. And while yes, some of those lurks did end up paying off for Ascend, I feel like playing 3 offsite, going for lurks and backstabs with only 2 on, just left it way too exposed. Yeah, Ascend got some of those kills, but G2 played together on the retake and made it relatively simple for themselves. So this operator remains in play for the time being, and Ascend are going to try to fight over some space by Mound, but it is tough to maintain control here. You can see Mary can always beat the timing of that one-way. Just walking on forward, and a tough D-peek allows them to get on through. They may not be ready for Roxy to also be pushed up into Mound.
Little bit of space found off the paint shells. Now though, it's gonna be like 2 left on this lurk here. Roxy still holding a very aggressive position towards this mound area of the map, and she might be enough to really hold down the C side. Seeker is gonna be invested by G2 as well to pinpoint where exactly these players are located. That's a 1v1 that was so crucial, and Latu manages to win it in style here. 5 HP, but that's okay. That's the nice thing about having a Sky. You can always get that overgrowth back in and get back to fighting shape. And now that there's been Roxy falling on that C side, it's gonna be a little bit of reinforcement coming in. Both Mary as well as Roxy there, and early on the lockdown invested. Again, that's gonna be the second operator shot that Mary misses here. Amy taking full advantage of to be able to get that kill. Mimi though, a beast defending that lockdown. They have to break it.
Wait, they didn't break it! Oh no! 3 players detained, the entirety of Ascend. Glances in the area, goes to the paranoia, comes around the corner, but chokes it. It's only 1 kill. Didn't trust in the lockdown, so used the paranoia, and the critical seconds lost there. May have just lost the round. Petra still with the chance to clutch it out, has the flash, but can't get around the corner in time to get the kill.
Oh, that is so unlucky. There was nobody to capitalize on all 3 of them being detained. If I was Mimi, I'd be laughing, but I would also be so mad. Now though, Petra in a 1v2 scenario has done quite a bit of damage, and if she's able to get 1 more shot on either of these players, 1 or 2 more shots, it might be enough. Does manage to bait the first position out here. Not able to get the shot though, and HTM will confirm that final kill. Ascend, they're keeping this neck and neck here, and despite a little bit of that lockdown not exactly working out in either team's favor, it was still really funny.
That was the most awkward thing I have ever seen, as the shots through the smoke don't quite kill the lockdown. Oh my word. G2 are now going to call the timeout, because I think... Actually, I'm trying to think about it. Yes, the shots from Mary did end up missing, but I think that angle is a tough one to hold, because Ascend were swinging sort of high-low at the same time, came in at best there. Mary's probably trading 1 for 1. She's just a little bit exposed on that. Maybe there was a chance for her to get a shot over by Mound previously, but the question I think G2 will be asking themselves is, okay, right, we can't have the operator this round, so do we fight more aggressively with more players for control over C? They can look to maybe play up through B main and open the switch, have a pinch after Ascend have pushed up towards that mound area. That's an option for them. But I think they will end up buying here, even though they can only get the 4 rifles. I'm pretty sure that's still worth for them.
Very awkward vibe, but talking about how both of these teams have been playing so far, right? Ascend, they've been able to really win rounds where one of their players has kind of like a pop-off moment. And when G2, they get a little bit too aggressive, like last round, for example, Roxy and Mary both tried to get super aggressive. Roxy being punished, Latu being able to win out that crucial 1v1 was really key there. But the second thing is that Ascend, they seem to be kind of relying on these kind of individual heroics instead of trusting in kind of team strats. Last round was the first round where I saw like a really good amount of synergy between all of them as they went for the site hit. Really good trades coming out, and that's more of what they need, really.
Oh, look at Glance's positioning. Paranoia ready to go around this corner, because the Sky is playing over towards A. They need this Paranoia to set up any options. Mary instantly going to punish off the kill, and yeah, exactly what I thought G2 were going to try to set up. A little bit more of a coordinated attack around that area of the map. Through the smoke, Petra finds another kill, and they may end up just gambling a few more. HTM does return the fire onto Petra. This door's been broken down, and Mimi can look to stab them in the back any given opportunity.
Glance with the Sheriff, though, finds that first kill, and now it's going to be a 2v3 scenario here. The remaining players for Ascend, they have taken side control. HM, in fact, backed away in a nice sort of corner, waiting for the headshot angle, though Glance is too experienced, too wary to really let that slide through. Now, no ultimates available for the side of Ascend here. They have to win this 2v3 just off of gunpowder. HM forced to play at an aggressive angle as she tries to isolate the fight. holding close. And it seems like, again, Roxy expects it. That's going to be a free kill. And Jade, only so much that she can do. Only so many places that she can look. And Glance will catch her in the wrong place at the wrong time. G2, they take the lead back.
Clean there in the openers. I mean, the paranoia play over towards C, and now that's just another thing. It's like, okay, Ascend, how do we deal with that? Because they committed the Viper Wall over towards C that round, which they have done a couple of times, and it sort of helps you block off the door opening if G2 were to set up a pinch like that. But when all it is a paranoia from all the way back in Waterfall, that wall's not going to help you all that much. If anything, it offers a little bit of protection as G2 come around that corner. So now, similar setup with that Raze continuing to play C. Glance is going to have the paranoia in the exact same position once more, and Descent, they end up walking straight into it.
Not much for... it's a very awkward buy once again for the side of Ascend. They've scraped together whatever they can, and this one-way, Mary's actually using it as a one-way of her own here. Takes a little bit of damage, but still manages to stay alive. And now all this oppressive utility is going to be there to stop any kind of further push coming out. In the meantime, HTM once again trying to farm up this Viper's Pit, one off of it. And because Petra on the opposite side of the map for G2 has pushed up so aggressively, they know that there's going to be nobody towards this A side of the map. They know that the C is going to be where this hit is coming, and it's just going to be so much damage, so at least Schnell is able to find that opener.
Mary might try to break this Killjoy ult with the paint shells, and that should get the job done. It is broken. They're still zoned off by the smoke. Now Glance is rotated over, but this wall allows them easy access to backside.
Yeah, Schnell leading the charge here, already having found that opener, looking to get as much space as possible, and they do indeed manage to do that. Now that's going to come down as well to prevent anyone from pushing through that dark cover here. It's going to be the Viper's Pit to boot. HCM being the player to get that plan is going to make things even more difficult, and now this ult is going to cover not just side, but also towards the spawn there. That's going to be so difficult to clear out manually with this wall going up as well. Mimi has so much work to do. Amy in this corner gets the line of just nasty work there. Huge kills coming out, and that's all going to just be Mary. Mary can pull off magic, but in a 1v4 with the Viper's Pit, that's a little bit too much to ask even from her.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And I mean, Amy with a really nice timing coming around the curve right there, the door open, just sort of lines them up, because this wall makes it actually really hard to access the door. Something I'm really starting to appreciate there in the post plant as G2 try to activate a flank, but also if G2 were to try and do some aggressive stuff there as well, even though they were stuck behind Omen smoke, it helps them isolate that fight into the backside of C site. So they're going to throw it again. Just that's been the wall they've conditioned over towards G2. This time, though, going to try to activate on Petra, who's been playing completely on her own over towards this A site.
Seems like they made that realization that for the last couple of rounds, Mary has been hanging around towards the C site instead. Despite that, though, there's immediate rotation and backup coming in from these players on G2. It's an equal round for them, just going to be sheriffs across the board here. So the fact that they were able to rotate so fast, it might be exactly what they need to hold off this super aggressive push. And in the meantime, Amy across the map on the lurk once again. Only going to be Roxy watching this particular angle, so she might be able to find the timing there.
When Ascend have run into disruptants on the C side, they've always pivoted through Baby Door into that one. So the lurk has to be activated. They can try to pinch down now into Roxy just with that Sheriff, and Amy takes a nice time to get the backstab. It's a safe plant down at the bottom of Pit, but with numbers here and control over Rubble, it makes it almost impossible for Mimi to work back in through Baby Door. She has to worry about too many angles coming into that area. Schnell shuts her down. And now with the mollies here too, G2 are just forced completely away from the site.
Yeah, HTM willing to get a little bit aggressive, push off the back of it. Petra and Mary find one each. Mary still kicking, still fighting. A 1v3 does have the showstopper to work with, although nothing else really in their pocket. Mary trying to push out, but it's going to be Letu finding and capitalizing on that final kill. Ascend, they take the lead here, 6-5. But G2, you know, they've looked a little bit awkward on this map, especially when it comes down to trying to find retakes happen. Sometimes because of how many openings there are to each side, it's just so easy for timings, for Ascend to find these crucial timings and just find one player and jump on them and clobber them down.
Yeah, I mean, the entire job of a team attacking on this map is just to pull those rotations and activate pressure around Baby Door and then the door over by Mount, so you can threaten constantly flipping around the map. The rotations are relatively long for defenders. If they're not activating on that HTM, just opening that up, I'm not too sure what was going on there. Now losing any sort of lurk pressure towards A negates that as an option. But do you go to Killjoy on B? Do you go into the Viper on C? It's just miserable now for Ascend, who are sort of trapped on the site. They have the Seekers to try and chase down into Roxy, but still the stall should end up being here unless Schnell coming above and below is able to find the kill and a second one too. There you go, they've got the site.
Yeah, not only taking down the Vipers, but also they get so much control there. Once again, Schnell just being able to waltz into spawn. Now, things are going to be down to a 3v3. Amy again watching for this flank. This door opening business has not gone too well for the side of G2 here. Mary in a 1v3 scenario does have the showstopper to work with. Has to start with this first kill though. Does confirm it. There's still going to be the wraparound flank from Schnell. It's going to come down to timing here. How much more can Mary really find? Spots the elbow of the player, but not able to connect the kill. Pops the showstopper, goes for the wrong corner, expecting the crossfire to be there, but that's not going to be the case. Amy is going to be all that's needed to close it down, and between Schnell and Amy, they get the job done. Ascend, they finish the half with a lead.
Look, this is more like the undefeated team I was promised here in Ascend. Even though, I mean, maybe not that part, losing the player, but this site take. Okay, we're only seeing the end of it. I thought Schnell's pathing into the site to get up and over around that Viper ult was very, very nice. Committing the right click to get the kill. But, okay, now it's G2's turn. Mary's been dropped to Frenzy. She's bought light armor for herself as well as double satchels. So it is all about getting her onto the site. And I think in terms of where the easiest places for them to attack may end up being, I wouldn't have the C site in mind with how much Ascend have leaned over towards that area of the map.
The thing is, that was G2 on defense, and I feel like they're a team that would probably be doing much better on attack. And now that the side switches come through, especially if they can get this pistol in their pocket, it's gonna be very, very easy for them to kind of build up the momentum that lets them steamroll. They're looking to go in towards this B site where there's quite a bit of oppressive utility there in the corner. It's caught by the turret there. Mary is gonna be pincered down and taken out by the Amy. Huge kill there with Mary being taken offline. The Killjoy utility does quite a bit of damage as well to Petra.
That'll decide the round potentially with Roxy getting that kill. So much pressure put off of the two players playing inside Baby Door. Jade also sort of isolated away from the team, so walking into the smoke here is just not favorable at all. Petra finds that opener. Get onto the spike, hopping on through it again. G2 clean up house on the site with 3 instant kills.
Yeah, Roxy on the flank being able to find that kill was crucial because it really let her, it took a lot of pressure off the players on site, but more than that, just Petra, again, finding that crucial kill, even as the diffuse got in. Like, Mary might have gone down off the bat. It's stopping Mary. It's the 6th player on the team.
No, it's just funny. She comes right around the wall and there's a turret that's just unseen shooting her. So annoying.
It's so annoying when you're playing a duelist with movement and you go into a site with a turret. It's just pain.
And no one behind her can trade it because the wall blocks it off. Feels bad.
Well, G2 get the pistol. Well on track for equalizing this round once again. The 3 rifle buy is going to be kicking in here. On the opposite side, though, it's going to be a 3-player push towards A. Mary, the only person really watching for it, though the rest of the team has joined her. Mary might be enough, honestly. Gets 2 kills already. Looking for the 3rd. No push of the open thanks to the paranoia. Tries to break the door open while the paranoia does his job, but not going to be quite working out. Now Mary, after finding those 3 entries, is looking for a little bit more. A side has been taken as well in G2. They just look so clean.
Honestly, I would give Mary the plant here. Get her an ult in the 3rd round of this half. Might as well. Okay. Jade finds that with the classic. That's some normal behavior. And look, Mary got the orb either way. Calculated death. She was just, it is a thinking game, you know? All about min-maxing those orbs. I died on purpose, guys. It was all part of the plan. Petra finds another, and Yeah, you can count on G2 to close this one.
Yeah, I think they'll also be able to retrieve that rifle. Petra picks it up, so not a big deal. All down to just Amy here. 20 HP. It might be better for just to find a little bit of damage. Just take down Roxy at the very least. And I don't know. There's no time for the defuse either. Just a little bit of hunt as to how much more she can find instead of dying to the spike. And Mimi will finally put her down there. D2, they equalize here 7-7. Now, though, with these 3 rifles, it's not a bonus anymore. I feel like at this point we should stop calling the third round in the half bonus here, because most of these teams end up buying up rifles anyway.
Yep, G2 definitely. They are subscribers to the school of thought, as they should be. And all things considered, now is where, and I'll have to check to see if they were able to. Yeah, no, Schnell does not have enough money for an op. That'll be, I mean, not even next round, because they have to buy completely down. That's one of the main benefits of having a Jet versus a Raze on this map. Otherwise, all the good things you have with capitalizing on more distance with the satchels or having the paint shells for plant denial and all that stuff is so powerful. Schnell, though, going to look to take any opening fights that she can, playing up on top of site. And yeah, paint shells force her back just a little bit. Amy, this is her map. Hello.
Amy on the Killjoy. There's a reason why that's what shows up most in her stat sheet, and I feel like you mentioned, Overcooked. Perhaps Ascend Overcooked a little bit on Bind when they switched that roll around. Like, I love Viper on Bind, don't get me wrong, but Amy on Killjoy is just so intuitive for her on that agent. Major factor in why Ascend had that 7-0 in groups, by the way. Now that Amy has shut down the lurk on B, G2, they've been left with almost no spacing on the map at all to deal with. Does put down a dark cover towards B to perhaps ensure that a little bit of that rotation stays that way, but Letu, that's going to be the only player on this particular side, gets the information and will be falling back as the rest of Ascend, they look to come forward here. Mary doesn't have the showstopper either, still 2 away. 2 paranoia. Amy on the 4 already, looking for the ace, and will be denied, but nevertheless, that's a huge round coming out of Ascend.
Okay, don't sleep on Amy. She is popping off here. My word. The 2 kills trying to creep on into B and then busting out a baby door to finish the job. Very nicely done from her. She's got the lockdown ready to go now, so looks like it will be a bit of a strong side setup for Ascend over towards the C site, and they can maybe look to retake A with that lockdown. That'll be the idea for them. She's got 22 kills here.
Yeah, Amy really popping off. It seems like Ascend finally have their answer to Mary, and that is going to be none other than Amy. Now they look to get aggressive here towards the seaside. Schnell with that tailwind prep, looking to go forward. The paranoia connects though, and it is going to be them just trying to fall back and run for dear life here. No real damage found, and G2, having gotten the information that there's at least 2 or 3 players pushing towards them, they're just going to be booking it over towards this A site instead. Just going to be 1 player, in fact, trying to anchor it down, though you already do see the rotation coming over from Amy here, who does have that lockdown like you mentioned. So G2, they're going to be forced to kind of go in for a very aggressive play here to enable that it's broken down.
Just gonna use the showstopper on it? Might as well.
Oh my God.
Trade the ult for ult. Giga Chad, she wants to use her again anyways. It's a little bit more fun than killing with abilities, I have to say. No lurk attempts for G2 to try and go into this retake, and actually Leteu's really slow to this play. Ascender heating up here without all 5 players ready. They might not need it though, because Ascend takes the first one. A couple are traded back on G2. 3-on-3 now is finally Leteu is going to enter this fight.
Spike is going to be tacked. In fact, HTM looking to stick as much of it as she can. Jade for the cover, and now HTM just going to be able to get the spike completely done. 3-on-3 it was, but it's going to end up being a 3v0 as the convergence from Ascend is just impeccable. The moment HTM touches that spike, right, you see the flash as well as the peak coming out through that smoke, and Ascend, they're just able to clean house completely. Really building on their lead here. G2, they're going to be in an economic reset.
Yeah, that late entry from Leteu got the smoke that forced G2 to push on through it. It was not really planted for their positioning at all. If you're planting on that side of the box, Control needs to be more focused to have players inside of tree, controlling that hand of the site as opposed to falling back and playing more towards connector. Schnell finds that opening pick of the op. The op is online, everyone. And that's going to be a constant worry for G2.
they finally managed to get it working, and if Schnell can hold on to it, a lot of these rounds that Ascend have been found so much success on in their previous matchups, it's been because of Schnell and her operator plays. Now G2, they look to contact into the C side here, and Mary, in fact, able to find a huge opener, picks up a rifle to boot. The rest of the team, they're forced to kind of fall back and play in for a retake scenario here in this 4v4, and suddenly, if that spike does go down, it's gonna make things so much more difficult for things to work out for Ascend, because they're gonna be kind of on the back foot with that operator to retake.
All this chip damage going to be very, very good for G2. Eyes will be on Mary with the rifle playing from backside.
Here.
Not doing too much damage. Roxy with the Sheriff as well as hanging in, and that's going to give her the Viper's Pit to boot. These Sheriffs from G2 are doing so much damage. It's just going to be one player remaining. Schnell versus the world, and while she's spamming, Mary says, hey, let me show you how to use that gun, and gets a clean shot through. G2, they win a thrifty there, and they win it in such style. Like, sure, Mary was able to find that huge entry, but after that, it was just Sheriffs across the board. Glance got one, Petra got one, Roxy got one.
I feel like G2 just win some absurd rounds. Like you just count them and then somehow they're making it happen. Yeah, my eyes were on Mary. G2 said, Mary, stay in the back. We're going to get the job done without you. You'll be our reinforcement down the line. All right, Ascend still have the op. It'll be set up over towards C. But it's actually a much more passive approach to the early rounding from G2 this time. Expecting to maybe see some kind of push or explosive attempt, seeing if there was going to be heavy indication of utility of pushing towards Mound or towards Rubble, but Ascend really haven't fought for much Rubble control whatsoever. I think that's an area of the map that G2 have had pretty easy control over, and they're going to dog into this B side to try and pull players off C, but Schnell is not going to flinch.
Ooh, the jump peek as well. Doesn't quite detect Schnell, but she's gonna be able to get that kill. Almost gets away with her life, but Glance, unfortunately, not quite ready for it. And look at this position that Mary has managed to wrap around here. They will be able to take C for free completely as they look to get the spike down.
Yeah, I mean, just a great little pinch there onto Schnell. No one to help her out. Four players trying to get back into the site. Lateo could use the ultimate just to try and scout out some areas of the site, but they're trying to line up these flashes. It hits the teammate, though. Amy's completely blinded. Doesn't matter as G2 fall back regardless. But HTM with the Judge popping into the smoke. It doesn't work out. And now there's two fronts that Ascend have to worry about G2 players being on. Yeah, main is a huge problem as Glance finds the first kill. Waterfall as well as this wrap up to heaven from Petra. There's just nothing Ascend can do.
Okay, only a Spectre in hand, and her information is going to be given away by the alarm, but that's just insult to injury as G2, they find 9 again here. They looked a little bit confused in the round before the last, but now though they're more than on track for it. Despite Schnell being taken down in this initial confrontation, it still seemed like there was a chance for Ascend, but the moment that Judge to play did not work out, unfortunately, well, G2, you don't give them an inch, they'll just take it for free.
It feels so bad because I think that might have been the first time. It's the first time I remember G2 opening up that door to do the B2C rotation. Schnell just felt confident that, hey, there's a wall next to me, but wasn't the case. Now, actually, Ascend switching things up completely. They had not really done an aggro play, and they are going all the way in. It is too much. Roxy swings off the alarm and finds 2 kills. Yeah, just a bit of a throwaway there from Ascend as they go straight into the waiting arms. G2 literally just knew they were going to do that somehow. I don't know.
The word here is it's not even an eco round or something, right? It's a full buy coming in for this team. They go one by one into the waiting arms of G2, and G2 does not treat them very kindly. Mary with the paint shell is able to find Jade as well, and now Amy, she's been phenomenal over the course of this map, but in this kind of 1v5 scenario, it's going to be so difficult for her to do anything at all. She's still going to be trying to scale up though. Probably trying to find a pick or two at least before being taken down, but unfortunately Mimi more than ready for it, just waiting, watching for that flank, gets that final kill in G2. They steal back the lead, and Ascend, they have such a hard choice to make, right? They forced in last round, they put in everything they had, and do they try to buy again this time? They're gonna be able to barely scrape together one, and they do have the ultimates to work with, but G2, they have the momentum.
Yeah, G2 are gonna be able to buy every single round for the rest of this half. Same can't necessarily be said for Ascend, although they can just fall back into light armor, I think, if that ends up being the best option. There's enough money for HTM to sell back that rifle, buy an operator, give it to Schnell, and then Schnell to give the rifle back down. So that'll be something I hope they get online, because I think the op has to be somewhat of a win condition for Ascend. Otherwise, they're just going to try to pug it out on the side hits, but I think G2 have looked really clean in that regard. Mary's entries have been nigh unstoppable. We're looking at a lockdown potentially too, and how do you beat that lockdown when you don't have utility to break it? You have to take the fight really to G2 before they get in position to send that, and usually that lockdown is most effectively used around C. So I'd love to see Schnell with an operator positioning around that, similar to how she was playing the earlier rounds in the half with the op. Unfortunately, that is somewhat readable coming on through from her.
Out of charges.
And might dissuade her, but yeah, I think, yeah, HTM just sold back and bought the operator for Schnell, so that's going to be the read. And Schnell's playing into mid, but unfortunately for her, she's just going to walk straight into this Killjoy turret and then be forced off the angle.
Yeah, well, at least they'll break that, so that's something else that's going in. Now, though, the C hit with the help of this lockdown seems to have been read. HTM going to be investing in early Viper's Pit into the round that also covers the area where that lockdown goes down. So if G2, they want to push the issue here, get onto this site, they're going to have to really invest quite a bit of utility here, because the potential for HTM to just have that judge and be sitting in a corner is so dangerous.
I like it. The only difficulty is opening the door. They don't have any flashes on this side of the map to work with, so it's really hard to open that door and fight into it, especially when HTM just gets spammed. Full random through the smoke, I believe. Goodbye to that play. C-side's open. Amy's going to try something, opening up the door, but there's a counter paranoia, a collat from Schnell. They're back in the round.
Oh my, that's why she opened the door. Amy tries to push a little bit forward, trying to get the wraparound, but Mimi will be able to trade it out, bringing things back down to a 3v3. Seekers as well, getting the information that this is in fact going to be where that spike is eventually going down. No more ultimates apart from Mimi's lockdown, which probably they're going to try not to use unless it's really necessary here. Mary in the corner, holding strong. Schnell, though, still with the operator, getting the third kill on the round here, picks up the rifle as well to try and aggress forward, but with the clock having ticked as far as it has, this lockdown, it's gonna have to be respected. And G2, after that spike has gone down, they have bought so much time here. There's gonna be nanoswarms on the spike to boot to make things even worse. And honestly, if the only hope is if Latiyu can take the spike kind of down, you do see the attempt to do so. It does get halfway through. Schnell finds the fourth kill, but Mimi there for the trade, and G2, they find 11. I think that's the last chance that Ascend has to really buy an operator in this.
Yep, it was a near miracle with that op collat from Schnell. I think Schnell had to have been full blinded too, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Maybe she was playing on an off angle that didn't quite catch her, but unfortunate. At the end of the day, G2 move up to 11. Also, I have to say, humongous, ginormous shout out to Game Changers World Champion Giuliano, formerly of G2 Gozen, hanging out in the chat, cheering on Mary and her former teammates, as G2 look to take down the undefeated Ascent here in just 2 maps if things keep going like they're going.
Only 2 rounds away from it, and hello, Juliana, if you're watching, I'm a very big fan. Thank you. Anyway, random sipping apart, we are going to be heading back into this particular map. 11-9, not much of a buy in the pockets of Ascent. They've kind of put together whatever scrappy bit they could. In fact, Schnell is going to be saving as much as she can to possibly get that operator back online for the next round, so pretty good call there. Now, though, with the buy being where it is, it's going to be very difficult for Ascent to really hold on, especially if G2 decide to force the issue. There are going to be Seekers ready to go for Petra, and that might be the headway that they really need to make way into sight.
Clock winding down. Ascent starting to read this a little bit. They've got such great stall utility on this side of the map now that maybe there's an option. Jade will send the flash out, get some information, at least one player here, but G2 haven't been crazy with the lurk, so they may be able to read this will be a little bit heavier. The Seekers are going to tell G2 instantly 3 players on this site and give a track that Mary can follow if they want to commit in.
30 seconds left.
With 30 seconds left, they're debating their issue. Do they want to go towards B instead? Mary will be leading the charge, and off the satchel finds a clean headshot. Schnell going down. That's going to make the site look very, very juicy, and G2 aren't going to take up leave it free now. Mimi and Glance as well pushing the issue here towards spawn. The showstopper as well from Mary. That's just overkill at this point, quite literally. And Latiyu, just a Spectre in hand. Another paint shell. Mary does not run out of utility, especially when she's popping off like that. I don't know how much more Latiyu can really do here. Tries to fake the teleport, causes people to at least look behind them, but it might just be the turret or the satchel or this brutal spray down coming in to finally end her fate.
It is just pain and suffering for Ascend. They were leading at the half. They started off the second half looking strong, but G2 have focused and just locked them out of these rounds. G2 just pulling Ascend around the map, showing pressure over towards C. They pull 3 players onto the site, then they're opening the door, and Mary continues to be perfect on her entries into the site. The post plant too, just playing directly on site, not taking any chances. They're really making it so that Ascend can't even break through any of those chokes. And now, okay, it's all on the line for Ascend. You have to win 3. The operator's back in Schnell's hand, and she's playing over towards A. This is the right read. She might have a chance, but the flash forces her all the way off the angle, and it's so hard to re-peek back in through that tight little choke.
Yeah. At least Schnell does have that operator still not being taken down yet, so it might be a factor later in the round, especially if Glance decides to go a little bit forward here by herself. It's still got to be that angle being held down. In the meantime, G2, now that they've sussed out the position of where exactly that operator is, it seems like they've decided, yeah, we want nothing to do with that. Looking for a little bit of juicier pastures towards the seaside, where there is going to be a very aggressive crossfire being held by these players. Jade looking to push a little bit forward. Mary finds the first kill. So Amy finds the first kill, but Roxy gets that quick trade. Oh, if that play had worked, that would have been insane, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. And in the meantime, Glance on the site, able to find not just Schnell, but also HTM, leaving things in such a bad position here. Amy is able to at least catch Mimi with her gun out, but that's going to be that. Roxy will clean things out, and G2, they take it 2-0, but the second map, that was so close.
Yeah, Sen definitely gave them a fight here on Lotus, on G2's map choice. And I think a huge pivot of that was Schnell showing up. Schnell, really quiet first map, no shock there, but then on the entries, especially on the attacking side, Schnell was doing so much work to get on in there. Really good pathing into the side, you know, working around the Viper's Pit and these sorts of things, but Mary just did the exact same on the opposite side. G2, not a single weakness that you can see in this roster, regardless of the round-to-round heroics of Schnell and Amy. It just was not enough at the end of the day. I think G2's attack, they showed so much class in terms of pulling Ascend back and forth, not just the individual play, but also the calling from Petra to just pull Ascend so thin across.
Yeah, you know, there were a lot of doubts about G2 this year, especially with, not a lot of doubts, they still have a lot of crack players, don't get me wrong, but there was a little bit of doubt, at least, would they be able to put up the same kind of performance now that they've lost their IGL, but Petra has been huge so far over not just this series, but the last few months, I gotta say, and of course, with this win, G2, they're gonna be moving on in that upper bracket, a really, really clean win coming in for them. As for Ascend as well, they like you mentioned, Schnell not showing up on that first map was a huge factor, but even then, I feel like a lot of the times they tend to go in for a little bit of these isolated plays, isolated peaks. Towards the end, at least you saw some teamwork, but it just seems like they don't have the kind of synergy that G2 goes and has, which is understandable. You know, if you've been playing together, you win like a championship, it comes with the territory.
It definitely does. Ascend will have to run the lower bracket gauntlet, but you know what I smell? I smell a G2 BBL rematch, and that smells awesome. The analyst desk is going to walk us through the series we just witnessed, because I can't wait to see what's on the opposite side.
Congratulations, Ender. Your nose seems to be working correctly. There is going to be a G2 BBL Queens rematch, so that's really great. But first, before we even head into that, let's start dissecting what we've just seen, because as one-sided as the first map Bind was, which happens to be Ascend's map pick, and I mean, now that we've gone into Lotus, it was 13-9. It was much closer. Ascend put up a fight, and G2 goes and didn't get to pop off as hard as they did on the first map.
Yeah, when you see the end result is 13-9, you can't imagine that like Ascend was ahead in the first half. They were the ones 7-5, but they ended up like their defense didn't look as strong. It looks more shaky, or more like G2 were able to get all these kills and all this advantage time after time. And we saw that even if the individuals from Team Ascend, like Ami, like we saw even the Jet taking a lot of kills after kills, but it was not enough to give them enough advantage in the map. And yeah, we talked about the eco. It was all over the place for both teams, honestly, because that's something we just talked about a few minutes ago, that most of the teams don't try to save, but they go for the try to like make enemy team lose guns, and as a result, like the economy is just everywhere.
Yeah, this time around, Emily, it didn't feel like G2 was had as much cash reserve in the bank. It felt like very much up and down. Ascend really putting them through the runner in this one. They made them fight for it, and it's apparent on their economy as well.
Yeah, I thought Ascend did a really good job on doing eco damage for G2, and they were playing the game right. They started the half 7-5. They were working the map really well, making sure that they were using their util to see if G2 was doing pushes, because we saw there was random pushes that were happening. Glance did pushes towards half wall with the Omen, and then other people were pushing towards C. So they did a really good job on making sure that they were going to get caught off guard doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're looking as well at individual players. You highlighted it yourself already, Inami, was the fact that still, when we're looking at Ascend, individual players were able to step up to the plate. We've seen it on first map on Ascend, but it was much more apparent on Lotus. One round specifically here, I'm going to throw this one to you, Emma. It was round 5, where Amy was able to get those opening kills.
Yeah, Amy did a big part of this round in particular because, like I said, catching G2 pushing was important because they did that a lot, which is good. You want to push to get info, especially for such a large map like Lotus. But Amy was catching them off guard and getting entry kills sometimes, which was crucial for her team. We were highlighting Amy earlier on when we were going over the pregame, and I think Amy, it's safe to say that she did not disappoint us during the series.
Chanel as well, Inami, she was on fire this time around with the operator as well coming through. Even the collat on 2 of the members from G2 goes in. They have given it their all to be able to push this to those 9 rounds.
Yeah, honestly, you love to see her play. You love to see the Jets, honestly, in general, in Game Changers play. She has been so good, but sadly, like, even if she gets the kills all the time, it was so limited because Petra is there to take a trade, or like Mary is there to get a triple with her ultimate. So there was always a trade from G2, and sadly, we weren't able to see Ascend perform the way we expected them to perform.
Now, one thing though is Mary don't miss. With those ults, like the showstoppers continuously land, but I want to head over to the Killjoys in particular, Emily, because Amy was one of the players that we highlighted coming into this matchup as one of the best, if not the best Killjoy at the moment in Game Changers EMEA, and she was up against Mimi on the Killjoy as well.
Yeah, Mimi is absolutely a force to be reckoned with, but stats don't lie, and Amy proved herself to be #1 out of all the Killjoys we were talking about in Game Changers, and she did an incredible job. Not to take away that Mimi did bad or anything, it's just that Amy excelled playing on Lotus. But as we saw from the previous map on Bind, Mimi had really good off angles and was repositioning to get multi-kills. For Amy, it was the case of timing, lurking, making sure that your team is distracting G2, so that allows you to gain some space. There's a lot that comes into it rather than just walking on up.
Yeah, you said it yourself, stats don't lie, so let's have a look at the head-to-head between Amy and Mimi specifically to be able to further dive into these, Inami.
Well, it seems like we don't have the stats from Amy yet, so there is an issue there. But to be fair, to give some credits to Mimi, we saw her so many times, even when she had the chance to lurk, she was more like setting her teammates up. We've seen her, like, for example, open the door in the B just to get attention into her and then give the chance for Mary to shine. So I feel like Mimi, her role in this map has been more setting her teammates and giving advantage to her teammates other than shining herself. And yeah, that's why there is a huge difference in the stats between her and Amy for sure.
Yeah, well, we have Roxy ready for the interview, the legend herself, to be able to have a chat with us about what happened in the last 2 games and how she's settling in with G2 Goes. And so, hello, how's it going?
Hello, everything's good. How are you? Oops, my toes.
We can't hear Roxy. I don't know if Rox can hear us. Can you blink twice if you can hear us? All right. Yeah, that's great. Okay, blink twice. Great, awesome. So, hi, Mary. How's it going? Hi, Mary. We're going to be starting off with the first question from my end, which will be the difference between the scoreline on first map Bind and then the second map Lotus. What do you think was the main hurdle in terms of the performance that Ascent put up that kind of made it a little bit more difficult for you guys to close it out?
Honestly, I think on Lotus, like Amy had a really good game, and I'm gonna be honest, she made it a little bit harder, like with her lyrics and whatever she was up to. So it's really hard to like pick her out wherever she was. But unfortunately, like it's a team game, and in the end, our team just came up better. So.
All right, we're gonna pretend like we can hear you because you're actually muted on Discord, so we can't. But I totally respect everything you said. Can the unmute come through?
Wait, maybe push the talk button. Maybe.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
Awesome.
What's up?
Can you say hello?
Hello?
Ah.
Hello? Dude!
Oh, look at the support.
Oh.
In game and on Discord.
Oh.
It could be press to talk. You know, oh, we need 3 people. Love that. We're gonna let them sort it out. We're gonna be pretending like we heard exactly what she said, which is also perfectly fine. I think we're still circling back to the point of how close the second map was, specifically Inami, considering that it's G2 Gozen's map pick, and it also happens to be the map that they lost to BBL Queens, if my memory does serve me correctly. Don't quote me on that. Brings the question of why is that the map that they felt so comfortable picking themselves, because they could have potentially banned it.
What's interesting about all these teams is like all these top teams in GC is that they're not afraid of picking a map that they lost before, and all the time they keep showing us why they can come back stronger. So I feel like that loss before, it was just a wake-up call for them to prepare more, to like not just prepare more strats, but like to be ready to be surprised by enemy team and adapt during the game. And I think we've seen that during the game because it wasn't looking so good, and then G2 won a Thrifty and it just kept going for their side.
And I want to look at it more from like a player's perspective, Emily, and that's the fact that it's maybe a map that didn't really go in your favor the first time. This time around, it's looking better, but maybe not as dominant as maybe we've seen them on Bind. So having that mentality of it's okay to lose and we're gonna bounce back stronger. As a player, how do you develop that?
You just have to. If you're a competitor, you have to accept that you cannot win everything, unfortunately. And the best way to learn is to lose. And can you take criticism? Are you able to study and fix the mistakes? Like I was mentioning before, it takes effort from everybody, and that's the champion mindset at the end of the day, is being able to go back and study those mistakes, even though sometimes, let me tell you, it's really hard to watch, but you got to do it if you want to be the best of the best.
You gotta do what you gotta do, and I'm pretty sure that Roxy has managed to fix the audio alongside the incredible people that are working production. So hello.
Hello, Tess.
Oh,
can
yes,
you hear
I can
me,
hear
please?
you.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, someone made it happen. Well, welcome. How are you feeling? I'm gonna have to repeat the question now.
I mean, well, now after the mic is working, I feel way better and less like a clown, but yeah, thanks for asking.
Well, let's talk about the second map then. In that regards, I'm so sorry you're gonna have to repeat that answer for us. But what do you think was the main obstacle in your way to be able to close it out just potentially as quickly as Bind?
I mean, what I said before was that Amy had a really good game, like personally, so it's really hard, like if a player has a really good game, obviously it's really hard to adapt around like this one specific player, and in this case her lyrics, but unfortunately it's a team game, and in the end our team came out on top.
Yeah, so I have a question for you. You guys knew that you're going to be coming up playing against Ascent, who was top of their group. And what was your guys' mindset going into the game? How did you guys prepare for this particular match?
I mean, we pretty much prepared like for any other match as well. I don't think we like really saw them as a threat. I think we actually just went in there like, okay, it's just another game for us, guys. We got this. Don't even worry about it. And I mean, in the end, we didn't have anything to worry about, so I think we're good.
Okay, I like it.
Love the confidence, honestly. So talk to me about how confident are you going now against BBL, the team that beat you in the groups?
I think we're feeling better. Like obviously, because of our loss, we went a lot like back on it, and we like both reviewed and like did a lot of work on the maps that we think we've like did a little bit less like good on than we usually do. So I think we're pretty much prepared for it, and we're looking forward to the match. And this time, it won't be slipping through our hands.
You're right. Learning from the mistakes is definitely one of the things that, as Emily said herself, makes some of the greatest players. But I want to talk to you about your experience personally joining G2 Gozen. I mean, it's a very tight-knit team, and they said it themselves. You fit in perfectly. Y'all are kind of a bunch of clowns together, but also really supportive. So how has the environment been for you? And it really looks like it's allowing you to thrive as well on the server.
Yeah, I think it's super nice. Honestly, I feel super comfortable. Like, I've been knowing Petra and Mimi for like years, so it was super easy to like fit in with them and like have this friendship level with them already that I didn't have to build up. And then Glance was my teammate previously back then, so I've also like known her a lot. And Mary, I always like used to play my free time with. So I generally feel like we already had this connection established, so it was super easy for me to settle in and just like have the gameplay added, basically.
All right, so well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview, and congratulations on your win. I'm really looking forward to the rematch against BBL Queens, and I know you guys are too, so enjoy your evening, and we'll see you then.
Thank you. Thank you to you too.
All right, guys. Well, we've seen the confidence come out from G2 Gozen. I mean, yesterday, Mary did say that they're not going to underestimate Ascend Rising because, again, it is a team that topped their group and they're going to approach it just like every other game. And that is such a great mindset to see because you're coming in today, you have that 13-2 on Bind, which wasn't even your own map pick. But Emily, to keep that confidence, but also stay humble, which allows you to, as Roxy said herself, go back, look at your mistakes, and improve. And that seems to be the most important part.
For sure, for sure. And you don't have to lose a series to go back and watch mistakes. I wouldn't go back and watch Bind because it was kind of a breeze for them. But I would go back and watch Lotus and see what happened and what can we fix. Even though they still won the map, there was mistakes that happened. And it seems like that's the mindset that they have, and that's why they're so good. They take the extra work time that's needed to improve and prepare for the next day. And that's the only way that you can continue to excel.
Yeah, BBL Queens in Almi, they have had a great performance so far, undefeated. I mean, they lose a map to KC, which, again, was no small feat from Carmine Corp. That's definitely something to be proud of. They are up against G2 in the upper bracket. It's a little bit of the rematch, but when we're looking at the lower bracket, I mean, I cannot believe that I'm saying this, but guys, when we're looking at the lower bracket, CBA, Ascend Rising, GuildX, NK, and Carmine Corp Game Changers, one of them is gonna be going home.
Yeah, we will be saying goodbye to one of these teams, and that's honestly that hurts for sure. But on the other hand, we will be like watching a good rematch between BBL and G2, and I think that one would be like really explosive because G2 are here to prove why they are the best, and BBL are here to be the new champions. They want to prove that they can also be champions.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot on the line for a lot of these teams. Emily, for looking at the bracket, coming into it yesterday, we've seen what teams are competing. Did you expect GuildX? Did you expect Carmine Corp to be dropping into the Ascend Rising even to be dropping?
Well, somebody's got to drop. I can't pick, 10 favorites. Somebody's got to go to the lowers. So, yeah, it is what it is, and I feel like this is a very strong set of teams that we're seeing that are still left. So, anything can happen, and it's really going to come down to what did you eat the night before? What did you wake up to? How was your mood? What are you feeling like for that day? In terms of the lowers here, there's no room for error because once you're done, you're done. There's nothing else.
What do you like to eat the night before a match, Emily? Give us your secret.
I like to have ice cream, chocolate, because it makes me happy.
Aw, that's lovely. That's actually, you know what? Chocolate makes a lot of people happy.
Yes.
Inami, you're a chocolate fan?
Yes, I am, of course.
Yay.
A chocolate ice cream to keep the mood up.
All right, love that. Okay, maybe not ice cream because I have sensitive teeth, but I do love chocolate, sir, and I do love Game Changers EMEA. It has been another incredible day of games, and don't you worry, you're not gonna have to miss us for too long because we're gonna be back again tomorrow with some more action coming your way. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening, enjoy your Sunday, have a lovely day tomorrow, and we'll see you then.